Poppy's just coming back round, but she's left it with me. So are you getting a level at your end then? It's very high. Okay, cool. Let's sort that out then. Best thing to do. And what's high? Is it the bells or the voices or both? Both. Okay. Right. Let's start on here then. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. If I turn that level on the mixer down, is it turning it down at all? Obviously there'll be a slight delay in it coming down, but hopefully it should not yet. Still quite distorted. Okay, let's have a look at this box then. So I've turned the level down quite a bit there, so hopefully in about 30 seconds, a minute, it should be sounding a bit quieter. How are we sounding now? Is it still distorted your end? Still distorted, okay. Let's bring that level right down then, almost as low as we can go. That helps, does it? Is that sounding better now? You can't hear me at all now. Okay, let's split the difference on that one then. How about now? Are you hearing me at all now? Does that sound about right? Okay, Polly, can you do some talking as well for me?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll keep talking. I hope you can hear me. Is it good?
Still a bit of distortion. Okay. That might unfortunately be there's a power lead which is bloody noisy. Is it gone now, the buzzing? Still there. Okay. Do you want to send me the link and I can try and troubleshoot at this end? Do you want to send it to my phone? So it's 07932 593 104. If you send that over, I'll have a little fiddle about with it and hopefully get somewhere. It may be a case I've just got to dip the fader on the mixer a bit. But we've definitely got a voice coming out. It's just a bit distorted by the sounds of it. Hey, you okay? Ah, okay. What? Ah, right, okay. Well, that's easy to solve. The second microphone, so Polly's microphone. Yep. Ah, okay, because I thought I could hear her coming back through the phone. I think, Polly, do you want to do a bit more talking? So,
yeah,
tell me a little bit about the T20 last night.
Yeah, it was really busy. It was absolutely packed, 19,000 people. The atmosphere was great, and obviously it went down to the final over, so exactly what they want.
That all good, yeah? Cool. As I say, just send me that link over just so I can double check, and then I'll give you the final thumbs up. Cheers, mate. Really appreciate that. Cool. Thank you.
Cool.
Good man. Good man.
everyone, and welcome. If you just joined us, welcome if you've been in and fun. Toss at 10 o'clock, and Thunder won the toss, and they are in the field. The teams, more alphabetical order than anything. For the Thunder, captain and wicketkeeper is Eddie Threlkeld, Danny Collins, Naomi Natani, Deandra Dottin, Ahika Gore, Liberty King, Laura Jackson, Steve Morris rather, Sophie Morris, Tara Norris, and Seren Smale. And for the home team, for the Central Sparks, Erin Burns, Amy Campbell, Georgia Davis, Stephen Ellis, Abby Freeborn, Peter Wickett, Ria Mackerel, Katie George, Steve Jones, skipper, Charis Paley, Grace Potts, and Davina Perry. Umpires are Sam Hollingshead and James Middlebrook. Match referees Denny Malcolm, Phil Manish, and Al Ruckles are keeping score.
Smells a bit musty, this microphone. Yeah. People text me in the middle sometimes going, "Oh, it sounds like you're in a dungeon somewhere." Yeah, okay. It's yeah. I often get this post in the way, depending on where we sit. Is he listening to us? Are we talking? Mike, can you hear us? Just carry on our conversation. The bells have just about finished.
Catering facilities, if I can make the facilities, I'll tell you what they want. Catering facilities open, the sports bar is open.
To say what you've had for breakfast, don't you?
Something
very quick on the way in the car.
The ground. And the club cafe is open at the new road end to the ground next to the club shop, which is also open.
How far away has he gone? I can't even see. Yes, perfect.
Today, but sports bar in view and also the cafe in the new road stands are open.
Hello everybody and welcome to New Road Worcester, where the entertainment today is Central Sparks versus Thunder. The Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy is back and these two teams are back in 50 over a side action. My name is Mike Perkins, I'm alongside Sarah Ginn. We also have Polly Starkey. I can see Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan as well from the Cricket Her podcast along the way in the press box as well, who you may hear from during the course of the afternoon. First and foremost, I think we need to sort of bring you up to speed on where we are at in terms of this competition. The news from the toss today is that Thunder have won it and they have decided that they're going to bowl here at Worcester with the bells clanging away at the cathedral on the far side, looking in good form as always, the flag fluttering on top amidst those four pinnacles on the main tower there. And it's quite overcast at the moment here at New Road with just a breeze blowing from right to left as we look from the New Road end of the ground. Central Sparks then 5th in the table. They have 2 wins and 11 points so far in the competition. Thunder still looking for their first win. They've not won any of their first 5 games that were played in April and May before, of course, the Charlotte Edwards Cup competition, which ended here at New Road, and Thunder making finals day, so they'll be feeling good about that. Let's run you through the teams and we'll get Sarah Ginn's thoughts on those in a moment. 3 changes for both sides from their last game in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which obviously was a T20 format, so slightly different, but that was the most recent game. So Central Sparks line up like this: E. Jones, the captain, returns. Amy Campbell, Bethan Ellis, Davina Perrin, Erin Burns, Abby Freeborn, Katie George, Ria Fackrell, Karis Pavley, Georgia Davis, Grace Potts is the lineup for Central Sparks. So the players missing out are Ellie Anderson, Hannah Baker, who's away with England A, and Chloe Brewer. Then for Thunder, they line up like this with Sarah Smale, Liberty Heap, Fee Morris, Deandra Dottin, Ellie Threlkeld, Naomi Tatani, Danny Collins, Tara Norris, Mahika Gore, Laura Jackson and Sophie Morris. So that's Olivia Bell, Sophie Eccleston and Emma Lamb, of course, who are on international duty, though the latter two of those, they are also not playing today. What do we make of the team news then, Sarah? Again, of course, we are very much in the aftermath of that exciting T20 last night at Edgbaston that was watched by a very good crowd indeed and brought a lot of entertainment, although I think there might be one or two sort of bleary eyes around New Road today.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see the women's internationals played on such a big stage. Obviously, it does affect this regional competition with changes to the sides that may have been made because of those girls, as you say, on international duty today with England or England Day. But it does give opportunities to other people to step into the sides today. I know Ria Fackrell has been in the squad a number of times this season, for example, for the Sparks, and I think this is her first actual game this season, having done quite well in some practice games leading up to this. Sparks looking like a big spin attack there with sort of 4 or 5 opportunities for spinners there, and Thunder, fresh on that success from the T20, will be looking to sort of capitalise on that, having, as we said, not as much success in the 50 overs, but they did come to the forefront at the end of that T20 competition.
It seemed to come together finally for Thunder, didn't it, in the T20 competition there, and they seemed in quite good spirits when I walked past the dugouts this morning. It seemed as if it just all sort of clicked. They'd obviously brought a lot of people in, and we were maybe expecting it to happen straight away, but it's obviously very difficult to get a team to gel like that when you've got the likes of Norris, Tatani and Morris all coming into a side, and Dottin was still fairly new to it as well. I mean, that's almost, when you add Dottin into that, you're almost getting on for half your side there who are new players, so it is going to take a while for them to learn how to play together.
Yeah, and I think people underestimate the time it takes for a team to become an actual, team and bonding and being together there. And I think the Thunder almost got it right at the right time for getting to that finals day. It wasn't quite to be for them in the end, but definitely an improvement on previous seasons with them, and they are looking to be the side that they possibly can be on paper.
Sparks then, openers heading towards the middle. Looks like Eve Jones there to me, who was in good spirits when I walked past the dugouts this morning. He's going to be partnered by Bethan Ellis. We'll wait to see who Thunder decide will get the ball for the first over, as I see Tara Norris coming and doing some high kicks in front of us as she walks past the commentary position, so she's maybe getting nice and loose. So Norris will be potentially bowling from this New Road end, but it looks as if Jackson, who's come into the side, is going to...
I think Mahika Gore may have the ball.
Oh
there,
no, in fact,
yeah.
Yes, you're right. Taking the jumper off now is Mahika Gore, the United Arab Emirates player who's been brought in by Thunder and was quite successful in that T20 competition, Sarah, again.
Yeah, she definitely matured as a player throughout the season so far, and those T20s became really quite dangerous with this left arm coming from perhaps a height that the girls aren't used to from other players in the competition.
So it will be Gore then from the Diglis end. As I say, not too many in just yet, but I think given there was 19,000 at Edgbaston last night, a big crowd indeed for that T20. It may take a while for them to trickle down the road this morning for this 10:30 start here at Worcester. Ellie Threlkeld just marking her position. She has Fee Morris at slip. There's also a gully, a backward point, a short cover and a mid-off on the offside as Gore comes in to bowl left arm over the wicket to Eve Jones, who defends out into the offside. It's unusual. In fact, I think it's the first time it's happened in a Sparks game that the last Sparks game of the T20s, Eve Jones didn't play in it, which very unusual indeed. She's obviously been the ever-present for the Central Sparks.
Yeah, I mean, I think she was on England duties or in and around the England Day set up for the Test matches and the 50 over games. So yeah, she had a bit of a rest in that game.
Gore again outside the off stump through to Threlkeld. Once again, it is a dot ball.
Yeah, so Jones has had some very successful times over the past couple of months with some representative honours and getting a lot of runs at club level as well. You know, just going back to that, so she should be in good form for this game today. A very good player at the longer form of the game. So yeah, let's just see how she goes today.
Collins places hands on knees in the gully. Morris in the same position at slip, looking for an early breakthrough. But Jones will get the first run of the day into the offside, just prodded in front of square. One without loss, the Sparks here at New Road. Good to have you with us. Good to have the early birds with us today for this commentary on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, brought to you by Mike Perkins, Sarah Ginn and Polly Starkey. At Central Sparks is the home side's Twitter feed at Thunder Crick for the visitors Thunder. It's hashtag Sparks will fly and hashtag bring the thunder if you want to get in touch with the teams today.
Yeah, a bit of a movement in the field here, being Bethan Ellis on strike as a right-hander as opposed to the left-handed Eve Jones. So Tara Norris comes over the other side of the ground to third man, and I think that's Smale out on the boundary, being moved by Threlkeld slightly behind square for the two deep fielders in these first 10 overs.
Yeah, she's almost become more of a long leg than a backward square leg there. Tarney very close in at mid-wicket as well, but it's the offside where the ball goes behind square to Collins in the gully, who returns it fiercely to Threlkeld. No run on that occasion. Norris continues her warm-ups.
Yeah, you can't help but think that she's going to be the next over this end, unless she's trying to signal something to the captain.
Yeah, unless she's annoyed about it. Just warming up overly vigorously instead. So we've got Jackson up at mid-off. We have short extra cover as well in the form of Heat. Then we've got Dot in at backward point. Slip in the gully still in place. A very similar offside field for both batters, but slightly different on the leg side, as that one was prodded to cover for no run. Again, it's Heat quickly with the return there.
Yeah, it's obviously an adjustment in the game and the strategy now going into the 50 over competition from the T20s. Not quite as much of an urgency to score the runs early on, but still looking with intent, you'd hope here, to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Well, it's double and then some, isn't it,
Yeah.
really? It's double and then 10 overs. There's a flash outside the off stump from Eve Jones.
Beth
Doesn't,
Ellis, yeah.
Sorry, Bethan Ellis. You're correct. The right-hander doesn't produce contact with the ball, and that is the end of the over. It is one without loss at the end of that first over. Sarah, again, what did you make of that one?
Yeah, I mean, Monique Gurr, you can see now she's getting a real consistency with her bowling with that line and length, and be interesting to see how she goes bowling more than those 4 overs, you know, bowling a longer spell or perhaps coming back again later, and just to see if she can keep that consistency, and obviously being recognised for her efforts at the moment amongst the England setup as well as the UAE. So she looks like a force to be reckoned with.
And it is Tara Norris.
It is Tara Norris.
She's got the ball in hand, so she will be bowling from the New Road end of the ground, where our commentary position is also housed. As I say, a gentle breeze from sort of right to left as we look is just waving the trees from one side to the other. Sarah, again, one of the, well, in the early days of these commentaries, you were one of the only women trying to become a level 4 coach. You now are, of course, a level 4 coach. So I presume you are now one of the only women who is a level 4 coach in the country. So you have quite some expertise to take you through this next over from Tara Norris.
Yeah, it's a long goal, 2.5 years doing that qualification, but I'm pleased it's over. But it was a massive learning curve, and I think hopefully taken a lot away from it. It's Norris tossing the ball up, hand to hand, going in to the left-handed Eve Jones, who hits that through the covers. Is that going to go to the boundary? I'm not sure it's got enough on it. There's a chase from Datani here, manages to cut it off, and we'll throw it back in just for a couple of runs there.
Yeah, it sort of didn't catch that as cleanly as Eve Jones would have liked, and it slowed as it went. It's probably the longest part of the ground there as well, up towards the ladies' pavilion there.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like we're quite in the middle today, boundary-wise. It's quite hard to tell from our commentary spot, but it does look quite even either side, as Norris back in to Eve Jones, who leaves that go straight through to Threlkeld for no run.
Yep, through to the wicketkeeper Threlkeld, also the captain, of course, so will have been responsible for deciding how to replace Lamb, Eccleston and Bell, who are the three players from the game they played here, of course, against Vipers on T20 finals day, but unsuccessful. But it was a successful campaign overall for Thunder.
It's Norris to Jones, who leaves that again outside off stump for no run. Norris, of course, was part of the women's IPL this summer as part of the. She was a associate member as she plays for the USA for her international cricket. One of the only ones that was actually, well, the only associate player, I believe, that was called up into that competition and did very well for herself.
Yes, it did indeed. I mean, it's a real change of the landscape of women's cricket, that women's Premier League competition.
Norris over the wicket. Eve Jones drives it down the ground, but just for no run there. That's fielded by Laura Jackson and thrown back in over the stumps. Doesn't look too much urgency to score here, but perhaps Eve Jones just having a bit of a look here and just sort of just taking her time to get settled.
We must talk about last night because you were there, Sarah, and it was quite an occasion. Although, much like with the Charlotte Edwards Cup, it had a familiar winner.
Yeah, Norris back to Eve Jones, who plays that off her legs for no run. Yes, I think when we first talked about it, cold was my first word I mentioned, but exciting game. Great to see so many young families watching and supporting England and have that opportunity to come along to an international. And almost a sellout, and the noise and the sort of excitement across the ground was great to see. It's Norris back over the wicket to Eve Jones. Always had a little bit of a flash at that, but it goes through to the keeper again for no run to finish the second over. Sparks are 3 for no loss.
It could have been an optical illusion from our angle, but it looked very like an edge the way the ball went through there, didn't it? But there was no sort of sound, there was no excitement from the Thunder players, but it just had that appearance. It must have just moved in the air, really, or as the bat wafted in the direction of the ball, but it did just have that appearance. But yeah, I mean, getting back to last night, the noise was the thing that struck me. I mean, I put the radio on, and just immediately you could just hear how into it the crowd were. And I mean, at one point it looked as if almost the crowd were going to pull England over the finish line somehow, having not really been in the game for great portions of it. Here comes Mahika Gore from the Diglis end. Get Sarah Ginn's further thoughts in a moment as someone who was there at that T20 International last night. This one's prodded to cover, no run on offer from the first ball of the third over.
Yeah, I think a lot of the girls that I saw around the ground had their cricket sweater or cricket cap on from their own team, which says to me not only are they just there to watch some cricket, they actually play cricket and they know what's going on, and the sort of cheering and the enthusiasm from girls and boys that were watching the game was fantastic.
Yeah, great occasion for the city of Birmingham. It's the city of Worcester that's hosting the Central Sparks here in Ellis, who had a waft off the last ball of the previous over from this Diglis end. Gets an outside edge past, I think, a quite disappointed Fee Morris from the position she's taken on one knee there, who dived away to her right hand side. It never would have carried, I don't think, even if she'd been wider at slip. A single was taken, 4 without loss. The ball bouncing away down to third.
So going back to last night, there was a trumpeter there from the Barmy Army.
In quite good form as well, I think.
Yes, and lots of singing along. And, so definitely lots of support for the England girls. It's just a shame they couldn't get the win there.
Here's Gore bowling again outside half of the bat. This one from Eve Jones, the left-hander, pushing forward at the ball. It was down to Smale, who was third for the left-hander. And another run to the total, 5 without loss. So Ellis off the mark now as she comes back onto strike, but perhaps fortuitously, given it was the outside half. It's one of those ones where the batter goes, okay, I'm quite happy with that, I've got a run. But the bowler always claims, no, that was my ball in the game, that was my little victory there, as Mahika Gore comes in, left arm over the wicket. Both the openers left arm over, which is slightly unusual, as that one's played into the offside. No run on offer. It's such a a sought-after skill, isn't it, left arm bowling in the modern game, particularly in T20.
Yeah,
so.
and Thunder are lucky enough to have, so they've got Naomi Tatani as well as a left armer. So
Well, I don't know how much that was part of their recruitment,
Yeah.
really, because they've gone and picked Gore up from the United Arab Emirates via a camp out there, and then they've also signed 2 others in the form of Tatani. And, oh, there's an appeal there. It's quite high, it has to be said. Seemed to jag back, although we're not on a great angle to judge that. And it hit Ellis amidships.
Yeah, she seemed a little bit rushed by the pace on that there. Just went backwards across her stumps. As you said, it was quite high. So I think just a sort of tentative LBW appeal, just checking that the umpires are in the game and listening, but goes for no run.
If she'd got anything on it square of the wicket, it would have been runs, but it was a dot ball as Gore comes in again and bowls! Bethan Ellis is out. Again looking for the drive, again missing. And now walking back to the pavilion. 5 for 1 the score. An early breakthrough for Thunder in this game at New Road. It's Mahika Gore with it, bowling Bethan Ellis for just the 1 run off 8 balls. Great start for Thunder, Sarah Ginn.
Yeah, Bethan Ellis may be a little bit unsettled by that ball before that did appear to hit her, but that's your classic delivery, isn't it? It's taken the top of off stump, the left-hander coming across the right-handed batter of Bethan Ellis there, and just clean bowling her for just 1 run. As we see Abby Freeborn coming to the middle now, she's batting number 3, so she's the Sparks keeper in the absence of Amy Jones, who has done some of these 50 over games early on in the competition. Amy Jones, of course, had a fantastic game last night in the international
Yes, well mentioned
game.
actually. 40 runs in the end, wasn't it, from Amy Jones?
Yeah, and looked really like the only batter that was going about things with some intent. Really, he went out and scored over a runner ball, which I think some of the other batters did, but she really showed her worth last night, Amy, and so took a really good catch in the last over to make it a really tense finish as well.
Whirling her arms as she comes, Abby
Yeah.
Free. But are you surprised to see her so early in a 50 over innings? I suppose there is the need to take advantage of the power play, but she was very much a kind of late innings aggressor in the T20 competition.
Yeah, it's a different game, isn't it? And I think she can adjust her game. Abby Freeborn, she's an experienced player, come over to the Sparks a couple of seasons ago, and let's hope that she and the Sparks can use these overs now. As Norris is back in over the wicket to Eve Jones. Nice compact setup. Again, Eve just happy to watch that through to the keeper. Takes a guard again on the ground, has a look around, and is happy with no run there.
It's a compact setup. That sounds a coaching word to me. What are you seeing in Eve Jones's setup there that you like?
She's just quite punchy, isn't she? She plays down the ground nicely, and she's got her hands kind of tucked in, not too far into her body, but they're tucked in there, and she's got her levers ready to go if and when she needs them.
Looks comfy, doesn't she?
Yeah. As Eve Jones is bowled there by Tara Norris. Just as we were saying she was comfy, Mike, there. She's doing clean bowled, and she is out for 4 runs. That she will be disappointed with that. You can see her head is looking up to the sky as she walks disconsolately, you'd have to say, away back to the dugout here.
Both batters trying to drive and both just ending up on the wrong line, really.
Yeah, it's been some excellent opening bowling. So both these left-handers, it must have been something the Sparks would have been practicing this week. I don't know how many left-handers they've got in their camp, but to practice the different angle of the left-handers here. But both of them, unfortunately, have been clean bowled now, as this brings, I believe, Erin Burns to the crease here.
So the Australian, the overseas player, and it was Australia, of course, who triumphed in that T20 last night. But 4 Rachel Hale Flint Trophy games for you to enjoy on this Sunday morning, and what better way to spend a Sunday morning than watching the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Good to already have so many of you tuning our way, and I'm sure that will build as the day goes on. We'll keep an eye on the other scores as well in those games today across this competition. It's an 18 regional competition, of course, and we're sort of at the halfway stage, really. We'd usually be at the conclusion based on previous seasons, but of course We have a few games now, then a break for the 100, and then we come back in September for the conclusion.
Yeah, they've increased the numbers of games across these competitions this year for the regional sides, so playing more and more games every year as the competition goes on, and obviously putting the T20s in the middle sort of block there and doing them all together, and then back for the 50 over competitions. Of course, it also works alongside the Ashes as well, making sure those girls had some warm-up games who were as with their regional sides. So yeah, it's getting a bigger and more competitive competition each season.
Little look around from Burns.
Burns taking guard, Norris coming round the wicket. Burns solid in defence there for her first ball. Erin Burns, we've said before, is a fierce competitor, Australian off-spin bowler and batter that's over here for the season with the Sparks, and she'll be a great help and a great addition to this side with all her knowledge and experience that she brings.
23 without loss to see the Sunrisers against the Southern Vipers in the early stages of that one.
As Norris back in to Burns here. He's got on the back foot, drive that for no run, and it's back into the keeper.
Popped up rather alarmingly off the pitch there.
Yeah, there's a bit of movement going on here at the moment. Both Norris and Gore are getting this ball to swing quite nicely, which probably wouldn't be much of a surprise given the overhead conditions at the moment. We've had some lovely weather leading up to this competition, and it's gone a little bit overcast the last couple of days. It's Norris back in, ponytail swaying in the wind over the wicket. Erin Burns going back again to play that for no run, and the score remains on 5 for 2.
Another solid hit hard into the square there from Burns. 21 for 1 is the Blazers score against Western Storm. They're top of the competition going into this second batch of fixtures. Lee Kelly and Georgie Boyce at the crease in that one.
Norris a little stutter at the start of the run-up over the wicket, and again Burns content to just drive that back into the pitch for no run to finish another successful over from the Thunder here, leaving the Sparks 5 for 2 off the first 6 overs. Sorry, first 4 overs.
First 4 getting ahead of ourselves, yeah. But yeah, 5 for 2. I mean, work to do is the summary really. From a Sparks point of view, they've lost both their openers, so Thunder very much on top in the early stages. And of course, they've had probably about the last 3 weeks, I think it is, to prepare for this, so it'll be so disappointing from a Sparks point of view that they haven't got a good start in this game, but equally it will be providing enthusiasm for the rest of this game for Thunder, who started with these 2 left-arm over bowlers, and they bowled very well. Abby Freeborn marking her guard then. 2 wickets in 2 balls, although 2 different bowlers, if that makes sense, because Mahika Gores came off the last ball of her previous over, and then Norris got one with the first over ball of the 4th over, as that one's driven off the back foot into the offside. Dottin is there at backward point with the fielding, very much her home in the field, backward point, which prevents any scoring on that occasion. We still have that slip and gully, as well as a short extra cover and a mid-off. Fielder at third, one up at mid-on, as well as a catchy mid-wicket, and Smale completing the field down at long leg. As that one's chopped really into the ground by Freeborn, who's coming forward looking to drive. Again, rolled out towards backward point, and again there was no run possible.
Yeah, you wouldn't say she timed that nicely there, Freeborn, but at least she got behind it and got something on it. Yes, last thing Sparks want here is another wicket to fall so early on in the game, and they'll be hoping now that these two can build a partnership here to take the Sparks through at least the next bit of the game.
Freeborn with that wide stance and a fairly high backlift that comes down cleanly on the ball. It's another dot to the analysis of Gore. 5 for 2 as we tick towards 11 o'clock here in Worcester.
You'll hear those
Fluttering on top of the cathedral.
bells go again in a little
Yes,
minute.
it's always a feature of Sunday morning, and the bell ringers do. They give it some welly, it's fair to say, isn't it? As in comes Mahika Gore to bowl, left arm over the wicket. It's played out off an inside half of the bat by Abby Freeborn for a single. 6-4-2 the score moves on to, and Sparks just trying to feel their way into this innings. Thunder will be very content with how they've gone so far.
Yeah, Freeborn's 2 deliveries that she hasn't quite hit cleanly there, but so let's just hope it's a little bit of early game nerves from her there.
Gully going to a slightly wider catchy mid-wicket now, so there's 2 of them. There's a straight one and a kind of slightly squarer one as well. There's bowled to Burns, who tucks it past the square of those 2 mid-wickets out towards the boundary there on the leg side, and there is a couple of runs taken.
It looks like a definite plan there, doesn't it, to Burns? These two close fielders, they'd be obviously doing their homework even more with this regional competition now. There's a lot of analysts and statisticians looking at it, and there's a lot of information available on players like Erin Burns for teams to do their homework.
Burns taps her bat a couple of times and waits. 8-2 the score as Gore bowls, and it will remain there as this one is defended off the back foot into the cover region. Liberty Heapers there. We've had 5 overs of the innings. As we were saying, 8-2 is the score. I will, at this point, we'll hear from Polly Starkey, and I will leave her with Sarah Ginn, who will continue for the next few overs here.
Yeah, Polly comes in at a time where, say, the Sparks are definitely on the back foot here, and just setting the field now, Thunder, for this next over. Tara Norris handing her sweater again to the umpire to continue her, what has only been described as a very successful opening couple of overs, as the batters have a quick chat, go back to their marks. Freeborn taking her guard at the Diglis end, as Norris just adjusting her shoes to come in again for this next delivery. Freeborn taking a look round the field, seeing where these deep fielders are. As Norris taking a look around, throwing the ball up as is customary, and in she comes to Freeborn. He works that round the corner. It's a great stop by Threlkeld for no run. Polly, what do you make of what's been going on so far?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start by the Central Sparks. Thunder have really dominated the game. I think Thunder's bowling attack is particularly strong with Tara Norris and Mahika Gore, both left-arm seamers. So they've been really impressive. But yeah, quite a slow start by the Sparks, and losing 2 early wickets isn't ideal, especially in the 50-over game when you've got a lot of time to fill.
Yeah, they won't be pleased with this start, Sparks. But as Norris back into Freeborn here, be looking to build and stay in. She hits it just back there to mid-on for no run. Yeah, this left arm attack did seem to take Sparks almost by surprise there in the first few overs. They looked very much like they were both clean bowled top of off with a little bit of swing in the air, which is unfortunate for those first 2 opening batters. But say Freeborn and Burns now will be looking to build a partnership to take the Sparks at least into a decent total. As Norris to Freeborn plays that nicely through the covers. It may run away. There's a chase on here by Danny Collins. Is she going to make it? She's just got it in over the boundary as Dotton's coming back to help, and I think they'll take advantage of that and run for 3. It was a nice shot by Freeborn to get off the mark there.
Yeah, great shot by Freeborn, and they need more shots like that. I mean, I think she was quite unlucky that the fielder managed to get to it, but it does look it's a bit of a green wicket, so I think it's favouring the bowlers at the moment. But of course Thunder will have to bat on that wicket, so although Sparks off to a slow start, their bowling attack could also come out well at the start of Thunder's innings.
Yeah, slight change in the field now again for Erin Burns, who's on strike, as Norris charging in. Little stutter in that run up again at the start. She comes in, rolls. It's a nice shot by Burns that's coming down towards our commentary box, and that will be 4 runs. Sparks will be very pleased to see that. It's a great shot through sort of the mid-on area there for 4 runs. That's sort of classic Erin Burns there, wouldn't you say, Polly?
Yeah, definitely. Erin Burns is such a class player, and that's why you want someone like her in your team, because she's got so much experience and she's got so many shots in the bag. So, yeah, she's a great player to have in your squad.
Norris back in. Wicket. Oh, it's not quite as cleanly hit by Burns then. It's gone trickled to sort of deep square, but she'll run through for another single. And that takes the score to 15 for 2. It's Freeborn, 16 for 2. It's Freeborn marking her guard again, taking a look. You can see Datani warming up here in the mid-wicket area. I wonder if there'll be that third left arm over coming into the attack shortly. As Norris back in to Freeborn, a high back lift from Freeborn. She puts that a solid defensive shot for no run there.
Yeah, Sparks seem to be trying to accelerate a little bit. They've picked up in this last over, which is a good sign to see, because they were looking quite tentative, quite slow, but they've kind of brought the pace up a little bit.
Yeah, Gur coming in for her 4th over in the attack here. You do wonder how long these opening bowlers will bowl for. So Gur, I've seen more experience of her in the T20s, and obviously there's only a small minimum overs you can bowl, but today with 10 bowlers and over, it'd be interesting how Thunder go about apportioning these overs. So these two have got off to a great start, but whether they'll stay on for much longer remains to be seen.
Yeah, they've got plenty of bowling options as well, with the likes of Laura Jackson, Naomi Datani and Deandra Dottin.
As Gur, you're in left hand to Erin Burns, who steps forward, plays that for no run into the covers. Burns would have faced Gur in the T20s, but again, sort of a different experience here, different field settings, and a sort of a totally different occasion. But she does get a lot of bounce. She's coming up from that high height, of course, and it's something that they perhaps don't face too often on a day-to-day basis. Let's go back in to Burns. Drive that nicely down the ground. Oh, Gur's got a hand on that, and there is an appeal. It's an unfortunate way to be out if that's how you're going to be out, but I don't think the umpire's looking very interested in that decision there. It's gone for no run.
Yeah, it looks like Abby Freeborn was safely back in her crease. But yeah, as you say, Mahika Gaur, she offers a massive point of difference. Her height is so unique for how young she is, and also bowling left arm.
Yeah, nice fluid action as well. She comes in. Burns has picked that through mid-wicket. It's gone through the fielders, so they'll get 1, if not 2. They're running for 2 here. Burns quick off the mark for the second run. And yeah, disappointed in the field there. I think it's Danny Collins there, looking a bit disappointed getting up off the ground. She just nearly got to that, but I think dived over it in the end.
Yeah, a little bit messy in the field, but this is their first game back after quite a big break, so I can imagine a little bit rusty.
Let's go back into Burns. But more of a compact back lift, just put that through to mid-off for no run. Yeah, 2 quite different techniques when you look at these batters here. Abby Freeborn favouring a really high back lift. Erin Burns a little bit more compact, but also different reaches and different different strengths, you'd say, to their batting. But Gur seems to be keeping her line and length quite nicely at the moment. As back to a mark. In she comes, left arm over the wicket. Burns has driven that through. It's a nice shot again. Is it going to go for 4 through the covers here? There's a chase on through the Thunder, and it's just tapped it back again. It's not quite got enough on it as Laura Jackson does some tidying up and throws it in. That's another 3 out of this long count here. Don't know whether it's happening slow or just quite tight in there. Doesn't quite go over this fast line.
Yeah, I mean, Liverpool is particularly fast, so excellent chase on that. But as you say, yeah, the boundaries are quite big. I think that's what's great about the Women's Game. There are a lot of 2s and 3s often, which I think makes the game more exciting.
Freeborn's taken a bit of a wild swipe at that, you'd say, outside the offside, but it goes for no run to end the over here. And Sparks are now on 21 from the new round end here. Still very similar field. We've got two deep fielders behind the bat, just moving Gurr a little bit fine leg, and we've got a deep third man. Only one in the mid-wicket area this time to Burns from Norris. He's coming back over the wicket. Burns just flicked that off her legs for no run. Latani obviously very sharp in the field there as well at square leg. It's a little bit colder out there than the players would have been used to over the last few weeks, but seem to be just getting down to these balls really, really well, and I think this is the level of fielding that we can expect nowadays from the regional game. As Norris in again to Erin Burns, slightly later back. It's an excellent drive, and that's gone through. I think that one will go for 4 through the covers, and that's 4 runs. It's a great shot from Erin Burns. You could say that's a bit of a textbook cover drive there, Polly.
It was so well timed and just pinged off the bat, and no one would have been able to stop that. Excellent shot from Erin Burns, and Sparks will need more shots like that if they want to put a competitive total on the board.
Yeah, Erin Burns, of course, we said before, a very experienced player, and she'd have been in this situation before. It doesn't seem to faze her very much at all. She's just going about her business here as Norris back in over the wicket. Burns going back and just trickling that one down to third man, who's on the boundary for 1 run.
Again, a nice shot, just kind of nudged it down. Not perhaps the most aesthetic shot compared to her cover drive, but again, just trying to pile those runs on.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell sometimes whether they mean that shot. I think Erin Burns probably did. She's gone back and just left the bat, just gone off the edge of the bat, you'd say, face of the bat for 1 run down with that deep third man. Now we've got sort of a gully in place, so Freeborn perhaps wouldn't have the same opportunity off this ball as Tara Norris in over the wicket. Freeborn solid again in defence.
It's really interesting you mentioned about, of course, Erin Burns playing for Sparks. A lot of the regions have got overseas signings, and it's actually been the ones who are the less big names, such as Erin Burns, Nadine de Klerk, who have really excelled, and players like Deandra Dottin, who have this kind of star factor, actually have slightly underperformed. So I think that's quite interesting, actually, from a signings perspective, and Erin Burns has thrived at Sparks.
Yeah, it's Norris into Freeborn, driven that through nicely, but only as far as the extra cover fielder. Yeah, Erin Burns, it's a big pool, isn't there, of players out in Australia, and you would have thought that perhaps she would have got a few more opportunities in their international setup. She's known through the Sparks, through the Phoenix, actually coming over early on, and she's really made a name for herself. As you said, Nadine de Klerk with the Blaze has done exceptionally well this summer. Freeborn's driven that down the ground, but again only as far as Jackson here, who throws that in for no run. Freeborn playing some lovely shots and getting behind this ball, but just seems to be picking out a fielder every ball.
Yeah, I think Abby Freeborn's a great batter, but yeah, she's not able to find the gaps at the moment, and I think she needs slightly more versatility in the shots that she plays, and perhaps that's how she can find the gaps in the field.
Yeah, still plenty of time to play with at the moment. Sparks are, say, 26 for 2 here of 8 overs, and these two looking to rebuild. I don't think at this stage they'd be overly worried about too many scoring shots, just trying to play themselves in and sort of keep their wickets, as Gurk will be continuing in for a 5th over from the Diglis end here. Coming over the wicket again, and that high trajectory to Erin Burns, who just leaves that go, and that is a wide, a big dive from Ellie Fraukahl to stop that. Just as we were saying before, I've seen her bowl shorter spells, but this is her 5th over in a row. It'd be interesting of how this goes, and that wide from the first ball may just be a blip. We'll see how this over progresses.
Yeah, I mean, she would have played some warm-up games and things like that, but switching between the 20 over to the 50 over format, especially for bowlers, can be quite different.
As Gurr back over the wicket to Burns, who's doing a big flash outside off stump again there. It's gone through. Wasn't quite as wide, that one, but still a little bit of width. Burns replaying her shot there, thinking maybe I could have got a bit more on that. Maybe could have driven that for 4, but she won't be too worried by that. It's Gur striding back to her mark. Got one slip in place here, and we've got a third man, Deandra Dutton, in her backward point preferred position there. So Burns got plenty of room to get it through a gap if she can. She's driven that nicely, but again, only as far as that fielder. Again, Burns finding the fielders this over a little bit again, but hoping that in a minute it'll go through there for a lovely one of those more cover drives that we saw in the last over. You can see her trying desperately to get that ball through the field.
Yeah, I think the important thing for Burns is that she looks comfortable at the moment. She might be finding the fielders, but she looks settled.
Gur back over the wicket to Burns. Oh, that's not quite carried to slip. I don't think she got anything on that either. I think it was a little bit more bounce off the wicket there from Monica Gur. So, yeah, slip is back up and running after just taking a dive. A good stop in the end there to stop the ball going through for any extras. And Gur back to her mark. Burns taking her guard again, looking up. Drives, that's a bit up in the air. Oh, and it's gone. It's caught by Deandra Dutton at point, and that's Burns out for 17 off the bowling of Monica Gur and caught by Deandra Dutton. She'll be disappointed with that, no doubt. So we were saying she had all the time. She was trying to get that ball through, but perhaps didn't have to play at that one outside off stump.
Yeah, just a bit of a silly shot, and again, it feels like Deandra Dutton regularly takes those sort of catches where she just has to stand there and take very simple catches, but yeah, silly shot, probably not the wisest one in the book, which means she goes, and that's a massive loss for Sparks. Erin Burns is the sort of player that can build an innings, and now she's gone, and Sparks are really going to miss that.
Yeah, as Amy Campbell, left-hander, comes to the crease here. Campbell and Freeborn both been with the Sparks for their second year now, and hopefully she can get settled, Campbell, and get some runs on the board.
Yeah, Amy Campbell's struggled for runs kind of over the last 2 seasons or so, but she is a player that can get those runs, and she's left-hander again, but it's kind of difficult to see where Sparks go from here. They're 3 down. They've lost key players. I think it's interesting that Davina Perrin hasn't come in yet. Normally she would either open or come in around 3, but they've opted to kind of drop her down the order a bit. So whether they want to save her to build a bit of an innings, I don't know. But hopefully Campbell and Freeborn can put on a bit of a partnership here and try and rebuild Sparks' innings.
Yeah, it's Campbell left-handed, so the field is changing again. We're having a deep third man here. I think it's that Saren Smale going back there onto the boundary, and then we've got Tara Norris at sort of a wide, fine leg, and we've got, I'd say, perhaps a second slip, maybe, I can't tell from the angle here, in a gully for Campbell's first ball. Gur coming over the wicket, and Campbell just nudging that down for no run. So thrown back in. Thunder have got to be pleased with this start here, haven't they, Polly?
Yeah, it's an excellent start from Thunder, and I think it's been very impressive by Mahika Gur. I think when you're 17 years old and you're in a senior team, I think finding consistency can be quite difficult, but particularly today, Gur looks very comfortable and it is bowling relatively consistent line and length, so it's very impressive from her.
Yeah, she's back in again to the left-handed Campbell. It's a nice ball there. Campbell's flicked, that's a lovely shot down to Tara Norris here, who's going to pick it up and throw it in over to Threlkeld just for 1 run. Campbell will be pleased there to get off the mark with that. It's a lovely sort of flick off her legs for a single to end the over, and it's 28 for 3 off 9 overs.
Yeah, it's interesting. Amy Campbell's done quite well in some warm-up games. That tends to be where she thrives, but then when she comes into the games that count, she does struggle sometimes. But I think the fact she's got off the mark quite early is important. She hasn't just stuck there. So I think if she can kind of take a bit of confidence and move the game on, then I think that will just put her in good stead.
So we've got a new bowler here in, I think this is Laura Jackson, am I right? Just Threlkeld being, say, the captain and the keeper is coming up this one end to help set the field before she goes back behind the stumps, as Amy Campbell is taking her guard again. See it. it's a new bowler, so hopefully have a look here. New batter to new bowlers. Jackson just flicking the ball up in her hands, doing a little bit of last minute stretching here. She comes round the wicket at the left-handed Amy Campbell, who's left that go straight through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, Laura Jackson's been left out the squad for the first part of this season, but she's had her opportunity now, and I think she looks fired up and ready to get some overs in her, and I suppose prove herself, and she wants to keep that place in the team.
Yeah, it's a decent first ball from her. It's a new action here, so it's the first right-handed bowler of the day, so coming round the wicket at Campbell here, who's gone back and played that off her legs against a nice shot down to fine leg for 1 run. I think Campbell probably quite happy at the moment just to keep the scoreboard ticking over for those singles. And Jackson, 2 nice deliveries here, so she hasn't featured much for the Thunder this year, but of course with people like Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston missing, she's taken her opportunity today. She's coming over the wicket at the right-handed Abby Freeborn. Oh, that's a bit of a wide there. It's going, might even go for 4 there. I'm just looking, it's going, they're going to get a couple of runs. So unfortunately that's 3 wides. That was a different angle at the right-hander, and she struggled with that ball there, didn't she, Jackson?
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a loose delivery, and it headed almost to the boundary, saved just there by Mahika Gore. But yeah, Thunder have got a couple of injuries as well. So Hannah Jones and Olivia Bella out. Hannah Jones has been out all season with quite a major injury. So I suppose this gives Laura Jackson the chance to come into the team with the England absences as well.
Yeah, she'll just hopefully find her line a little bit better in this delivery. She comes over the wicket with a bit of a skip in the delivery to Freeborn, who's driven that nicely for no run. That was a better delivery from Jackson. Hopefully that'll settle, which is bound to be a few nerves, say stepping into the side for your first game for a little while, and definitely a better angle to the right-hander. As the ball's given a bit of a clean by Tara Norris there, passed to Jackson. I'm sure there'll be some words of encouragement as well passed on as she comes back over the wicket to Freeborn. Drives that again nicely to no run. Freeborn continuing to find the fielders here, but hopefully will keep on track to score some runs shortly through the field. So a better couple of deliveries from Jackson here. So she's found that line a lot better. A good length that she's bowling here as well, making sure the batters have to play the ball on the front foot to each delivery she's bowling. As in she comes to Freeborn with that. Oh, Freeborn's had a bit of a play at that one. It's quite wide, but not given wide by the umpire, so another dot ball. Freeborn, very strong batter once she gets settled and once she gets going, but it's just to get through this initial stage with her, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem a difficult wicket to bat on as well, so I think that's probably playing a part, but yeah, she hasn't looked quite comfortable yet at the crease.
So that high backlift comes again to Laura Jackson's bowl, and that again a dot ball, and some great fielding by the Thunder for no run. So a decent first over there by Laura Jackson. So just that one sort of wide delivery from the left hand, then the right hand batter, and then she sort of didn't find her line straight away, but pulled it back nicely. I think she'll be pleased with that for her first over.
Yeah, it was a strong over, and there was some really good fielding by Thunder, I thought. So Thunder are looking like a strong unit at the moment.
There's another bowling change here. Oh no, it's not. Goes continuing. Thought there was an announcement there telling us it was a bowling change. I just think it's the score after 10 overs and the end of the power play here, where Sparks are 32 for 3. And will we see some changes in the field? I'm not sure whether we'll see too many drop the position of the game as it is at the moment. We've still got a deep third and a deep fine. A bit of swapping of the field for the left hand, right hand, as Gore to continue from the Diglas end for her 6th over of this spell to the left-handed Amy Campbell. It's gone back. Oh, it's a bit. Is the umpire going to signal wide? Then there must have been something on there. Campbell giving him a bit of a stare there, just in case. Not sure he's going to be moved from his decision, and it's a dot ball to start the 11th over. So this is it's a good spell from Monica Gür, finding her length really, really nicely, and she'll be pleased with how she's bowled today, I'm sure. She comes in to Campbell, who's gone back and just played that into the ground for no run. A little bit more bounce on that delivery then. Again, I'm not sure whether this is the pitch or something that Gur's doing herself, but she seems to have a nice natural variation going on at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Mahika Gore has the height, and that's really what I think sets her apart, particularly at the moment. She's so young, so she's very athletic, energetic, and that just all goes into her bowling, which, you know, gives her so many options.
As Collins comes down here to the fine leg position as Gür in a shorter delivery there, and it's hit away for 4 runs. It's a great shot by Amy Campbell through the backward point area there for 4. You couldn't help but think there was going to be a shorter delivery there when the field suddenly moved before our eyes there, Polly, but and not entirely successful for Monica Gür, because Amy Campbell got that away nicely for 4 runs.
Yeah, very confident shot, and just whacked it straight to the boundary.
Gür back to her mark. I don't think she'll be phased too much for that. Campbell, a couple of taps of the bat during the run up here. Bit of a fuller delivery for no run. Yeah, so that short ball she has got in her armoury then, perhaps didn't execute it quite as well as she'd have hoped, but she's an exciting prospect, isn't she?
Yeah, definitely, and I think she's a player that you need to give her a couple of years to develop. She's still extremely young and has so much to learn. She just signed her first professional contract last week, so she'll have a lot more time to focus on her cricket.
Yeah, it's great to see these youngsters being given this opportunity to play cricket full time. As Gür into Campbell, nicely driven for 1 run. Oh, it's a near run out there. It's just the post here got in the way. I thought that was safe, and then a fielder just popped up from behind it and nearly ran Campbell out at the non-striker's end there, but wasn't quite as safe a single as I first imagined there.
No, definitely not. Thunder are really building the pressure, particularly in the field, and that was a very, very close one.
Yeah, this so it brings Abby Freeborn back on strike, and of course those changes in the field for the left hand, right hand. Freeborn taking a look, Gür going back to her mark. Yeah, just so it looked very easy, and then it was almost a run out as Gür comes in to Freeborn, who's given that a bit of a. Is it going to go for 4? It has gone for 4. It's a great sort of swipe away from a face, really, to pull that through to deep square for 4 runs off the last ball of the over. So Sparks will be pleased with that over there. There's a couple of boundaries, and it takes the score to 41 for 3 off 11 overs.
Yeah, it was a very successful over, and that was a very similar shot to the one that Amy Campbell played a couple of balls ago. So just capitalising off a slightly poor delivery.
Yeah, not sure there where Gür is trying something different in the shorter deliveries, or whether she just got her length wrong. It's quite tricky to tell. She hasn't previously in the first 5 overs she bowled anything really short at all, and then there was a couple there in that over. I think one may have been planned with the field change, and one perhaps not quite so at the end there to finish, as we see Jackson to continue from the New Road end.
Laura Jackson ready to start her run up, and it's Campbell on strike, currently 7 off 9 balls, as Jackson is in, and just playing a really good shot from Amy Campbell. It heads all the way to the boundary, miles away from a fielder, and that'll be another 4 for the Central Sparks, bring them up to 45 for 3. It was not the best delivery by Jackson, but Amy Campbell looked comfortable and struck the ball very cleanly straight to the boundary.
The short balls haven't really worked so far, have they?
No,
They're
they
absolutely
haven't.
smacked Polly Starkey.
It's surprising that they've kept with the short balls, seeing as all of them have gone for boundaries pretty much.
I think that might be the end of the ploy. Who knows?
As Jackson is back in, and that is left straight through to the keeper.
Sorry for the intake of breath from me there, but that was quite close to off stump.
Yeah, it was very close. It was a bit of a bold leave, but it was ended up being safe and just went through to Ellie Threlkeld. Another dot ball as Jackson comes into the attack. And oh, is that an edge? There's a slight appeal as it is caught by Ellie Threlkeld, but it doesn't seem like there was an edge and the umpire is not interested at all.
Threlkeld was interested.
Threlkeld was very interested.
Was anyone else interested, really?
I think Laura Jackson slightly, but there was a bit of a murmur from some of the other fielders, but the umpire was not interested at all and shook his head. As Jackson to Campbell. Again, a slight appeal. But
Time was
I think
very
it
much
might
for
have
pad,
been
wasn't it?
Yes.
But you're right, I think it was a bit of an inside.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of that on it. So that's another dot ball for the Thunder. Laura Jackson will be very happy with that. Sparks are trying to bring up that run rate, but actually Laura Jackson's been quite effective this over, just to quieten that down. As Jackson's in again, and that's just defended by Amy Campbell.
Well, that was a shorter ball, but
It
it
did
worked
work.
on that occasion. Brought the
Indeed.
defensive stroke. Mentioning lots of other cricket going on in this competition. South East Stars v Northern Diamonds. South East Stars 52 for 3, batting first in that one. Sunrisers 75 for 1 against the Southern Vipers, batting first, and Blaze 64 for 2 against Western Storm.
Jackson round the wicket, and that is left again by Amy Campbell. Goes through to Ellie Threlkeld, and that is the end of the over. Sparks are 45 for 3, so they had that one boundary, and that was all from the over. So quite a good over from Laura Jackson, I thought.
Yeah, but at this stage, I think the way wickets have been tumbling, Sparks will take a boundary, and then any over with a boundary in, I think they'll be counting as one for them, because they've just got to somehow get a score here, haven't they?
Yeah, they need to try and build a bit of an innings. I think Campbell and Freeborn seem to be the people to do that. Freeborn had a bit of a quiet start. She's 8 off 17, but Campbell looks a lot more comfortable, and I think actually this pair could build something. And once Freeborn is happy at the crease and settled, she's got plenty of shots in her tank. So I know she's quite good at sweeping, so whether we see that and just try and maybe when the spinners come on, that could make a bit of a difference.
But 45 for 3 after 12, Polly Starkey. I mean, you're looking at these two almost trying to bat through towards the 30 over mark. At least one of them has to be here as Tani comes into the attack from the Diglis end. Bowling Freeborn, and she gets an edge on it in the end. I thought we were potentially going to see Bales flying, but she just got the edge of the bat on it, sent it away through a vacant slip area, and down fine on the offside for 4. 49 for 3. Sparks approaching the 50 mark, but in not very convincing fashion. 4 to the total.
Yeah, Sparks have a huge job, and you think when they've got around 38 overs to go, they do have a big task to do and to actually get runs on the board.
In comes Tani once more from the Diglis end. Delivers. Short of length, but bringing Freeborn forward, if that makes sense. It's a dot ball on that occasion. Just defended into the offside. Mentioning other games of cricket as well, of course, England are playing a warm-up game, England A against Australia A. 32 for 1 in that 50 over a side match are Australia batting first. So that's another one we'll be keeping our eye on today as Tani makes her way in again, bowling short of a length. Again, Freeborn he was high on the crease but then pushing forward defensively, and again without a run from that delivery.
Yeah, it feels there's suddenly a lot of cricket going on. It's been about 8 weeks since the Rachel Hayflint, I realised. They of course had the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which was contained into 3 weeks, but then have had a break, and there's been a few warm-up games, but now domestic cricket is properly back.
Really good tournament, the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year, as tiny bowls turned nicely into the leg side by Freeborn. They'll look for 2. Will they get it? Probably not. To just behind square on the leg side in the end, and Collins is always quick across the ground. Her fielding is absolutely excellent. What it does do, though, is it brings up the 50 for Sparks. 50 for 3 coming up in the 13th over of the innings. So that's something for Sparks. That's a start, isn't it? Because at one stage they were struggling to get a start, so they've at least got that to work with. The other thing happening at the moment, of course, is the men's Ashes test is well underway. England requiring another 236 now, with 6 wickets remain. They're 135 for 4 in their second innings at Lords. So that one is defended into the leg side. Liberty Heat there to pick up and prevent a run being scored. And that, of course, is where England's women head next, towards cricket ground. And they'll be, I suppose, looking to take more advantage of the support perhaps than the men's team have been able to in the test match there, where they seem very much under the cosh. Is time to bowl to Campbell, bat raised above the stumps, and she brings it down to defend to Dottin, who is there at backward point on the offside. The left-handed Campbell must settle for not being able to score off that delivery of the over. 50 for 3 then after 13 overs. The positive for 50 for the Sparks.
Yeah, England women head to the Oval and Lords, and then they've got 3 ODIs after that in Southampton, Bristol and Taunton. So they've got a big task to do in the Ashes, but I mean, it's been great so far in terms of the actual play we've seen, the crowds, and it feels like there's a real big energy around the women's Ashes this year, which is exciting. With it, particularly with it being parallel with the men. It does mean, however, that in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, we are a little bit dilapidated of our normal players, with England Day and England duties happening. So there are plenty of debuts going on across the country, with a lot of young players coming into their senior sides. As Jackson is back in from the New Road End to Freeborn, and she plays a shot, but she can't get the single from it. Goes straight to the fielder.
Yeah, you're spot on. Sorry, it's the Oval next, isn't it? And
Yeah.
then Lords, we've got one midweek on Wednesday. Fully consultable calendar there, but yes, you're right. 2 in the capital coming up next for England's women. I suppose that series now really is about just proving to themselves we can beat Australia somewhere, somehow.
Jackson's in again, and that heads down behind the keeper, almost to the boundary, but the fielder manages to get there. Slight edge from Abby Freeborn off her bat, and they'll run through for a single.
If they win 4 out of 5, brilliant, absolutely phenomenal. But I think they need to almost be like, right, let's prove to ourselves we can beat these a couple of times. They were close last night. They were close in the test match, but it just always seems like Australia end up winning at the end of the game.
As Jackson is in again to Campbell, to the left-hander, and that's played really nicely. It's heading down to the boundary. I think it's Daisy Mullen in pursuit, but doesn't manage to get there, and Campbell scores another boundary.
A bit of a roar greeted that one from the spectators and the Graham Hick Pavilion away to our right-hand side.
It's a slight modest crowd, particularly compared to Edgbaston yesterday.
Yes, it's obviously not 19,000. I don't think we were
No.
we were ever expecting that, but it's good to see a smattering of spectators now starting to build. And what better thing to do with your Sunday than come and watch some Rachel Hare Flint Trophy cricket?
As Jackson is round the wicket to Campbell, and that's gone straight through to the keeper. It doesn't seem like there was anything on that. I don't think it particularly carried either. No one's very interested in that one. But it's a dot ball for Thunder, building the pressure once again.
Campbell standing there looking around as if, what's all the fuss about here? Cut stroke was a really nice one, really powerful. I wonder it brought some appreciation.
As Jackson in again, and that's just played back to Jackson, defended by Campbell for another dot ball to add to Jackson's collection of dot balls recently, which she's been bowling really well, and it's really great to see her come back into the side. I think she's a bowler who can offer a lot and has previously had a big impact, so it's nice to see her get her first opportunity of the season.
Indeed.
Jackson once again is in, and that will go find Daisy Mullen, and there will be no run, and that ends the over on 55 for 3.
Daisy Mullen, our sub-fielder, and she will swap back with Fee Morris, who hands her the bib back. So Daisy Mullen back to her duties in the bib as the extra fielder.
Yeah,
12th
as you
woman
mentioned,
today.
with England women, they have a big task, and I think, you know, you have to be a real optimist to think that England women will win the Ashes now, because Australia, of course, only just have to retain them. But I think, yeah, England have shown they can come close to beating Australia and are putting pressure. I think yesterday was an absolute thriller, and it showed that Australia are human. They've made so many errors in the field. So from an English perspective, that's very exciting to see. And I think even from a neutral perspective, it's good to see the gap closing a bit, because of course it's amazing when a team is so dominant and you see the success of a side, but actually you want to see competitive cricket, and I think that's what we're getting a little bit more now.
Here is Ditani running in the distance from the Diglis end, bowling to Freeborn and beating her outside off stump. Really good bit of bowling by Ditani. This pitch feels like a very old-fashioned pitch. You pitch it up and let it seam and wobble around a bit. Anything short seems to get smacked, anything full seems a real handful.
Yeah, I was surprised that they were playing on this wicket. It does seem to be quite green.
Well, they all are on the square at the moment.
Yeah,
Obviously,
they are.
Worcestershire have had a lot of games with the T20. We've had Charlotte Edwards Cup here as well. So they've been in demand, as that's a good little bit of fielding actually by Laura Jackson at cover to take the pace of that. She's probably saved 3 runs there. They still get through for 1. It was powerfully hit. Cut stroke into the offside, as it so often is by Abby Freeborn. 56 for 3.
Yeah, I've been particularly impressed by Thunder's fielding actually. I think it's been quite tight. It's difficult when you come back from a bit of a break, and it's easy to be quite rusty, but I think there's probably been 1 or 2 fielding errors that I've picked out, but other than that I think it's been excellent, and there's been some great piece of fielding across the board.
They were doing a practice, which we'll come to after this Ditani delivery, as it's off the face really of Campbell's bat, but it was a sort of upwardly angled face that took it away behind square on the offside, down to third for a single. 57 for 3, where Paul Shaw, the coach, was standing there with mid-off cover, backward points, really smacking it at the fielders, and it's clearly paid off for Laura Jackson there, because it was exactly what they were practicing. Here's Ditani, and here's Freeborn, pushing into the offside, firmly pushing. Nice sound off the bat, but no run on offer. Liberty Heap on that occasion, an extra cover.
Yeah, I find it fascinating when you see what different teams do in their warm-ups and how they prepare, and it's always interesting when you see a fielding drill that actually then is, you know, you see it directly in the game, you think, that's why they did it, it's really paid off. So
Yeah.
again,
It's probably one to talk to Sarah about, isn't it? But I think those are always the best practices, the ones where you can see the sort of game situation. Big appeal for LBW as that takes Freeborn on the pad, but it looked high from this distance. 57 for 3. Goals the way to our left hand side.
oh
It's
wow,
sort of circling round in the air over towards the River Severn there. What's
so we've got
riled
some
there?
chips. Circling
All
round.
the bell ringers have unsettled them as this one's turned to the leg side. There'll be a single to Smale at long leg, and 58 for 3 the total moves on to. Obviously, as well as the experienced players they've brought in the likes of Morris and Ditani, as well as Tara Norris as well, there's some really exciting young players in Smale and Heap in this Thunder side as well. It's kind of, it's one of those days where, who knows, the conditions might not be quite right for them to get a big score today, but you feel it's not far away.
Yeah, both very exciting players. Went to the Under-19 World Cup with England. Unfortunately lost in the final, but beat Australia in an absolute thriller, which is the important thing. So it was a very successful tournament for England, and I thought both played very, very well, and have come back to their regional team, and particularly Liberty Heap has done really well for Thunder, making that step up from the academy to the senior side.
Yeah, that tournament would have brought a smile to England fans' faces. Pause for Freeborn to take guard here.
As Jackson is in from the new road end to Freeborn. He flicks it behind her. and it will go nicely to the fielder, Daniel Collins.
It's the greenness of the pitch, though, that I think surprises me, because at this time of year, it seems to, when the sun gets on them, they seem to go very
Yeah.
sort of straw-coloured or even just very dry and dusty.
Yeah.
I think it probably is that. I think that's probably why Freeborn's just retaken guard there, but there's a greenness to it, so they've clearly been giving it a lot of water here, trying to just keep a little bit of zip in it. The overhead conditions as well won't help with that.
Yeah, plenty of cloud, and I know Worcester retains a lot of water actually, so that could perhaps be why as well. As Jackson is round the wicket to Amy Campbell, and again there won't be a run, just played slightly tentatively.
Well, we are, of course, we're basically the floodplain here, aren't we, for the River Severn, and obviously quite regularly you'll see those photos in the winter where we get a bit of wet weather. Quite often can lead to some flooding in this area, so, but it obviously means you've got that very fertile soil, haven't you, to work with.
Jackson is into the attack, and that is pulled by Campbell. It goes almost away to the boundary, but I think the fielder's just got there in time and has saved the four.
Well, first look at Laura Jackson this season, it seems to have gained a yard or two of pace, and it seems
Yeah,
as
I
if they're
noticed
asking
that.
her to sort of use that to bowl back of the length, and they put the protection out on the leg side.
Yeah, I've noticed that with quite a few bowlers kind of across the regions, that actually they've brought their pace up a bit. I mean, I think about Lauren Filer actually, who came into the England side for the Test match. She worked so hard over the winter, adding that pace, and I think players are getting used to facing pace with the use of bowling machines and things like that. So it's really important that people step that up. As Jackson is in again, and that is played out to Fee Morris, but there will be no run.
You're watching the Central Sparks YouTube stream. The voice you're hearing next to mine is Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast all about women's cricket. My name is Mike Perkins, and it's absolutely brilliant to have you with us for this game. What is a exciting resumption of the Rachel Hayden Flint Trophy.
Jackson's in and defended by Campbell. Lots of shouts from the Thunder teammates, being very encouraging. As Jackson walks back to her mark and is given the ball by Seren Smale. Amy Campbell taking guard, and Jackson is round the wicket to the left-hander. Defended once again by Campbell, and we'll head down to Tara Norris, who fields the ball, and that is the end of the over. Sparks are 61 for 3 at the end of the 16th over.
Still overcast, as we're saying here, still that breeze going from right to left, ruffling the greens of the trees. The hotel front looks like it's undergoing a little bit of work to our left-hand side. Thunder still in the dominant position here as we tick towards midday on this Sunday. I see Fee Morris getting loose there. I like watching Fee Morris. She's just one of those cricketers that, I don't know, just one of those cricketers that makes you feel the world's right when Fee Morris is having a bowl. And she's stood waiting at slip now. As Tani comes in, full toss, clipped away into the leg side, and that'll go all the way for 4. Got it fine enough down towards long leg. 65 for 3, 4 much needed runs, and that's exactly what Sparks have got to do here. Polly Starkey is just make sure when that bad ball comes along that it goes for 4.
Yeah, they've got to take the opportunities when they come, because I think Thunder's bowling has been quite strong and consistent so far. So when they do get those opportunities to capitalise off the poor balls, they do need to take that.
Freeborn taps the bat, waits and defends for solidly. She's on 21 now. No addition to that there, but very, very good defensive strike.
Sparks will be keen to press on a bit, but they need to be cautious to not try and press too hard and get out to poor shots. They do have the full 50 overs that they'll want to stick in there for.
The lime green of the seats behind the all red kitted Tatani, but she's been Smashed away by the all black-kitted Abby Freeborn. 4 runs on the cut in front of square on the offside. 69 for 3. The total moves on to a profitable over for Freeborn. Maybe seen a change from the Diglas end here. Datani's bowling a little erratic in this over.
Yeah, it's a little bit loose, but I think Freeborn's done really well to kind of rebuild it innings. She looked a bit tentative, but she's looking strong now.
Datani again. 2 Freeborn. Almost swept that down the leg side. It was a tumbling stop by Threlkeld. Wide signal. 70 for 3. The total moves on to that particular edition.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why, but when I think of Abby Freeborn as a batter, I think of her sweeping quite a lot. We haven't really seen her sweep yet, so there's a slight kind of glimpse of that just now, but I wonder if we'll see that shot later on.
Some players like that shot, don't they? And wicket keepers are often credited with liking it, as that one is played just in front of the umpire. Oh, just behind the umpire. Yeah, the ball rolls away on the leg side. An easy single for Freeborn. 71 for 3. And yes, Freeborn's very much in that mould, isn't she? It's a big partnership, this. It's big every time Amy Campbell walks to the crease. The Sparks, really. It's just never really happened for her since that move from Northern Diamonds, where she played a really important innings in the final for them. It was in vain in the end, as Vipers took the title that year. Takes the thigh guard of Campbell. I imagine we'll have a signal from the umpire in that regard, as Norris tidies up the boots of the field. It's a very quick little signal in the end for leg by, but it certainly was. 72 for 3. The board whirs onto.
Yeah, it's interesting. Since Campbell's move, she hasn't had a particularly outstanding performance in a Spark shirt, but she's a player that is capable of big innings, and as you say, just before she left the Diamond, she had 2 very good innings in the semi-final and final of the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy.
Here's Datani again, bowling full, and that's what I think she was aiming for from the ball that was clipped for 4 earlier in the over. A real spearing Yorker, and that one brought the defensive stroke from Abby Freeborn. Just catching it on a replay there, but Freeborn has been solid so far when called upon. She's been on her guard, so to speak. 72 for 3 then, the score at the end of the 17th over of the innings. So Sparks rebuilding and rebuilding nicely. If they can get to say 100 for 3, they'll consider that a good platform to go on from. But as I say, I think you want really at least one of these two to be in at the 30 over mark, so they can push on from there. They're already struggling in the wickets column.
Yeah, and there's a change of bowling as we speak, as Fee Morris is going to come into the attack from the new road end. I think a bit of off spin.
So have we had a steady number of you with us on this stream so far? Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button, as well as about 25, 26 if you have already. That helps other people find this stream, find this cricket today. And as I say, we will keep you up to date with everything that's going on across all the games of cricket, and there's lots of games of cricket, which is brilliant to say for the first weekend of July. It is going to be Fee Morris who comes into the attack. I thought that was on the cards, and here she is.
Saw her warming up her shoulder, ready to bowl, and it'll be Campbell on strike to face the off spin of Fee Morris, as Morris is round the wicket, and that has been whacked by Campbell, and she attempts to find the boundary, but it looks like the fielder managed to slightly fumbled it, but managed to stop it heading to the boundary.
I suppose that is why you have a backward square leg as an off-spin bowler, because you may have to bowl a loosener like that.
Exactly. It was quite a confident shot actually from Campbell to face Fee Morris from the first ball.
As I say, men's test match feels like it's an unlikely 220 runs required with 6 wickets remaining at Lords.
As Morris is into Freeborn, and that's been hit down into the ground and taken by the fielder, Seren Smale. Laura Jackson there to provide some backup, but it was not necessary, as very clean fielding from Seren Smale.
Nice to see him working in pairs though. The leaders of this competition are Blaze, 108 for 3, batting first against Western Storm.
Morris in again, and that is just defended back to Morris for no run. The score stays 74-3.
Sunrise 118 for 2, they're of course looking for one of those elusive wins.
As Morris into Campbell, and that's defended once again. Laura Jackson does the fielding. Another drop ball. It's a good start by Fee Morris here, piling on the pressure again.
Southeast Stars in trouble, 71 for 5.
And that is hit by Campbell. Quite a poor ball by Fee Morris, but Fee Morris slightly gets away with it as Tara Norris manages to stop it.
You were mentioning before the start of play, Polly Starkey, that of course they've lost a lot to this England A game, while Australia are batting at the moment.
Yeah, I think Stars have a couple of young debutants. So Morris is in, that's played along the ground. Oh, misfield by Mahika Gore, and Sparks managed to capitalise off that and managed to get 2. It was a poor misfield, and it kind of took them a while to get the ball. It was a bit of an effort by Tara Norris to bring that back, and a rare fielding mistake actually by the Thunder.
Australia 81 for 1 in that 50 over a side warm-up game between Australia women and England A women.
Yeah, across the board, a lot of youngsters making debuts today, with Australia A, as you mentioned, playing England A. So a lot of regulars actually, and kind of key regional players that are missing, as well as the England players. So it does give an opportunity for some youngsters, but at the same time, perhaps some teams will be quite different. I think Southern Vipers are missing a few players. Emily Windsor, I believe, is captaining with a couple of debuts, and similarly South East Stars look like a side full of teenagers today. So an interesting one, and actually could be quite decisive in the table.
Tani is going to continue from the Douglas end. She bowls, and it's a good ball. It beats Abby Freeborn on the outside edge. Batters as solid as Freeborn looked in the last over, it just feels today as if batters are never quite in. The sunshine coming out might help. Haven't seen much of that so far today. It's just illuminated the green grass of the outfield.
I'm surprised Tatani's been is continuing, but
yeah, 2 boundaries in the last over felt a little loose, but faith being shown by the captain. Driven away to backward point. Poor Dotson nearly ended up in the splits there. I think her spikes didn't quite do the job she was hoping for. And gathered, such as the quality of those hands, but she was in a rather uncomfortable position.
perhaps one of those where the ground gets a bit dry and your spikes get stuck. It's quite difficult to do.
Skid across the top, don't they? As Tiny bowl short of a length, hit nicely in front of square on the offside. Chase on for Jackson, who's very quick across the ground, and will keep it to 2 runs rather than the 4 that looked destined for as it left the bat of Freeborn on the cut stroke. 78 for 3 the total.
Thunder have been good on the boundary actually, and that's saved a lot of runs. I mean, there have been a couple of 3s, but actually I think the fielding on the boundary has been quite strong, and it's allowed them to put a bit more pressure on the Sparks.
Here's Datani again. Bowls, defended, standing tall by Freeborn. No run there. Libby Heapin with the fielding from cover. It's quite an interesting table really, isn't it? With Blaze at the top on 19 going into this round of fixtures. And then got South East Stars on 15, who, as we say, have lost a lot of players to both England and England A. Northern Diamonds 14 points, the defending champions. Vipers, the perennial favourites who won the Charlotte Edwards Cup. As this one's bowled to Freeborn, driving into the offside. Liberty Heap is there to prevent any runs being scored. And then Sparks also on the 11 points that Vipers have with 2 wins. I mean, it's conceivably there for any side any of those 5 sides who plays well. Tani again. running in. Arms and legs pumping. Bowls outside the off slump. Drelkel can't believe she didn't get an edge on the way through. Rolls the ball down, ready to start the next over. And 78 for 3 will be the score. With that dot ball to end the 19th over of this innings. Which way do you see this going at the moment? Are Thunder still in charge, Polly Starkey?
I think Thunder are. I think they'll be wanting a wicket quite soon to break this partnership, because Campbell and Freeborn are increasingly looking comfortable at the crease and playing slightly more risky shots. So Thunder will want the wicket, but I think they still kind of are in control. I mean, it was only 2 off that over, so they can restrict them. V Morris is going to be bowling again from the new road end to Campbell. She's into the attack with her off spin and has hoiked down to the boundary, but the fielder gets there in time, and the run, they get the single, but the 4 runs are prevented. Similar shot to the first shot that she played off the first ball of
Very
of
similar
Morris's
ball.
Well, yeah, very similar ball. Probably needs to mix up a little bit. As Morris is in again. And that's defended to Naomi Datani.
That one dipped, didn't it? That
Yeah.
was what she's going for with those ones that end up as full tosses. If they don't dip, they're a bit of a problem. They're sort of knee-high full tosses that can be whacked.
As Morris is in. And that's played back to the bowler by Abby Freeborn for another dot ball.
So do you have a favourite at the moment in terms of this competition?
As Morris is back into the attack, and she's played into the onside, but we'll find the fielder. Yeah, it's difficult. I think Vipers are always up there, but actually they haven't been that dominant in the 50 over.
No, beaten by the Sunrise who
Yeah,
they played today.
I mean, for me, Northern Diamonds are up there again, defending champions. As Morris is in and has played very tentatively by Abby Freeborn for another dot ball. Yeah, I think Northern Diamonds have to be up there for me. I think they've been excellent. They've been quite consistent. They struggled in the 20 over, but I think 50 over is kind of where they excel. As Morris to Freeborn.
Defending champions, of course, Diamonds.
Yeah, I think they enjoyed winning. It was a long time coming. So yeah, I thought they stand in good stead to try and win the competition.
And they were very good value in the end in that entertaining close Rachel Hayer-Flint Trophy final last year at Lords. It was an excellent occasion. That, of course, the day after all the controversy involving Charlie Dean and the non-strikers run out pre-delivery, as Sarah Ginn returns to the commentary position alongside myself, Mike Perkins. You're watching the Central Sparks YouTube stream. It's been good to have a couple of hundred of you along with us. Do make sure you spread the word, you let people know where we are, hit the thumbs up button. That helps the old algorithm, as Naomi Datani is on her way into bowl from the Diglis end. It's short of a length and it's pushed. Trying to give herself room in the end there was Campbell, but just didn't really succeed in finding the gap she was looking for. What are you making of this game, Sarah?
Well, it's a better position to come back to than when I left, definitely. I mean, Sparks will be pleased that these two have started to build this partnership here, and see Campbell and Freeborn both very capable batters who've started to look a little bit more solid now.
Tani bowling, clapped away. On a front foot drive, square of the wicket by Campbell, using the width well, picking up 180 for 3. The total moves on to, which is a big improvement from 28 for 3. These two already having gone past the 50 mark together, and looking to continue to add to that. Here's Freeborn. Here at bat, tapping solidly on the pitch, and you can hear the ball thudding into the middle of the defensive stroke there. Rolls
that
away on the offside.
First over from Datani was a little bit sort of non-characteristic, really, wasn't it? There's a couple of loose balls in there, loose deliveries, but captain's had some faith in her, kept her on, and her line has got a little bit tighter since then.
As Tatani comes in again. It's Bowl, free ball, back raised, brings it down, looking for the drive this time, but not really timing it, so Heath will pick up a fairly short extra cover there, quite close on the offside. We still have the field at third, about the point. Heath, who we've just mentioned, at short extra cover, mid-off. Got a long on now, with short mid-wicket, and then two more back on the leg side, at square leg and long leg. Reborn setters. Will she try and find a gap? Tani bowls, it's defended well, there's an appeal for LBW, it sounded like all back to me from this distance as Smale comes up and picks up just outside the ring. Third, singles taken, 81.
I do believe that the umpire actually signalled leg by there, so perhaps she wasn't
Oh.
too far off with that that appeal. But yeah, it did sound very batty
Would it?
from here.
But maybe it
yeah.
was
Maybe so.
second, but then
Yeah,
I
not
suppose
sure.
that would still be leg bars. So yeah, that I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah.
As in comes Tatani again, looking for that full delivery, driven nicely by Campbell. It turned into a bit of a half volley. Morris couldn't cut it off. It's 4 runs. Didn't look as if it was going to be at first. It was well struck, but it looked as if it wasn't quite going to beat the inner ring. As soon as it had, though, it just raced away. 85 for 3. Nice shot from Campbell.
Yeah, lovely shot from Campbell. I think Morris would be slightly disappointed with that in the field. She sort of dived over the top of the ball, I think, at mid-off there. So keeping low to these deliveries and keeping low to the ground is so important. But sometimes you just time it wrongly, don't you? And you put in a sort of a lot of effort for little reward there in the field, unfortunately, from Morris.
We were talking, me and Polly were talking earlier about how Thunder were doing this practice where they were hitting very hard at kind of backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, and we saw that out there in the middle with Laura Jackson stuff. I mean, Laura coach, a level 4 qualified coach now. Now, is that always the aim with practices then, to do something that looks like the middle?
Yeah, as Morris into Freeborn is driven down the ground for no run. I think the more realistic you can make your practices, the better. I mean, it's all very well putting lots of crash mats down and getting children to dive on them and get their confidence, but you're not going to have a crash mat out there in the middle. So it's Morris back into Freeborn. Again for no run. Some nice length that Morris is bowling here, and it just hit straight back into her hands. But yeah, to make practices as realistic as possible is a big aim for a lot of coaches, to try and to put people under that pressure that they'd feel in a game. This is another dot ball. I mean, there's an example of that in the last over. So diving on crash mats has the ability to get people to hit the ground, but sometimes up in the air and sort of get down because you're not going to get injured. But yeah, making the practice, putting them under pressure, aiming for the keeper's end or the bowler's end, that sort of thing is all very good practice, and it's a great technique there from Abby Freeborn on the front foot to hit that back for no run.
That square is certainly not a crash mat today here at New
No.
Road, is it? It looks nice and hard there. Lots of long sleeves to protect fielders from the effects of that.
Yeah, better different from early season as Morris plays in a game. Bit of a fuller delivery from Freeborn, but still for the same result of no run. I think early on in this competition we were lucky to get some of these games on after the weather we had in April, but change now to sort of early July as we're in already, and it's a different story. It's Morris into Freeborn again, a fuller delivery, but it's just driven straight back, and that was a good over from Free Morris there. Sort of every single one of those deliveries made the batter play, but didn't really get the batter didn't get any reward for them as it was. I think it was a maiden in the end, and it's 85 for 3.
Yeah, it was the best of Morris's overs so far, certainly. And it was indeed a maiden over, the 22nd of the innings. Brilliant to have you with us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. As it's going to
Bowling at the Peterson Sophie.
be Morris to come on of the Sophie variety this time.
Yes.
So two
Morris.
spinners combining, both named Morris.
Morris and Norris we've got today. We decided earlier, we just although all 3 different actions, so it's quite it was easier to tell the difference, I think. So
Well, my mum will be happy because she's a Morris.
is she?
So, she quite happy when Fee Morris, so I'll be coming to watch at Southport in a few weeks' time when, I say a few weeks, next Friday. It's all blending into one a bit. But it's one of the things I quite like about this competition is, as you say, we kind of had it a little bit of it early season when it was damp and wet, and that's a challenge in itself, because that's a full toss from Sophie Morris, who starts rather like Fee Morris did, but also only concedes one, but was lucky to do so because Sarah Smale, who's wringing her hand there, did very well to stop it at
got
short
something
45.
on it, maybe perhaps didn't move to the ball as well as she could, but then actually stuck something out and managed to stop that. It would have gone for four, you could think, down here if she hadn't have got something on it then.
Brave bit of fielding. Thunder obviously having to switch their fields around a bit with the left hand. But then, so you have sort of one phase of the competition there, then you have a phase in the middle of the summer where the spinners presumably will get a bit of a go in the next few games, certainly might at Southport, where it tends to turn. Left arm orthodox from Sophie Morris, fielded at, well, behind square in the end by Danny Collins. She returns to a position which will become mid-wicket, will become cover for the left-handed Amy Campbell. One to the total, 88 for 3. And then you've got another phase sort of right at the end after the 100 in September, where things are decided, and the weather, as we know, in September could be one way or the other. It could be one of the two, either of the two things we've seen early season, or a little bit of both, as that was defended on the back foot. And another ball to the analysis. Thunder trying to get through some quick overs with the spin. Campbell not letting the spinners dictate. They have to be quick for this single, and they are in the end. It took Gore a long time to gather, having got down from what is a lofty height in Mahika Gore's case, 89 for 3.
Yeah, I think Campbell ran into the danger end. I think she called the run and got through easily, but the throw actually came into Freeborn's end to the keeper there, but again, she was in by some margin.
Morris ball short of a length. It's hit hard into the offside. There's fielding to do by Tara Norris. I was just making sure I didn't say Morris. As there as she came round quickly to prevent more than 2 runs being scored. 91 for 3 the total moves on to. Morris waits. Very correctly places the ball in her fingers before coming in. Sort of brings her hands together almost in a kind of sort of a prayer-like position before bowling. That one snuck through outside the off stump. Now, was there a signal from the umpire there?
Oh, I didn't see anything, unless he's going to make
Threlkeld
a signal. They must have had some bat on it then.
Disappointed probably not to hold on to that. It looked a very thick edge, if there was one, that makes sense. As in, the keeper was sort of slightly obscuring our view, but it looked as if it had must have deviated a fair bit there. So perhaps a chance in the game there. Freeborn on 33. 92 for 3 is the score at the end of the 23rd over of the innings.
It's a good rebuild from Campbell and Freeborn here. Freeborn on 33 off 58 deliveries and Campbell on 29 off 41. Of course, in this longer form of the game, the runs per ball probably less important, especially after that start that the Sparks got. So Freeborn and Campbell just scoring at a nice steady rate now.
Excellent to have you join us on Sparks TV. I know Tom Pratt has said he said if I don't make it before the 23rd over, I'll be there by then. So hello to him.
To Freeborn. Again, has found a length really nicely here, Fee Morris, and that was another dot ball just into the hands of Naomi Datani in the covers.
Yeah, that was his message at Ilmston Cricket Club to me last night. I'll be there by the 23rd if I'm not there before.
Oh, Morris to Freeborn. She's tried something here. They're not sure they're going for a run. Oh, the fielder slipped over there. Could have been a run out. A little bit of an opportunity. Freeborn trying something different to get this ball away. It was a bit of a scoop, or I'm not sure what you would call it exactly there, but didn't end up
a paddle, maybe
paddle,
reverse
paddle. As Morris into Freeborn, who's swung a little bit more ferociously. That one's again down to 3rd man. It's going to go over the boundary. Is it? It's going to chase on. No, that's gone for 4 runs behind. So back with 3rd man position, and that's 4 more for Abby Freeborn. It's good to see that these players try these inventive shots just at different parts of the game. So Freeborn has got that in her armoury. Perhaps didn't execute it as well as she'd hoped there, but it's always good to have tried than just say that I perhaps could have done this or could have done that, and say hopefully next time she'll get more bat on it and it would have gone away for 4.
Don't want to leave the field wondering.
Well, it's shorter delivery. There's Freeborn rocks back. I think they're going to get a single. There's a bit of a misfield in the covers. They've scampered through for 1 run.
One of the things that catches my eye more and more as this domestic structure develops and the professionalism develops is the competitiveness of it there. It was sort of, as soon as there was the misfield, batters lightning quick changing ends, getting the single.
Yeah, there's a debate in junior cricket, isn't it, whether you tell them to run on the misfield or not. I suppose it depends on the extent of the misfield sometimes as well, whether it's gone straight through that fielder's legs or they've just fumbled it a little bit. And Morris going round the wicket to Campbell, who's hit this nicely into a space in covers, but this very quickly round there for an excellent bit of field, and that's Laura Jackson again. She has been lightning quick in this field today.
Really quick today, and we've noticed it in her bowling as well. Seems to be a yard quicker, and yeah, just looks a real athlete out there on the boundary, sweeping round.
These younger girls coming through these programs from the academies and into these main squads, there's a massive impetus on fitness, and you can see that it's showing here. As Morris into Campbell, who's just driven that sort of, not perhaps a clean enough hit there to go for anything more than a single to end the over.
Scruffy shot, wasn't it, to take the score up to 99 there at the end of the 24th over with Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn. We also have Polly Starkey. I may go and find Raf Nicholson or Sid Egan to see if they want to come on around about the 25th over. It'd be nice to hear from them, get their perspective on the T20 International last night as well. 100 for 3, in fact, the total moved on to there. The board was slightly behind my first glance. So the Sparks 100 up for 3 wickets. They will consider that a very good position to be in from 28 for 3, adding 72 for this, the 4th wicket of the innings. The ball turned into the leg side. No run on offer. Heap there at short mid-wicket. Likes to get, I always feel Heap's one of those fielders who's maybe a yard closer than the captain is setting her, if that makes sense. She really likes to get in the game. What a good shot that is from Amy Campbell. Down the ground, 4 runs, using her feet to get to the pitch of the ball. 104 for 3. And Campbell looks in the mood today. 36 she's on to.
Yeah, the intent there was fantastic. She saw the ball dropping a little bit short, used her feet, came down the ground, hit it nice and straight. It's a good lesson for any youngsters watching there on how to get to the pitch of this ball to a spinner.
Solid cricket shot to the spinner Morris, who's worked into the leg side this time. Jackson quick across the ground once more, returns to Threl Keld. The cost of just 1 run behind square on the leg side, and Jackson immediately called in now to backward point for the right-hander. 105 for 3 as I glance towards the black scoreboard with the yellow letters for the really important numbers. The total. The important name is Abby Freeborn at the moment, highlighted in yellow. She's on strike with a defensive stroke there. Flag on top of the cathedrals, just clinging to the pole there. The Red Cross of England up there, that was forced into the offside for now.
Yeah, you hope that summer, as it was the last few weeks, isn't over, because it'd be nice to have some more warm weather, but it's not many shorts and t-shirts around the ground today.
Morris bowling and hit into the offside of the front foot over called 105 for 3. So what I'll do is I will bring Raf Nicholson in for myself, and she can give you some thoughts there again on what was an eventful night at Edgbaston last night, and also some thoughts on this game, of course.
Yes, the players take drinks after 25 overs with 25 remaining, and obviously the reserves on the Thunder squad bringing them drinks and some sustenance onto the pitch here, as so it's not the warmest of days, but still plenty of need for drinks, and especially those batters under those helmets for such a long period of time. And yeah, Rafa, thoughts first of all on this game so far?
Well, it's been some recovery from, what was it, 27 for 3 they were, and I was a bit concerned for Sparks, but these two, Campbell and Freeborn, are going along reasonably nicely. So yeah, it's been a bit of a fight back from them. And you're just talking about the weather. I have just come into the commentary box in my shorts, which was perhaps slightly inappropriate dress, given that it's a bit overcast here at Worcester.
Yeah, it's not cold, but it's windy, isn't it? And I suppose if you these commentary boxes are never in the warmest places in the grounds either. But and we were talking about that earlier as well. It wasn't the warmest night at Edgbaston last night, but definitely a warm reception from the crowd and everybody who was watching the game.
Yeah, fantastic match. I was lucky enough to be inside the press box, so didn't have to worry about being cold. But tried to persuade them to open the big windows at the Edgbaston press box to let in some of that amazing crowd atmosphere. You were in the crowd, weren't you? So you got to experience that great vibe.
Yeah, I was in the crowd with my family last night, and it was a lovely atmosphere. And at times you thought that Australia were just going to pull away with it. So that great innings from Amy Jones at the end of the England women's side. And then you just did feel that Australia were always ticking over. But then it did get exciting for the last over. I think some people started to leave their seats and kind of quickly turn back again, and then took them again just to watch that last over.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly, despite the fact that England haven't got any points on the board yet, it certainly has a different feel, I think, to the last Ashes series that we had in England in 2019, when England you just felt like Australia were miles and miles ahead. And obviously in those last few years since that quite disastrous series, we've had this new professional domestic structure set up, established, I think partly as a response to that difficult performance against Australia, and we are now seeing that professional structure kind of start to bed down a bit, and potentially have an impact and make England more competitive. I mean, it looks bad, 6-0 down in the Ashes so far, and now got 5 matches left to play, and England have got to win all 5 of them. So it doesn't feel massively likely, but it certainly feels like they are, as they put it, kind of going toe-to-toe with Australia nowadays.
Yeah, you'd hope that the powers that be and people would notice the sort of the progress has been made over the last few years, and say Australia are still a force to be reckoned with. They do have cricket at some parts all year round. You don't forget the English weather comes into play here, but with these regional structures, the professional game, there's every opportunity for all of the women and girls in England to have a lot more competitive games, matches which I don't think they had this time 3-4 years ago, and hopefully that's starting to show. I think for me, the way that we batted all the way down the order, or most of the way down the order, was pleasing to see last night. So Amy Jones came in late on, but any one of those players, Sophie Ecclestone unfortunately was out first ball last night, but could easily have scored us some runs. Sarah Glenn again coming in down the order, whereas I think this time 3 or 4 years ago you'd think, oh gosh, if the top 5 haven't done something, then perhaps we're done for, really.
And does that make it tricky, because you do obviously a lot of coaching, does that make it tricky in the winter with the weather and having to do everything indoors, and obviously even in the summer sometimes having to do things indoors?
Yeah, we did talk about making things game specific, as realistic as possible, and obviously that is easier in an outdoor environment. It's easier to do fielding on the grass than on the crash mats. It's easier to be batting on an actual wicket than in a sports hall. I mean, there are some fantastic indoor facilities in the UK, but it's never quite the same as being out in the middle. As we come to the 26th over, and this is Fee Morris to resume. So sure we'll continue our chat on the Ashes later on, as we're right in the middle of that series, as well as this Rachel Hayhoe-Flint series. Morris round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, who just drives that for no run to Deandra Dottin. So it seems quite vocal out there. You can hear the Lancashire players from in our commentary box, and they're getting behind their team here. They must be pleased with the start they've got. It's Morris. Campbell using her feet. That's gone through the field then. That's going to go for 4 runs. That's a great shot. So again, another example of Campbell using her feet to the spin and sending that through mid-wicket to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Campbell. She's done that a few times today, just as you say, moving her feet perfectly. And being able to execute that drive very well down the ground. She seems to like that shot.
Yeah, and as her confidence grows here and she's moved on to 41, you might see more of that. She's hit that one nicely as well, more from a standing position to mid on there for no run.
Yeah, Campbell, as you say, on 41 now off just 48 balls, so she's going along at a reasonable pace for this format.
There's Morris into Campbell. There's a no run again. Yeah, and you can't help but think with this Sparkside, when you've lost Erin Burns and Eve Jones, you think, let's hope this isn't going to be a collapse or something, but these two have really sort of rallied around here, and they are very, say, talented players. It's just time in the middle, and it's another lovely defensive shot from Campbell off the bowling of Morris there for no run. Not always have the opportunity, so come in sometimes when there's wickets falling, but today they've got all the time in the world. Another sort of 24, 25 overs to bat here. It's Morris. So Campbell has hit that one in the air, and it's just clear of Monica Gurr, and it's going to go, oh no, just for 2 runs as Seven Smale comes round to do the tidying up here on the boundary by the commentary box. You thought if anyone could have got to that ball, Monica Gurr could have done, but it was just even out of her reach there.
Yeah, she's certainly got the height, hasn't she? So, yeah, there was a little bit of risk in that shot, but in the end, ultimately, did just clear Gore there. So we're now Sparks moved on to 111 for 3 at the end of the 26th over, and we've got Morris's at both ends. Am I right?
Yes, Morris and Morris, so different actions, still both spinners, and this is the younger Sophie Morris coming in from the Diglas end here. Abby Freeborn checking her guard, as a lot of players do after the drinks break, just checking where they all are. Sometimes think, does these drinks breaks good for a batter when you're in rhythm to have a little break, and obviously need of the drink, but have to reset. Morris into Freeborn, drives that ground, back straight to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I think we saw that quite a bit in the test at Trent Bridge, with the drinks and various kind of injuries as well. Those breaks can be quite disruptive mentally.
Morris to Freeborn, who rocks back, sends that for 1 run. There's another chase. Oh, didn't quite get down to get it there. Jackson left it to the fielder behind him. Tara Norris throws it into the gloves of Throwco.
And I was just thinking about that Tammy Beaumont double 100, and she talked about in the lunch and tea breaks across the 2 days that she was batting, just being really in the zone and just saying to people, don't talk to me, I'm just in the zone and I don't want you to disrupt me.
As Morris into Campbell, just defended that for no run. Yeah, it is tricky because you've got all your kit on, you've got to sort of take it off, go inside, especially at some of the grounds where you've got this tea break, you've got your spikes off, everything else inside, and you kind of need some food and need some energy there, but you actually think, does it break the spell? Campbell flicks that off the legs for 1 run down to Jackson.
And the other thing I was reading about the Tammy Beaumont innings on the BBC was actually that she was drinking pickle juice in order to prevent cramp, which is apparently a well-known thing. Did you know about this, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, well-known is something, but yeah, I've never heard that before, but I guess anything goes if you want to prevent a cramp. As Morris into Freeborn there for no run.
So they actually had a sports scientist that they'd interviewed about it, and it's something to do with the way that your mouth muscles react when you swallow the pickle juice, prevents cramp in your body somehow.
Sounds like some sort of forfeit, doesn't it? Freeborn drives that for no run, but I guess it worked for her, and that's the end of the 26th over here, and we're on 113 for 3.
Yeah, I just thought it was an interesting method. I don't really understand the science behind it, but it's certainly stuck in my head, and apparently she's used it before when she's been batting long. She recited an incident where where I think it was, she said Catherine Sciver-Brunt had brought her out some pickle juice to drink, but it was meant to be one that you sort of gargle round on your mouth and then spit out, and she accidentally swallowed it, and she said it tasted absolutely revolting. So different kinds of pickle juice, different strokes of pickle juice for different folks or something.
As Morris continues from the New Road end here.
Yeah, Fee Morris in from the New Road end, and it's Amy Campbell on strike. She just taps that back to Dottin, and there's no run. Sparks 113 to 3. Morris back top of her mark now. Into Campbell, who plays that beautifully down the ground for 4 runs, and to take her on to 48 now in the 28th over. That was a beautiful stroke, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we've said a couple of times now about Campbell using her feet, and you just think the intent and the direction she's going here, straight down the ground. She's played some lovely straight shots, and still though they're persistent with not having anyone on this boundary, which is quite unusual when she's hitting so nicely.
Absolutely. Fee Morrison again to Campbell, who again drives. But Mahika Gore has got down to it and prevented that, probably going for 4. So instead they run through a single. So it will be Abby Freeborn back on strike now. Amy Campbell's just moved along to 49. So she's just teetering on the verge of her half century. But as I say, it will be Abby Freeborn on strike for Fee Morris's next ball, coming back over the wicket now to the right-handed Freeborn, who just taps that back at the bowler. No run.
Yeah, so they are both mid-on and mid-off up in the ring for both batters here, but Campbell has taken advantage of that and straight down the ground nicely. It'd be interesting to see if they do adjust that at some point.
Fee Morrison again. A little bit of an inventiveness there from Abby Freeborn, who just reverses that down to short third, but it's picked up, so they just run the single. So Amy Campbell's got herself back on strike now, with 2 balls to go of this over, and she's on 49 not out. So can she pick up her half century here, as Fee Morris back coming round the wicket now to the left-hand Campbell, and she just taps that gently, and no run there. And no, there was only 1 ball left of the over, apologies. So she's going to be off strike for the next over, still on 49 not out, and sparks 119 for 3 at the end of that over.
I don't think she'll be too phased by that. I think she'll be pleased to be in this position, that she's got the opportunity to go through to her 50. And so sometimes people get stuck, don't they, in the 40s or the 90s for quite a while, but she's actually accelerated through this sort of period of the last couple of overs, so it won't be long now, you'd hope, until that 50 is up for her.
Absolutely. I was actually reading a really interesting study the other day that some researchers had done, where they'd looked at whether cricketers slow down in the 90s and whether the nervous 90s is a real phenomenon. And they'd analysed a whole load of data from men's and women's international cricket, and they'd concluded that it wasn't. So perhaps there's something of the myth there.
Yeah, it's Morris in to Freeborn, who rocks back, just puts that to point for no run. I think the more and more people play, especially with the women's game now. I mean, it wasn't very often where people would get the opportunity to get to 90s and get into these situations, but the more they play, the more these things become sort of second nature, you'd hope. As Morris into Freeborn, it's a lovely shot there, but I think only out to the deep fielder, Tara Norris, just for 1 run. So that brings Campbell on strike. See if she can get this 50 under her belt. So as we're talking about these landmarks and getting through the nervous 90s, slowing down or not, hopefully Campbell will just see this as an opportunity. As Morris going round, rocks back, and she sent that through, and that is her 50. That is well batted by Amy Campbell. Just taking the single there, telling her partner there's no more, just that 1 run. There's a little raise of the bat to the Sparks contingent over to our right. As you can hear the announcement going, to 50 of 59 balls. So a great recovery innings there from Amy Campbell.
Yeah, Sparks will be really pleased with that, won't they? It's come at just the right time for them when they were struggling a little bit, and it's come at a decent whack as well, so perfect for this match situation.
Morris back over the wicket to the right-handed Abby Freeborn. Oh, he's just sort of played that kind of into herself there, just down into the ground, and back up, didn't go anywhere at all, but sort of a solid enough defence that it wasn't going to get through, and takes a guard again as Morris back in to Freeborn. It comes forward this time, just into Mahika Gore at mid-off for no run.
I think the nervous 90s might be more of a thing in women's test cricket, given how few tests they play.
Yeah, as Morris into Freeborn again, drives that for no run. Yeah, I think there's so few opportunities to play that test match that to get that 100 there must be something else. You know, it's say the 1 test that they played in this Ashes series, and didn't we say the next test is then going to be 2027? Did I hear that right?
Well, at the moment, I think that the officially next one scheduled is the next Ashes series. So that's a way off. They have now said that they're hoping that there's going to based on the report of the Independent Commission for Equity in Cricket, which obviously was issued earlier this week, and expressed kind of shock and horror at the fact that the England women's team have not played a test at Lords. The fact that I think the ECB have actually come out and said we are going to have a women's test at Lords, which I'm extremely excited about.
That would be fantastic for the game, but just fantastic for those players, given that opportunity. So finally, if you like.
Yeah, brilliant. So Fee Morris resuming from the New Road end. Campbell on strike, 50 not out, as we've just said. She just brought up her half century in the previous over. She just taps that defensively back. Sparks still 1-2, 1-3. Morrison again. Oh, and Campbell dances a little bit down the pitch, can't quite get hold of it, and it just gently goes to Mahika Gore at mid-off, so there's no run there. Fee Morrison again to Campbell. She's dancing down again, she's got hold of that one. Oh, and it's been dropped. That is put down at mid-on. So Amy Campbell has been dropped on 50 and has run a single. Can we
Danny
see
Collins,
that fielder?
I think.
Okay.
Is that Danny Collins?
Yeah, she did have to sort of, she had to move a little bit to her right there, and she did kind of dive a little bit for it, but it was kind of in her hands, wasn't it? And then she did drop that, unfortunately. So that's a little bit of an error by Thunder. Morrison again, and Freeborn on strike now, taps that back to the bowler.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed that she didn't take that catch there. And we talked about them practicing in the warm-up, and that was something that they were practicing. These fielders that field in this sort of straighter area were taking those catches flat and high, and were disappointed not to get hold of that. As Freeborn does that sort of, we're calling this a scoop, a dab. I'm not sure what we're calling that shot, but it's twice she's done it now, into a little bit more effectiveness than earlier in the innings.
Yeah, that yielded 2 runs there. So Freeborn obviously trying to get a little bit inventive here. These two perhaps looking to pick up the pace a little bit, but exciting to see, a little bit of innovation there, and it was reasonably safe because they haven't actually got a fielder there. The fielder who was running round there had to make up a bit of ground. Morrison again to Freeborn, who taps it down. Oh, she's a little bit uncertain there. She's played that down the ground. I think she wanted to run, but perhaps Amy Campbell said no.
It went kind of through 3 fielders there, so one tapping it to the other and tapping it, but it was quite safe. In the end, Danny Collins was picking the ball up and throwing it back in for no run, but good intent by the Sparks to be looking for these singles of those sorts of deliveries, but the last thing they want at this stage in the game is a risky run out.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a disaster when these two are just on the verge of picking up their century partnership. Sparks 1-2-4 for 3 now, and they were of course 27 for when they lost that third wicket.
Yeah, I think Thunder have got an idea of how to break this partnership now. As you see, Mahika Gore taking off her sweater and resuming in the attack after that impressive first spell.
Yeah, it was an impressive first spell, wasn't it? To bowl Bethan Ellis it was the third over of the day, and so she's resuming from the Diglis end where she took that wicket from. So it's quite kind of interesting, aggressive move by Thunder, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, they need to put her back into the attack at some point, and why not now? You need to break this partnership. Why leave it for later in the game? Let's go into Campbell here. There's a shorter delivery, and Campbell has swatted that away. Somewhere's a chase on for the fielder on the boundary. Doesn't quite make it, I don't think. Is that... Oh, maybe she did. Maybe she did, and they're running 3. It looked like it had trickled onto the boundary rope from here, but no signal, and they run through for 3 runs.
Yeah, it's the furthest point of the ground from us, isn't it? So we couldn't really see, but it perhaps had died a little bit in the outfield, so the fielder sort of managed to stop it a little bit kind of half-heartedly, and then was able to pick it up second time around.
Yeah, fielder's looking at her elbows there, so it's talking about this real practice and real life practice. There's nothing like a real life dive in a game situation there, and this floor is quite hard, and she had a lot of ground to cover. I'm not sure who it is out there, so it's the furthest point away from us, but she did cover a lot of ground, that fielder, and now looks like to be suffering from it.
She does look like she's in a little bit of pain out there, actually. She's sort of waving her arms around as if her elbows are stinging.
Let's go into Freeborn. It's a better length then. It's just tipped into the leg side for 1 run, unless they're looking for these extras. It's gone through another couple of fielders, and they're scampering through for 2 runs. A little bit of a wild throw at the stumps there from the fielder in mid-wicket, which resulted in a dive from Dottin and a sort of a pick-up on the boundary and an extra run on the board for the Sparks.
Yeah, that was a little bit messy there from Thunder. And they have now gone past the century partnership, 129 for 3 now, so it's the 102 partnership now for this 4th wicket between Campbell and Freeborn.
Yeah, they'd be pleased with that. The Sparks as Gur comes back in to Campbell, who's missed that and has just gone straight through, but missed everything there, didn't it? And you can't help but think that she's a dangerous bowler when she gets it right there, Monica Gur.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously still very young. She's 17, I think, and is a very exciting prospect. Certainly has been playing with the England and the England academy teams this summer, and I know that there's a lot of England coaches who are really excited about her.
Yeah, it's Gur into Freeborn again there. It's a fuller delivery, just played straight back. I did see her a few years ago, or see some footage, and I thought she was just not quite using her height as effectively as she could do, but I think that must be something that somebody's got hold of her and really worked on now, and it's really, she's driving through the crease a lot more, and it seems to be sort of a lot, the delivery is coming with a lot more intent, and I think a good deal of pace more than, obviously she's grown up and she's grown a bit older, but as Gur comes back in here, and that's defended by Freeborn for no run.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, isn't it? Because I do think that sometimes in the women's game we get obsessed with this idea of bowling quickly at the expense of bowling accurately, right? And sometimes that is a trade-off. And with someone like Mahika Gore, you know, there's this excitement about her bowling quickly, but really we want to see her attacking the stumps, I guess.
Yeah, and you've seen it with some of the bowlers over the course of this championship. I mean, Izzy Wong wants to bowl fast, wants to bowl quickly, but when she doesn't quite get it right, then sometimes it does go for runs. As Gur into Freeborn, who strike that nicely through the covers for 1 run.
And I think you know, someone like a Lauren Bell is a good example of somebody who hasn't become obsessed with pace at the expense of accuracy, and so you know she can now really execute her very, very dangerous in-swinging Yorker very well, and much more than she was able to do a few years ago, and that's what the coaches have worked on with her, rather than just going, okay, well, we want you to try and run in it and bowl it at, you know, upwards of 76 miles per hour without thinking about where you're bowling it and where the wicket's coming from, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, the movement, the lateral movement of the ball and the bounce and things are a lot as important, if not as the pace. I mean, as we talk about these girls training all the way across the winter now, they will be facing machines and throwdowns and everything that will be quick. So
Fee Morris resumes from the new road end, and it's Abby Freeborn who's on strike, and she is actually now on 46, so she'll be looking to try and bring up her half century in the way that we've just seen Amy Campbell do. There's no run off that first ball. Fee Morris in again to Campbell. Oh, and she's tried the ramp again, and she's gone a little bit straighter, kind of backwards over Ellie Threlkeld's head that time, and it's running towards the boundary. They've managed to cut it off, and I think they've picked up 3 there. Threlkeld then picks up the ball and launches it at the non-striker's end, and Fee Morris didn't quite seem aware that was happening, but fortunately Mahika Gore's come in and picked up the ball, so there's not going to be an overthrow there, but they did pick up 3 off that one, so Sparks move on to 133 for 3. And it's Amy Campbell on strike, Fee Morris in round the wicket to the left-hander. She's hit that pretty hard. It's gone out towards the deep boundary there, and it's thrown in, and they've just picked up a single.
yeah, you see that the switch of the game is now that the pressure is perhaps a little bit more on Thunder, and they're starting to panic a little bit, you think, in the field. There's been a few overthrows, a few shies at the stumps, and yeah, the pressure's back on them.
Morris in again, and Freeborn she's played that nicely late out towards deep third, and it has gone across the boundary for 4, and that brings up her half century. She's raising her bat. Anyway, oh, there we go. It has just ticked over on the scoreboard. So Abby Freeborn, 53 off 87 balls. Really important innings from her. It's been a little bit more sedate than Amy Campbell's innings, but no less important for that.
Yeah, it's been sedate, but she has tried. Say we've talked about these different shots that she's tried. I mean, she perhaps hasn't used her feet to the spinner the same as Campbell, but she's used the depth of her crease and she's used some inventiveness there, and it's been a good solid innings from Freeborn.
And Morris in to Freeborn again, who plays that beautifully out to Mahika Gore at mid-on. There's no run, but she did the lovely follow-through with her arms. It was a kind of textbook shot there. And Bea Morrison again to Abby Freeborn, and she taps that one back to the bowler. No run there. She's looking really confident now. She's just brought up that 50, and she's having a great time out there.
Yeah, she's done really well, and let's see what the next few overs bring as I hand you over to Polly Starkey, and we'll see how the Sparks progress with this run chase.
Fantastic. Looking forward to being on commentary with Polly Starkey of the Naughty Child podcast for the first time ever. This is very exciting. We have done a joint Naughty Child Cricket Her crossover podcast before, which was actually last summer, right after the rather infamous incident of the last ball at the Lord's England-India ODI. Anyone who was there or watching will know the incident to which I'm referring. Hello, Polly, how are you?
Hello, I'm very good. It is a pleasure to be on commentary with you. Very exciting.
Oh, well, that's nice. And Mahika Gore resuming from the Diglas end to Amy Campbell, who hits that out into the leg side, and they scamper through for a single.
Lovely bit of fielding back. Yeah, you mentioned that day at Lord's. Oh, what a day that was. What an end.
I know, it was a little bit unexpected, and we're obviously said that we would record this video at the end of the game, but given how frantic everything was, it was pitch black by the time we were recording this video, as Gore in again to Abby Freeborn this time, who just taps that gently back towards the bowler. There's no run, so Sparks on 139 for 3 in the 33rd over of this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match here at New Road, Worcester.
Yeah, it'd be fair to say I've never recorded anything quite like it. It was an experience. It was very, very good though. It's very enjoyable.
Good. I'm glad. We should do another one. Mahika Gore in again to Freeborn. Oh, and she's pulled that backward of square, and there's a dive on the boundary, but she brings up another 4 runs there to add to the Sparks total. And Abby Freeborn, having brought up her half century in the last over, looks to be wanting to motor along a little bit here, doesn't she, Polly?
Yeah, she's put the foot on the gas a little bit, and she's really trying to pile on those runs. Had quite a slow start, but I think now she's kind of settled in really well and is finding the boundary. It was a lot of commitment in the field, but not quite enough to save the boundary.
And have you been enjoying her little scoop ramp shots?
Yeah, it was excellent. It was very brave.
And Mahika Gore in again, and Freeborn plays that late. Oh dear, a bad misfield there, out at deep third. Who is that? That is Sophie Morris out there, and it's slipped behind her and gone for 4 runs. It probably would only have been 1 or 2 otherwise, so that's a little bit of an accident by the thunder there.
Yeah, just megged her, bit of a misfield, but it's what nerves do to you, I think.
Yeah, perhaps. Mahika Gore back in again to Amy Campbell, and she plays that out down the ground to mid-off. Fielder picks it up cleanly, no run there. So Sparks 147 for 3 in the 33rd over. There's been a few of those kind of slips from Thunder in the field, haven't there?
Yeah, they started really well, and I thought their fielding was strong, and then there have been a few major misfields, really.
Goring again to Freeborn. Oh, she plays that uppishly over the head of mid-wicket, and it's heading towards the mid-wicket boundary. Is it going to be cut off there? Yes, I think it has just been cut off. So they've picked up 2 there. Oh, that was a little bit of a risky one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think with Thunder at the moment, they're slightly losing their grip on the game. I think Sparks have done really well to actually not lose any more wickets. We were saying if they get to 100 for 3, that would be excellent. If they get the 100 without losing any more wickets, it would be fantastic for them. But they've really pushed on there, almost at the 150 mark. So I think Sparks actually will be quite happy with how they've recovered. But of course, Thunder have a wealth of bowlers, and it looks like Fee Morris will be back bowling from the new road end.
Would you like to take this over, Polly?
I'll take this over, yeah.
Lovely.
Seems like I exclusively do ball by ball on Fee Morris from the new road end.
Oh, well, there you go. You'll be an expert then.
So just a few changes in the field.
Yes, and they have actually put mid-on and mid-off back to Amy Campbell now, which they perhaps could have done a little bit earlier in this innings.
As Morris to Campbell, and that's just flicked. And it finds the fielder, and that's Sophie Morris. But a bit of a sloppy throw to Ellie Threlkeld, but it's all good and is tidied in the field by Laura Jackson.
Yeah, it's good bit of backing up there.
As Morris prepares and is in to Freeborn. He plays over the head of the bowler, and that will go straight down to the boundary. Mahika Gore, ironically, was too short to reach it, which is not something that normally happens, but right over the head of the bowler and the fielders. A beautiful shot down to the boundary to bring up another 4 for Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, just really growing in confidence all the time. That's probably the best shot she's played today.
As Morris is in, but missed by Freeborn, and goes straight through to Ellie Threlkeld for a dot ball. Score stays 154 for 3. Morris with the off spin. Hit by Freeborn, but just get through for the single as it is played slightly out to the onside.
Yeah, sort of played a little bit uncertainly there. I'm not sure that Freeborn quite knew what she was doing, but as you say, they picked up the single.
Morris in again, whipped off the bat, and that is heading to the boundary. Laura Jackson in pursuit, but it finds the boundary, and that is another 4 for the Central Sparks, taking their total to 159 for 3, I think, when the scoreboard ticks over. Yeah, 159 for 3.
Yeah, that was clever from Amy Campbell. She pierced those 3 fielders on the offside. She placed that one very well, actually. It did trickle over the boundary.
Very well timed, as Morris is into the attack. She bowls it into the ground, and Campbell can't get much on it, and it's a bit of a interesting situation as the fielder went to throw at the stumps, and Abby Freeborn kind of starfished on the floor in an attempt to get back in her crease, but she ended up safely back.
Yeah, it wasn't a particularly good throw coming in from dotting there at sort of extra coverish, and if it had been a little bit more of an accurate throw, then Threlkeld might have had a chance, but as it was, it just went wayward of Threlkeld, so that yeah, Freeborn was able to, as you put it, starfish on the ground in order to get safely home. I enjoyed that description very much. So Sparks now on to 160 for 3 with 16 overs of this 50 over Rachel Hayhoe Flint trophy match remaining for the Sparks. Where can they get to from here? What do you think would be a good total, Polly?
Oh, I always hate this question.
I know, it's a difficult one, isn't it?
I think it is difficult. I think they'll be very happy, Sparks will be very happy with around 250, 260. I think how many they've got, around 15, 16 overs to get there. I think they could potentially pile on the runs, but I think if they're going to play slightly more conservatively, I think they're looking more at 240. I think, to be fair, if Abby Freeborn and Amy Campbell stick out here, then I think they could build a really, really strong partnership and pile on the runs. But I also think Thunder will be wary and be wanting to restrict them. And I'm not sure if they're going to bowl anyone else, where they find those overs from. But
yes, because we've got another change at the Diglis end. They're bringing Tara Norris, their other opening quick bowler, back into the attack from the Diglis end. Left arm now coming in to Amy Campbell, who just taps that out into the offside, and there's no run. So they're kind of throwing everything at it, you feel, in order to get this wicket. They've had Mahika Gore coming in, they've had Tara Norris now being reintroduced. They've really got to break this partnership.
Yeah, I mean, I think Campbell and Freeborn have kind of figured out the bowlers a little bit, so they are kind of happy with their batting, quite comfortable. So perhaps slight variation maybe could be the difference.
There's Norris in again. Campbell, who swings at that quite wildly, doesn't make particularly clean contact. And they're coming back for a second run, and they've just managed to get back for that. That was a bit risky there. I felt like Campbell was kind of going for that, and Freeborn was a bit like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it was slightly unnecessary.
Especially as Freeborn was actually running to the danger end, the
Yeah.
non-striker's end, where the ball was being thrown back into. Anyway, they've survived it, so Sparks move on to 162 for 3, as Norris back at the top of her mark, running in now to Amy Campbell, who plays that with high elbows. Oh, and that's okay, and that has got past the diving Mahika Gore there at mid-off, and it goes for 4 runs. Another lovely 4 down the ground from Amy Campbell. She really likes scoring in the V, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. It managed to miss 2 diving fielders and went straight to the boundary. Very nicely timed shot as well.
Yeah, she's been excellent today, hasn't she, Amy Campbell? Really, really impressive innings from her. I'm guessing we're probably getting towards her highest score for the Sparks. Just saying that off the top of my head.
I mean,
Don't have any of the numbers in front
I think
of
it could
me.
be for the Sparks. In terms of region, I think she's made higher, but the Sparks, I think so.
Tara Norris back in, Campbell on strike. Oh, and she's bowled a bouncer. Oh, and Threlkeld is claiming the catch, and Campbell is walking off. So Thunder have picked up the wicket of Amy Campbell in the 35th over. Campbell departs for 68, a really well hit 68, and Thunder have the breakthrough they were looking for. Sparks 166 for 4 now.
Yeah, quick work from Ellie Threlkeld as Amy Campbell is stumped off the bowling of Tara Norris. It's unfortunate, she looked really, really comfortable and she was playing a really nice innings, but as you say, I think that is her best performance in a Spark shirt, so she has to be happy with that. It does, however, break the partnership, key wicket, so Thunder will be really, really chuffed with that.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just saying that they really needed that breakthrough, and that they'd reintroduced Tara Norris into the attack with the aim of taking that wicket, and she's managed to do it. So excellent work from Thunder. I mean, obviously a really fantastic partnership. I'm just trying to do the mental maths of how big the partnership actually was. I'm a historian by background, so obviously don't understand maths.
139.
Thank you, Polly. That was very useful. 139. Well, I mean that's a fantastic partnership for the 4th wicket, isn't it? And Thunder will be pleased. So the new batter is it's Davina Perrin. Oh, interesting. Okay, because she has been coming in a little bit higher up the order sometimes for Sparks, hasn't she? But today she's obviously come in at number 6, and she was in the under-19 World Cup squad, of course. She was the youngest player in that. She was only 15. So it's be interesting to see what she can do here, because she's had a little bit of a kind of bumpy season, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think that's kind of inevitable when you're so young. It's difficult to find consistency, and you're still learning so much. You think most people are still playing county age group things, but she's in a senior setup, has a professional contract, so I suppose for her at the moment it's all about learning, and she can make all those mistakes, and it's only going to put her in good stead. But yeah, part of the under-19 World Cup squad didn't feature very much, but she can go to the next under-19 World Cup. She still will be able to qualify with her age, so that's very exciting. She'll be more of a senior player there.
It's Norris in, Perrin up to face her first ball. Oh, and it strikes her on the pad, and they're appealing. And she's out, first ball. Oh dear. Sparks 166 for 5. That's unfortunate, Polly.
Yes, Sparks would not have wanted that at all. I mean, in a way, it's good she got out first ball rather than hanging around for, 6-7 balls.
I absolutely
Um,
love how you've just brought the positive to the situation there for Sparks.
Well,
That's an
cliche,
optimist view.
we'll
Polly.
take the positives. This is what I'm doing here. Um, but yeah, it is unfortunate because Davina Perrin can be quite an explosive player, and she's an exciting one to watch. And I mean, Katie George, who's coming in, is an excellent batter, but you're kind of getting a lot further down the order. There's not as much depth, especially when they're missing the likes of Amy Jones. Um,
And the
so-
difficulty is for Sparks here is that even though they did have that big partnership for the fourth wicket, they were kind of 27 for 3 and really teetering early. That's obviously propped them up a bit. But if you think that they've got 16 overs left to go and they've only got 166 on the board at this point, they need another partnership here, really, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. They'll need to build because they've still got 16 overs to go, and ideally they do not want to be bowled out. So they'll need Katie George and Abby Freeborn to really put that on, and for Freeborn to anchor innings, let Katie George settle, and then hopefully can bring it along. I mean, Katie George is a quite a good all-rounder. Particularly while she was injured and couldn't bowl, her batting has come along quite a lot. So hopefully she'll be able to bring something to the Sparks here.
Yes, George is taking guard, doing some little jumps to try and get into the swing of things. Norris into her, and she plays a lovely defensive shot there. So safely sees out that final ball of the 35th over. So Sparks 166 for 5, having lost those 2 wickets in that over. I believe I might be jumping off commentary to be replaced by none other than my husband, Sid Egan. There aren't many commentators who can say that.
So Central Sparks currently 166 for 5, with Abby Freeborn 67 from 97 balls, and Katie George has not scored yet, not got off the mark, but she's only faced 1 ball of the final over, as I am joined by Sid Egan.
Good evening. Good afternoon.
evening.
Good morning.
Well, to be fair, it is a bit evening-y with the grey skies, although it is brightening up a little bit, and a few blue skies poking through.
We didn't get back to our hotel until past midnight last night, so that's completely disoriented me for the rest of the week, I think.
Fair enough. As Laura Jackson is in from the New Road End to Freeborn, and that's bowled her. Laura Jackson sends the bails flying as Abby Freeborn has to make her way back to the pavilion. Sparks have lost another wicket, 166 for 6. I think they might be 6 down now. As that is really unfortunate.
Yeah, 3 wickets. That's 3 wickets in what, 5 balls?
Yeah.
And Freeborn and Campbell both gone, and they were both starting to cut loose. They were putting on 8 and over in the last 5 overs. And you know they needed to up the rate a bit if they were going to post a decent score. The sun's coming out here. It's going to be okay for batting later. So they probably wanted to get a move on. They did. They were going at 8 and over, but they've both been dismissed now, and another couple of wickets to boot. So yeah, tough times for the Sparks out there, and they now need to kind of get their tail through the next 15 overs. There's still a lot of batting to come. So you know. I mean, Thunder are going to be sitting here thinking, you know, there's an opportunity to bowl them out here.
Yeah, definitely. I think Thunder will definitely be the happy of the sides at the moment. Sparks starting to struggle as they've lost quick wickets, but it brings Caris Pevley to the crease, who is she's a decent batter, played a bit of under-19, some Worcestershire games, but hopefully she can play a nice innings with Katie George, try and not get bowled out. Because that would not be ideal for Sparks, especially considering they've only got 166 on the board at the moment, which 15 overs remaining, and Thunder will be very keen to chase it down. Given last time the 2 sides met, it ended in a tie at Old Trafford.
Yeah, I mean, an average score in this competition over the years has been exactly 250, so average first inning score.
Jackson in again from the New Road End, and is taken behind the stumps by Ellie Threlkeld. Caris Pevley did not attempt a shot there, just left it and straight through to the keeper for a dot ball.
taking a little bit of confidence to leave that one, but
Yeah, it did seem quite close to the stumps as Jackson runs in and Pavely plays it straight down to the commentary box here. Tara Norris in pursuit, but it goes for the boundary. It's a really nice shot, very well timed, and it's
nicely
confident
off the mark there.
confidence. These are sort of shots Sparks will need to be playing, and a great way for Karis to get off the mark. Central Sparks are 174.6. Jackson round the wicket and is just defended by Pavely and finds the fielder for no run. You're listening to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, Central Sparks versus Thunder here at New Road with me, Polly Starkey, and I'm joined by Sid Egan of the Cricket Her Weekly. Sky is brightening up a little bit as Laura Jackson is back into the attack, and that is whipped off the bat by Pavely and heads to boundary, but the fielder runs round and they scramble back for a quick two.
Got slightly dicey there. If that had been a better throw, that
Yeah.
could have been a risky second run to have taken, but they got away with that one. It was just it wasn't a terrible throw, but it was a couple of feet wayward, forcing any trail felt all away from the stumps.
Yeah, I think
Just about time to get back.
Thunder need a little bit more pressure in the field. So they are 172.6. Jackson powering into the batter and has played right back into the hands of Jackson. So there will be no run, and that ends the over on 172.6. So, but I thought that was quite a good over from Laura Jackson. Of course, having the impact very quickly.
Yeah, Pavely got off the mark nicely enough. She's already reached 6 runs off her 4 balls, so that's a nice start for her. She probably is kind of the last of the batting that Sparks have got. You're kind of into the tail after her with George Davis, Ria Thakral, Grace Potts. So she really needs to stay out there and try and make those runs count. So they can't afford to be going at sort of 2-3 and over now. They do need to make progress, but it's a dilemma for people coming in at that point in the innings.
Yeah, it's a difficult kind of decision to make whether they press on. As Tara Norris runs in and caught by the keeper again. He's down at the Diglis end.
Katie George just rocks back, wafts at it for the cut, but doesn't make contact.
Tara Norris walking back to her spot. Conveniently, there is a massive pillar in the view of where Tara Norris is. Norris back in, left arm over, and that's just chipped by Katie George, heading to the boundary, but Sophie Morris manages to stop it. Quite an airy throw back to Ellie Threlkeld, who takes the catch.
Unburned about the second run again. But just that got back in time again. A little bit more pressure from the fielder would have made that interesting.
Yeah, I can't imagine these two have batted much together. I think their communication is slightly weak. As Tara Norris goes from her mark. And she's into the attack to George. He plays it into offside. Back to Threlkeld, and they'll take a quick single.
That's much more like it. That's Liberty Heat there, I think, with the throw in. That's much more the kind of high pressure throw. We want to see a flat throw straight into Ellie Threlkeld, right over the stumps.
Yeah, very dynamic in the field. The Sparks are 175.6. Tara Norris just pausing at the top of her mark. And Pavely having a look around at the field. Left-hander. Norris in. And that's just defended nicely. There'll be no run. Pavely, I think, just trying to relax a little bit into her innings. She played a very good shot to get off the mark, but kind of stayed nice and quiet for the last few balls.
Ellie Threlkeld standing up to Tara Norris. Tara Norris is no slouch with the ball, so brave keeping, but she's up to it, I think.
Norris charging in again. And again, another defensive shot. There will be no run. Score staying 175-46. To move to the final ball of the over. Tara Norris bowling from the Diglis end. With a beautiful cathedral in the background. Worcester's always one of the most picturesque grounds, I think, even if there's a bit of damp around.
Which the Rocking is.
Norris, final ball, and that's played right into the shin, it looks like, of Tara Norris. Looks quite
That looked
painful.
painful.
Yeah, a straight drive into the shin of Tara.
So Ellie Threlkeld standing up to Tara Norris. How disappointing will Ellie Threlkeld have been not to have been involved in these England A games against Australia over the last couple of weeks, because England's selectors have preferred other options.
Yeah, I think she will be quite frustrated. I mean, she's an excellent keeper. I think runs have been a bit more inconsistent. I would say in the last season, though, she did really kind of find a bit of form with the bat. But yeah, I mean, she was on the A tour to Australia last time, and I don't think she's got any worse by any means. I think Bess Heath has had some opportunities. Her batting's been excellent. But yeah, I think Ellie Threlkeld will be a bit frustrated not to get that call up, because she has been quite good for Thunder. Jackson's in from the new road end, right arm over, and that's played off the bat by Katie George, and there will be no run again.
You do feel it comes down very much to the batting. They preferred Lauren Winfield Hill, who's obviously an excellent batter, and they have preferred, as you said, Bess Heath, who's a very dynamic and powerful batter.
As Jackson runs into George, and George hoiks that into the onside, and that is fielded extremely well by, I think that's Fee Morris, who very cleanly kind of picks up the catch on the bounce, and that is thrown back to the keeper. Score moving to 176-46. Jackson to Pavley. He just edges that out to Deandra Dottin, but there will be no run. What do you think is a good score for Central Sparks here?
I think from where they are, they'll be probably happy to get 220, but we'll see if that's a winning score on a very green pitch out there.
Laura Jackson round the wicket, and again defended by Karis Pavley. Fielded by Nabi Dasani, and that will be another dot ball for Laura Jackson. She's had a very good over here, actually, bowled very nicely. 22 on her shirt as she is in to the attack wall. Quick reaction from Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps, left by Pavley, and again dot ball, no run.
Yeah, that just shows that Ellie Threlkeld's skills in the wicket keeping department, and it really is the batting that's kind of she would need to pick up before England really look at her, I think.
Laura Jackson from the new road end, and that is played nicely. Misfield by Deandra Dottin.
We've seen a few of those today.
Yeah, but backed up by Fee Morris, who throws in. Again, another misfield, and the run through for a quick single. It was not the best of throws to Ellie Threlkeld.
Of the misfield of the overthrow.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder started very well in the field in terms of they were quite tight, and then the mistakes started coming, the drop catch, and it's kind of just continued. They've started to get a little bit sloppy, perhaps focus is going a little bit, but they will not want to be giving away those runs.
Well, it's a long day out there compared to a T20 match. Obviously, the teams have been in T20 mode for the past month, playing in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but we're back to 50 overs today, and it's a very different kind of a game.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they have the break for the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and then that's all the 20 over cricket they play. They'll play a bit more Rachel Hare Flint, then they'll have the 100, which is kind of the other extreme to short formats, and then they'll head back to Rachel Hare Flint. So I can imagine September Rachel Hare Flint Trophy will be a little bit tiring for the players. As change of bowling from the Diglas end, as I believe it's Sophie Morris, the attack, who bowls to George. He tries to dig that out, but there'll be no run. Sophie Morris is only a few games she's played for Thunder. She's back into the attack, and that's played relatively straight by George, but finds the fielder once again. Made her debut, I believe, against Northern Diamonds in that crucial game which took them to finals day here at New Road. As Morris is in, and that's played by Katie George into offside.
Nice enough looking shot from George, but no real power in it.
No, it did look quite weak and slow, which prevented them from perhaps getting a 2. If it was a bit more powerful, it could find the boundary, maybe even. Score moves to 179.46. Katie George 5 runs off 9 balls, and Karis Pavley 8 from 12 deliveries. Morris in again, hit out by Pavley. Deandra Dotton again, a little fumble, but finds her no run. Morris off spin. Again defends. Does not score off that delivery.
Straight to the fielder once again. Need to find these gaps.
Yeah. It's not the most incredible bowling you will ever see, but it's been quite effective as Pavley's struggling to find the gaps in the field. Morris in again to Pavley. Pavley, they managed to get a quick single, but they're going to have to be fast. And decent throw by Mahika Gore, slightly slow, but Katie George was comfortably back. As that is the end of the over. Sparks 184.6.
Yeah, Katie George still off the mark, but still not quite looking like a full-time batter. She's kind of engaged in a bit of a campaign over this season to try and present herself as much more of a sort of genuine all-rounder, or perhaps even a batting all-rounder. She's had a lot of injury problems with her bowling, and she really wants to kind of convince the team that she's worthy of a place as a batter. There's still a little bit more work to do there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. She seems to be struggling, as Laura Jackson is in from the New Road end again to Pavley, and she plays a beautiful shot straight down the ground, finds the boundary. Tara Norris was in pursuit but could not chase it. It was a nice powerful shot from Pavley.
Yeah, 4 right off the bat there. She always had no chance. That's the kind of positive cricket we want to see out there.
Yeah, definitely, and I suppose Karis is of the generation of this kind of new fearless cricket. She was in the under-19s World Cup team and kind of knows how to play a more explosive innings. I mean, she's playing quite a mature innings here, I think, but at the same time she does have that power, and she can play those shots. I feel like I was just having a little conversation with Laura Jackson. I was talking about fields, bowling plans, and seems to be satisfied. Laura Jackson heading back to her mark, and Velkeld retaking her position behind the stumps. As Jackson runs in to Pavley, who plays that quite nicely down to the boundary. Mahika Gore slightly kind of shuffled along to get it rather than properly chased it, and they will run through for a single.
Yeah, I think Makika Gore is obviously, as you said already in commentary, is a very young player, and I think you can see the difference in a player that hasn't had kind of top level coaching for the first few years of her career.
Jackson in again, now to Katie George, and that goes straight through to the keeper, Ellie Fraukaud.
So Mahika Gore obviously a great natural talent with the ball, and that's a huge positive, and that's why she's on the England radar. But it's going to be a couple of years of the sort of the professional level coaching before her fielding is really up to scratch.
Jackson running in to George, who tries to play, looks like a cut shot, but goes through to Ellie Fraukaud again without scoring. 185 for 6 still on the board. Yeah, as you say, she's got a lot of years left to learn, and players who are at the back end of their career are still learning. So for a 17-year-old, she's still got tons to learn. As Jackson right arm over, and
but you can absolutely see the difference between players like Ferris Pavley that have been through the academy program for several years and have had access to that professional level coaching for 2 or 3 years now, whereas Mahika Gore has only been living in England for the past few months, so she's previously had a different level of coaching.
Yeah, that definitely makes a difference. She hasn't had that time to kind of develop through the pathway, as Jackson is around the wicket, but will pull out of her run-up. I think Pavley was not quite ready, so taking her gloves off. So there'll be a brief pause. Not quite sure what's happening. It looks like she almost has something in her eye. So play will pause for a minute as Harris puts her helmet back on and gets ready to take her guard once again. Score 186 for 6. Pavley on 14 from 17 balls, and Katie George 6 from 12 deliveries. Looks like Pavley's ready as Jackson is running in from the New Road end. And again, an attempt, but goes straight through to Ellie Fraukaud. That will be a dot ball and finishes for over 186 for 6.
Yeah, once again the scoring rate has kind of dropped off substantially. So overs 30 to 35. When Abby Freeborn and Amy Campbell were going great guns, they were going at over 8 and over. That's dropped back to 4 and over the last 5 overs. As we've got new batters at the crease. It's important that they keep that rate up, but there's a delicate balance because, as we said, the tail beckons to see another wicket.
Yeah, sorry, just coming back into the commentary box there at the middle of the over as Katie George has taken a big swing over the top of the covers here. Yeah, it's those middle overs are really vital, aren't they? And perhaps they didn't take the advantage of them that they could have done in today's game.
Yes, I overheard you guys talking about nervous 90s over and a little bit of nervous 40s going on, I think. And once they both passed 50, then they both accelerated, but both lose their wickets.
It's Morris to George, who's driven that nicely down the ground, but only as far as Tatani at mid-off for no run. Yeah, you can't help but think it could have gone a lot worse for Sparks, but it could have gone a lot better as well. They've just taken advantage in some areas of the game. Morris, George rocks back, sends that out to the cover, deep cover for 1 run. It's, I think that Sparks would definitely be pleased that they didn't do one of their sort of their tumble of wickets that they have done it in the past, but you'd still hope that at least one of those two, Campbell, would have gone on and got big runs today. Pavley rocks back and sends that for a single. Score moves on to 196.
We've lost wickets in clumps. We lost 3 in the first 10, 3 from 13, 5 and 40.
Morris. George sends us out again. This deep cover's been busy out there for 1 run. Oh, as the throw goes over, but it's well backed up by Seren Smirlev for no. extra runs.
Again, a nice looking shot from George, but a particularly productive one as it went straight to the fielder.
Yeah, you think that Frauenfelder's getting her feel quite accurately here. They're trying to find the fielder in most shots at the moment. Down the wicket, Pavley rocks back in her crease, hits it again straight to a fielder for no run. Finished the 41st over and scored 191 for 6.
Yeah, always a challenge for a wicketkeeper to captain a side, and to be able to manage the field. We were discussing, this last night with regard to the England game about Alyssa Healy's challenge of managing her field, while also focusing on her wicket keeping. And you could see that the Australian field, wasn't quite as dynamic as it usually is under Meg Lanning. So it's a challenge for a wicketkeeper to do that.
Yeah, and of course you get extra eyes on the deliveries that you want to review as well, don't you? So if you're looking from just behind the stumps and you're the one that has to decide, you've double-barreled there, aren't you? You've got to make a decision from both angles, really. Jackson continues. That's 1 run into again this deep cover. There's not been too many boundaries in the last few overs here. I think the scoreboard's ticking over, but they're sort of still finding these deep fielders with most of these shots at the moment.
Yeah, we're obviously going to pass the 200 mark, which is that's the first mark of where you want to get to. But these days you definitely want more.
Jackson into Pavley's top that down to Naomi Datani for no run.
We always hark back to the old women's county championship where 200 got you maximum bonus points. I think things have moved on a long way since then. The professional game has come in, and we're now looking at teams often making 250 and pushing towards 300.
There's Jackson into Pavley's hit that nicely through mid-wicket. It's going to go away to the boundary, and there is that sought after 4 that we've been talking about. It's a nice shot there from Keris Pavley, moving her on to 19 off 22 deliveries. Yeah, and you think that 4 and over for your maximum bonus points. I mean, what would you think they might do today in a similar situation? You'd think that probably 6s might be that top point. I'm not really sure, but you think that you need to have a target at the top there that you're aiming high to get, rather than is eminently achievable. Jackson back in round the wicket to Pavley. Rocks back, knocks that into the offside for a quick single. She's quick between the wickets here, looking for 2 maybe there, but a partner not particularly interested in running the second run there.
Yeah, the bonus point system now, both simpler and more complicated, because it now relies on a little bit of maths. It's a strike rate of 1.25 times the other side. It's a sort of relative thing.
Yeah, which I guess means that you can take the pitch into account and the conditions as well. As Jackson back over the wicket to Katie George, who's tried to be a little bit clever there, but I think missed it altogether in the end, and it's gone straight to the hands of Frauenfeld.
Yeah, the old CAS championship system was possible for both sides to get maximum bonus points, which always felt a little strange.
Yeah, I think there's some different leagues do different rules, don't they? There's never something the same all the way across the country. There's Jackson back into Katie George. Hit that over to Daniela Fine, and she's out. She is caught out by Tara Norris at mid-on there, and should be disappointed with that shot straight into the hands of Norris off the bowling of Jackson, and George is dismissed for 11 off 18 balls.
Yeah, just not getting the power on it again. I think that that's where the work needs to happen if she's going to make this jump from being a sort of perhaps a bowler who bats a little bit to being much more of an all-rounder. And there just wasn't enough bat on it to get it over the top of Tara Norris, to get it over the ring. What she was looking to do, she was looking to go over the ring.
Yeah, she's played some nice innings so far this year. I've liked her intent with bat in hand, and she seems to read the game really well, Katie George, but perhaps not just kicked on to that next level and got those extra runs. As you said, that would ideally have gone over the top of mid-on there, and instead went straight into her hands, and she's walking back to the pavilion.
Georgia Davis walks out, and with every respect to her, we are kind of into the tail now.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, Georgia Davis was a very good very good batter in her youth, so a bit of an all-rounder. And I think we were talking about this in the other room a minute ago about how people do get pigeonholed to being one thing or another as they get, especially into this professional era. Obviously, Georgia, a very good off-spin bowler, but perhaps that's taken the emphasis a little bit away from the fact that as a youngster she was a very good batter, and then you get the nerves and you get the kind of you get lower and lower down the order, and then you end up being effectively in the tail, if you like, as she is perhaps is today.
Well, if you're a good athlete, then at the junior level, then you're likely to flourish, in both regards. But once you get into the professional game, then you need to focus.
And Morris, so Pavley's knocked it back for no run.
Pavley really needs to kind of make sure she shuffles the tail through this, because they don't want to waste any overs here. We've got another 7 and a bit to survive.
Pavley's rocked back, sent the delivery from Morris again out to this deep cover fielder who's been busy on both sides of the wicket so far in this game. The ball's tossed back round the field as Georgia Davis takes her guard. But you'd like to think that they'd at least see all these overs out and get as many runs as they possibly can on the board. But with 7 wickets down, as I said, 7 overs to play, then it's a bit of a tough ask now for these lower order of the Sparks. Morris into Davis, knocks that through for a single. It's well picked up and thrown on the ground in there by Liberty Heap. She's an excellent athlete in the field, but still scampered through for that single. Terrell Cow putting the gloves back on after taking them off, looking for these potential run outs. It's a lot of action going on every ball at the moment as the field is moving round for the left-handed Pavley. She knocks that back into the ground for no run. There's a lot more athletic fielding we've seen today than I think we've perhaps seen over the last couple of years. They've really picked up their game. Obviously there've been more and more professionals, more and more time spent on the fielding as well as the rest of their game, as Pavley's knocked that back to the third man fielder for no run. Yeah, across the board I think the fielding is definitely stepped up, I've seen over the last couple of years, and I think that's the intention, isn't it, with all this extra training they're doing and extra time they get to spend. Morris. So Pavley's knocked that in for a single.
Yeah, fielding's definitely one where you can get a big win by just spending a lot of time working on drills and things. It really can make a huge difference. Once you bring the girls into a professional environment and give them the time to work on those drills on a sort of daily basis through the winter, it can make a huge difference the following season.
Yeah, and I think that fielding has historically been something you just do for 5-10 minutes at the end of a session. Even in children's cricket, in adult cricket, it's kind of, let's get our batting and our bowling out the way, and we've overran, we've only got 5 minutes left, let's just quickly do some catching, quickly do some fielding. Whereas now, even at junior age group level, you're seeing whole sessions designed for fielding. I know that in Warwickshire we've hired out a sort of what you call indoor football kind of covered bubble area to practice the fielding, get those high catches even in the middle of winter, and try and really drill home that fielding is just an important part of the game.
Yeah, and that having the time to be able to do that and the resources to be able to do it as well.
Mr. Tarney continues now from the new road end over the wicket to Pavley, who's rocked back and hit that through. That's an excellent shot through mid-wicket, and that's gone for 4 more. The umpire signals in our direction, and that's a great shot by Caris Pavley.
Yeah, really used the pace off the ball there. Found the middle of the bat, and she didn't actually have to put a lot of welly into it herself. Nicely timed.
Yeah, she's a good solid batter at age group level, and she's coming through this academy system at the Sparks and into the first team for the last few games. Perhaps more as a bowler, but actually is a very handy batter, as she's showing today, as the Tarney is moving someone out onto that boundary, assuming that the ball may well go there again. Pushing around by the scoreboard, I think that's Liberty Heap out there again. Tarney over the wicket to the left-hander. It's driven nicely down the ground, taken on the arm here for 1 run. Norris threw that in nicely, but they were safe, I think, there for that single. There's again lots of action in the field, as the left-hand right-hand combo means Dottin is moving from one side of the field to the other. The deep fielders are swapping their angle, and Heap is back into the ring. Georgia Davis has taken her guard. Tani continuing over the wicket to the right-handed batter. She's in to Davis. Comes forward, there's an appeal for LBW, but it's not given, and they're scampering through for one leg by.
The left-hander coming over to the right-hander. It's going to find difficult to get an LBW this evening now, but
Still asking the question nevertheless, I think. Tani into Pavli. That's no run. She's left that a bit wider of the crease. She wasn't interested in getting any bat on there at all. It's a dot ball, which is probably a vital dot ball at this stage of the innings.
the batter's looking at the umpire, wondering if that might be all right.
Yeah, it was definitely did that sort of step and leave and stare technique there. As Tani back to Pavli, struck that nicely, looking for a run, but I feel it's gone straight to Jackson there at the cover fielder. Now, these umpires aren't swayed by the stares, are they, that go on sometimes? They make their own decision and stick with it. Tani back into Pavli. Hit that nicely. There's a fielder out there. Is she going to take it? Oh, and she's dropped. It's dropped on the mid-wicket boundary, and that's a get away with it from Pavli there, but they'd be disappointed. Naomi Tatani moved that fielder particularly into that position to take that catch. All was going well until it dropped to the floor for one run.
Yeah, she shuffled around in her crease there, trying to kind of upset the bowler's length, and it was there to be hit, but that one, it's a long boundary out there. These are quite big boundaries here, and you know, picked out the fielder, but
couldn't hold on to it, unfortunately.
Yeah. And we'll be disappointed with that. Definitely one that should have been taken.
And the score moves on to 207 for 7, and we've got 6 overs remaining.
Conversations going on.
Yeah, a little bit of a chat between, so you're talking about the keeper coming up to talk to her bowler, as she's the captain as well. Bowler's redoing her hair to come back onto bowl, so we see this quite a little bit in the women's game as opposed to the men's game. It's Tara Norris to continue from the Douglas end. Karis Pavli's taken her mark again here, checking her guard, maybe changing it a little for the left-hander, you fancy? Norris back in for her 7th over of the game here.
Norris is in. Bowls, that's short, and he pulls that backward of square, and we'll go through for one run. Take the score to 208. Looking to try and make maybe another 20 or 30, push towards that 250 mark. There's Norris going to hold again to the right-handed Davis. Over the wicket. Sorry, round the wicket. Davis pushes out into the offside, but it's straight to the fielder, Liberty Heap.
Yeah, you'd fancy 250 would be a really nice target if they could get to that. A little bit of a landmark figure there for the Sparks. Seems a little bit way off at the moment, but still eminently achievable.
Balls, that's a full delivery. Balls pushed out to cover, and Liberty Heap Fields wangs it in, not entirely accurately. Ellie Trelkelt takes a few steps to gather the ball, and they've gone through for another single. Keep pushing these singles, it's important to do.
Yeah, there's been the odd boundary, but it's mostly been singles, hasn't it, for the last sort of 5 or 6 overs.
And that's almost hooked back over her shoulder over the wicketkeeper, and that's 4 runs. So a badly needed boundary and a little bit of an unorthodox shot, but the ball was kind of slightly short and invited itself to be hit.
Yeah, it's tricky to tell whether that was intentional or not there. I think the sort of intent was there with the shot, but maybe it was a top edge that actually sent it over the boundary there.
And that's in the air, and it's going to be caught. It is caught by Fee Morris diving forwards. It was pulled out towards sort of deep extra cover. Morris charging in, had to dive forwards, caught the ball inches from the ground, and that is the end of Pavli. She's dismissed for a quite handy 33 off 35 deliveries, 36 deliveries. A useful innings, but I think that it's kind of, I think it's a little bit of pity that she wasn't able to stay out there and kind of finish the job. There's still 5 overs left.
Yeah, I mean, she was lucky the last over, wasn't she, when that drop catch went down? But maybe that was just one chance too many that she gave there, and it was a decent catch going forward there to take that wicket. But I think she'll be in 2 minds, won't she? She'll be pleased that she's contributed to the team, but disappointed she couldn't take it any further than that.
Yeah, but it's a decent strike rate, and they needed to push on a bit. They've got well past the 200 mark. 250 is looking an awful long way away now, but 230 perhaps still doable.
Yeah, and Ria Thakur coming to the crease, another sort of junior age group cricketer who was scoring hundreds at age group and is now much more of a bowler. But let's see if she's got something in her locker to take them a little bit more towards that 250 mark.
So 1 more delivery remaining in the 40th over. Bowled by Norris. See the right-handed Thakur. Morris is in. It's a shortish delivery, and that's just pushed out into the offside. Fielded by Liberty Heap, and that is the over.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder have got themselves right back into it these last few overs. So there's been a flurry of wickets in a couple of times, but that Pavli dismissal means that they are well and truly into the tail of the Sparks innings now, and they probably fancy themselves to come and complete this job. It's always nice to be not out and have a few wickets remaining at the end of the innings, but whether the Sparks will see off these last 5 overs remains to be seen, as there's a bit more of a hair situation here for both of these players. As Mike joins me back on the mic. No danger of you having to do your hair before you come back on
certainly not. It's very short at the moment, so we're all good. We're all good.
There's Tani coming in to bowl this 46th over from the New Road end to Georgia Davis, who steps forward, drives that just straight back for no run. What's your thoughts, Mike, on this total?
It's been a weird innings, hasn't it? Because there's obviously the 3 wickets at the start, and then recovered really well, and then 3 wickets in the middle, and it just seems every time Sparks trying to accelerate, they've not been able to.
Mr. Tani back into Davis, hit that uppishly to dotting at point, but again for no run.
But equally, Thunder have dropped some chances and have probably let them get more than they maybe should have. So I'm finding it really hard to judge, I suppose, is the summary of that.
Mr. Tani back in to Georgia Davis, 3rd ball of this over. Georgia Davis driving that nicely, but only as far as Liberty Heap for no run. Yeah, it's gone. It's a bit of a swings and roundabouts type of game, isn't it? And it's tricky to say Thunder will be pleased with that start, disappointed with the drop catches, but pleased again now that they've got their 8 wickets down.
It's kind of below par, but more than you would have expected them to get at certain points.
To Tani, to Davis, who's given that a bit of a hit there to the Laura Jackson, who has been impressive in the field today, and that's just 1 run.
Bringing up to date with the scores elsewhere in the competition, so Sparks are going along nicely here, 213 for 8. South East Stars all out for 205. 205. They're between innings there. Sunrise is 254 all out, and the Blaze 245 all out. The Blaze leading the way at the moment,
That's the time.
top of the group.
Into Fackrell. Hit that nicely down, but again, we seem to be finding the fielders with most of these balls at the moment, picking each one of them out, which again could be ideal field placing, could just be that it's just a bit unfortunate from the Sparks, but you fancy a couple of boundaries here would be much needed.
Yeah, they're not struggling to time it, are they? But as you say, struggling to find gaps like that.
Just tiny back over the wicket to Fackrell. Played that into the leg side and scampering through for a single. They're looking for two. They've decided against it there, as they're seeing that V Morris was running in with intent from the boundary there and putting off their idea of a second run.
More wickets in hand. I think they'd have gone there just and sort of gone, right, you've got to get this right over the top of the stumps or we're getting another run. But at the stage they're at, they can't really afford to do that. The warm-up game between Australia A and England A, Australia are 237 for 5 or 42 overs. So it's kind of a grouping of scores there, isn't there, between kind of just past the 200 mark to around about the sort of 240 mark today. So that gives us maybe another indication on where this score sits.
Yeah, I mean, anything over 200 is going to be a bonus after that start, wasn't it, today here?
Tara Norris, Douglas End into Fackrell. He tries to turn it round the corner. The bails are off, but from Threlkeld. Well, that's made me remember you have to sit slightly wider in this commentary position to actually see the stumps there, which is always a crucial part, because that's what Tara Norris will be aiming for from that Douglas End.
Yeah, I think she went for a stumping, but Fackrell in her crease there.
Fackrell waits again. Norris delivers again, back of the length. Fackrell again just can't squeeze it away into a gap, and finds Libby Heap here at short extra cover. The result is the same. A dot ball. Starts the over from Norris.
Bit of a field change here with the going back onto the boundary. Makes you think, is there a change to this delivery?
We'll see. Up on the offside, other than that, short of a length through to Threlkeld. Dot ball. 215 for 8 score remains.
Seems to be a little bit of a ploy from some of these teams at the moment. As I say, you've seen that from Gore today and from Norris. You drop your third onto the boundary, and then if you drop the ball in shorter delivery, but it comes back in now, which suggests is this going to be a fuller delivery.
All out on the leg side now for Norris. Your bowls, it's worked into the leg side. Now the race is on for 2, and it's a race that's going to be won by the fielder. Collins quickly in. Probably the fielder you don't want to pick out, actually. Very efficient in the field is Danny Collins, and returns that one for the loss of only 1 run. 216 for 8 score, moving on to Test match as well, because I know a lot of people will be following both. England men need another 128 with 4 wickets remaining at lunch. So they're getting closer as Norris comes in. And it's turned around the corner by Georgia Davis. Seren Smale won't get there. 4 runs, desperately needed 4 runs. Really, at the back end there, it was threatening to fizzle out this innings. But 220 for 8 will be the score at the end of the 47. No, we've got 1 more ball to come, so still power to add in this over for Georgia Davis with those colourful sleeves that Central Sparks kit has. It's an all black strip this season, but with multicoloured sleeves, very sort of retro feel to it, as Norris all in red comes in and bowls for Thunder. We concede a single, so 2-2-1 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yeah, we can't see them from here, but it is the start of the Rainbow Laces Week, I believe, this week as well, which is seen on the Central Sparks website. They're supporting that with the colour change to their badge, and the Rainbow Laces supporting sort of diversity and inclusion and everything surrounding that. So the players encouraged to wear rainbow laces, sometimes not in their shoes. I think it's a bit lazy of them. Sometimes they get all those laces off and put them back in. They sometimes make them into bracelets, into hair braids, all sorts that you can see them on display. But yeah, today is the first day of that campaign for this week, as Tatani in to Georgia Davis, rocks back and sends that for no run to backward point. So it's a campaign that's been very well supported. So some people, I think, just to lace the boots and put everything in there is just
Would it
a
not
bit
be
of
more
a-
effort to make your own craft item than just
Well, I
reading your
don't
laces?
know. Yeah. Depends
There we
how
go.
crafty you are, Mike.
Yeah, true.
Tatani back in to Georgia Davis. Oh, and she's bowled. She is gone. That's a delivery, great delivery from Tatani, and picks up the wicket of Georgia Davis with her second ball of the over. And Georgia Davis departs for 8 off 11 balls.
That satisfying high-pitched little click sound that Bales do when they get hit. Really good bit of bowling from Tatani.
Georgia Davis, you fancy trying to work that behind square like she did effectively in the last over, but unfortunately not connecting with the ball at all, and it went through and took her. I'm not sure which stump it hit. We saw Bales flying from here, and as Mike said, that nice sound of the ball hitting the stumps, which is bringing Grace Potts to the crease.
Danger of leaving a few out here in terms of balls. Sparks?
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been any extras, so to speak, but every delivery is a bonus. You might pick up the odd run if you're there, but you've got to obviously have someone at the crease to do so. Grace Potts has recently returned from injury, obviously more known for her bowling, and it's a shame that she has been injured over this time with England A, because you fancy she may have had a chance of being involved with that. As Tatani taking her mark, as Potts asking for umpire for a guard here. 4 balls remaining of this 48th over. Potts surveying the field, seeing where the gaps are. Tatani coming in over left arm, over the wicket. Potts rocks back, sends that. They're running a single. They have called a single, and safely through in the end there for 1 run. Potts back in the side here for the Sparks. Arlott, I believe, is still injured, and of course Wong on international duty, as Tatani into Ria Fackrell has beaten the bat, beaten everything straight through to the safe hands of Threlkeld.
Big loss that, Arlott, and well, Wong is too, but you know what Emily Arlott can do. Such a tall, formidable opening bowler.
Yeah, she's a very consistent performer, as she's proven over the last few years. As Tatani into Fackrell, who's driven that not cleanly but just down the ground, and she's good call there from Fackrell in the end to get through for that single, as the ball was launched at the stumps, but really quite safe run there in the end to bring Fackrell onto 3 off 9 balls. As Tatani now back into the taller figure of Potts at the crease here. Just driven it for no run to Tara Norris at mid-on. To finish the over, after 48 overs, the Sparks are on 223 for 9.
So still just creeping up that total, isn't it, towards the sort of 230 mark maybe, if they can get up there. They'd be fairly happy with just the 1 wicket remaining, you would imagine. I suppose they'll want a ball, maybe 235, something like that, but that would put them not as high as Blaze or Sunrisers, who've made 245 and 254 respectively, but above what South East Stars ended up on 205. They left a few balls at the end of the innings out there. That was 46 overs to South East Stars. That's turned late side. The first ball of Tara Norris's over, the final one from the Diglis end in this innings. 224 for 9 the score moves on to. So they got their single there. Only more can be acquired before the conclusion of the innings.
It would be nice to think you'd get a run of ball up until now to the end.
Norris looking to end this first innings of the match here, but it's defended by Potts, who have to settle for being scoreless on that occasion.
Grace Potts again, still very young, come through the academy system at the Sparks, a Staffordshire girl, so both of these, the Central Sparks region, are homegrown players at the crease at the moment.
Sometimes comes out to greet Norris's arrival at the crease as this one is played into the leg side by Grace Potts. Takes a single, brings Fackrell back to the striker's end. 2-2-5 for 9. Penultimate over of the Sparks innings. Thunder, of course, choosing to bowl first here. Looks like we've got the short ball coming. The third's going back.
We'll see.
Maybe it'll be the double bluff there. Fackrell waits. Stands tall. Waiting is short. Looks to guide it towards third. And Threlkeld there with the gloves, as you would expect. A wonderful stumping. Absolutely fantastic.
And she's been, you would say, almost faultless behind the stumps today. She's a good display of wicket keeping. Say that excellent stumping off that real sort of bouncy delivery that she kind of jumped up and slammed the ball down to the stumps in almost one motion. And yeah, she's a very impressive example of a keeper, Threlkeld, and she's definitely shown that today.
It's as good as it gets, that stumping. Great reactions, very athletic from Threlkeld. As we heard from the announcement there, another field has been called into the circle because they've missed the cut-off time, which was 1:48. Norris bowls. Hit by Fackrell, and she's taken advantage of the fielders up in the ring, finding the gap and away for 4 runs. 2-2-9, 4-9. That was a lovely stroke from Rio Fackrell through extra cover.
Yeah, it was a bit effortless, really, wasn't it? She just casually threw it and used the pace of the ball through the cover field, and it was always going to be safe along the ground, and went away for 4 runs.
Using the carpet, the outfield very well there. Here's Norris bowling through to Threlkeld, who once has a little juggle with it, but was fully in control, seemingly even with the juggle. 229 for 9 then, so they have made it to the final over of the innings. They'll have an extra fielder inside the ring. It's something that's creeping into women's domestic cricket. I don't change the amount of time you've got to bowl your overs at all, but it seems more and more teams are missing that cut-off, both in T20 and in 50 over.
Yeah, I mean, I think the time spent setting the field, moving the field, etc., it could be a bit slicker. You know, you don't see them hanging around too much here, but see Threlkeld, as we talked about, being captain and wicket-keeper, taking the time to come up and talk to the bowlers. That might be sort of an element there. As Tatani coming back in to Grace Potts here, he's taken a nice swing, and that's going to be a single through to mid-on. Yeah, I mean, it's hard, isn't it, sometimes, because you're taking time to collect the ball, you're taking time to walk back to your mark. If maybe you've got more pace bowlers with longer run-ups, more left-hand, right-hand combinations, all these things are going to add to that time. But, you know, they do have to keep on top of it, and the umpires are obviously penalising if they don't. Tatani to Fackrell, who moves back into her crease as the ball is being delivered, and who just whips that onto the onside for a single. Fackrell seems to be a fan. That's the second or third delivery that she's been moving in the crease as the bowler is coming into bowl, trying to adjust the length and sort of maybe even confuse the bowler there and make that ball into a different length delivery that hopefully suits her play more. As Tatani comes in to Grace Potts. Has a swing at that. It's going down to sort of mid-wicket area for 1 run.
Hit sort of very straight mid-wicket in the end. Norris was round on the slide. Just not sure how Thunder will feel about this as a total, really. 2-3-2 now for 9.
It's actually turned out to be okay for the Sparks in comparison to, say, what we thought after those first 3 wickets. Fackrell advances down the track for a quick single, scampering through. Saren Smale managed to stop that effectively, but not back up enough of time to do the throw, and it gave Fackrell plenty of time to scamper through for that single.
And the 3 as well, that were all taken with a score on 166.
Yeah, these little bunches of wickets have done well for the Thunder, but unfortunately they haven't followed it through for the whole game. Thunder to Potts, I think, has missed that. It's gone again through to Threlkeld for no run. There's definitely been on times where you thought that Thunder have been on top, but looking at the scorecard now, Sparks have actually done a good fight back and set themselves a decent total to defend.
And it seems like a pitch that will be tricky. It will still keep offering for the field inside.
Definitely, as Tiny into Potts. So oh, one of them's running and one of them isn't, and she's going to be run out here off the last ball. Run out. That was one of those confusion, are we going to run because it's the last ball of the innings or are we not? And it ended up with both of them at the same end, and Grace Potts run out for 4 of 7 balls. And Sparks finish on 233 all out.
Yeah, it was a rather tame end to the innings, but it will be an innings that I think Central Sparks will be quite glad to have got to 233, probably the lower end of par in this competition. They'll be quite pleased to have got there, having been 27 for 3. I will run everybody through the card in just a moment. We'll get a final thought from Sarah Ginn before the break. Thank you for her being with us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. But just a reminder, we've got a quick break here, and then make sure you rejoin us this afternoon to see how the Thunder Chase goes in around about half an hour's time. Sarah, your thoughts going into the second half of this game? Who do you feel's on top at this point?
I think Sparks might be actually a little bit buoyed by how they fought back there. I think historically, when a few early wickets fall, they have had the tendency to sort of panic a little bit and lose further wickets. So actually the fight that Campbell and Freeborn showed in the middle overs for that 100 partnership would have probably buoyed them a little at the end there to almost see off, well, effectively go to the last ball and use every opportunity and end up 233. I think they'll be feeling positive. Equally, Thunder have got to be pleased with the start. They got those wickets that fell, and it's anyone's game really, Mike.
It is indeed. Do make sure you rejoin us for the second half of it. Just to run you through the card then. Sparks finding themselves 5 for 2, losing both openers. Bethan Ellis first to go, bowled for 1 by Mahika Gore. Tara Norris then picking up Eve Jones for just 4 runs. The score was 27 when Erin Burns was out for 17 of 20 balls caught by Deandra Dottin, again off the bowling of Mahika Gore. Then there was a big rebuilding job done by Abby Freeborn, who made 67, and Amy Campbell, who made 68 before being stumped by Ellie Threlkeld off the bowling of Tara Norris. The score was 166 for 6 at that stage. It became 166 for 7 in the very next ball when Davina Perrin was out. In fact, it became 166 for 6 when Davina Perrin was out LBW for 0. Then Abby Freeborn was the next to go with a score on 166. She was out bowled by Laura Jackson. So 3 wickets there, leaving the score 166 for 6. And so once again, Sparks, having rebuilt on one occasion, were having to do it again. Katie George was out with a score on 197. Tara Norris taking the catch for bowling of Laura Jackson. Then with the score on 213, the 8th wicket fall, it was Karis Pavley who batted very nicely for 33 before being caught by Fee Morris off the bowling of Tara Norris. And then George Davis out for 8, bowled by Naomi Datani. In the 48th over, she made 8 runs, and then Grace Potts was run out for 4 off the final ball of the innings. Fackrell not out on 10, hit a very nice 4 when the fielders came up into the ring. The pick of the bowlers, Tara Norris, who opened up 42 for 4. Mahika Gore also 39 for 2. Laura Jackson picking up 37 for 2 of her 8 overs coming into the side today, and Naomi Datani 39 for 1. Fee Morris 46 without picking up a wicket, and 26 without a wicket for Sophie Morris. So we will be back for the second half of this innings. The chase will be 234 here at Worcester New Road for the Central Sparks to try and beat Thunder. Hello everybody, this is just a quick test of a quick switch on the kit. So we're not back just yet, but I just thought I'd check this.
Updates like a warm-up game where sort of do like every 20 over updates or something, because well I'll have no like I'll have that's only
Again, this is another quick test.
no that's only half 12 till 2, so from half 10 till 12 I'll be free, and then from like half 2 well till we finish it I'll be free, so I can probably do updates for when we finish our innings, for when they finish theirs and whatever. Yeah, but probably not.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Probably not the worst game.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Mark Robinson, the coach, got removed that. Anyway, I don't think that Ron Lewis is a great about.
Why am I getting no levels?
Yeah, I think that partly is particularly yesterday's match. Right? I don't think Australia played particularly well. Bethany did her thing, but they still lost a few wickets. They weren't great in the field. Very much
Let's try that, see if it sounds more on mic.
when Meg Lanning is catching the team, the picture image of Meg Lanning is just a yard that way and a yard over there. And this
YZ returning to the field. Sparks enters the field led by Eve Jones. Opening the batting for the Thunder, Naomi Datani and Seren Smale.
Well, welcome back everybody to New Road, Worcester, where Thunder will embark on a chase of 234 to beat the Central Sparks, who performed admirably at times with the bat, despite having been reduced to 27 for 3, and then to 166 for 6, losing 3 wickets on that mark in a mad couple of overs. Polly Starkey, what are your thoughts going into this second innings?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a chaseable total for Thunder. Sparks had an innings of kind of mixed performances. You had some great batting from Amy Campbell and Abby Freeborn. I think Karis Pavley actually played really maturely. I was very impressed with her. But I mean, overall there were a couple of collapses, and it wasn't Sparks' best performance. But you know, they have a lot of work to do with the ball now. But at the same time, I think Thunder are going to come out and see this as a big opportunity to get their first Rachel Hare Flint win.
Yeah, it'll be their first one this year. They've got Seren Smale, who in the last game of last year made a half century, I think, that we were watching at Old Trafford against Western Storm. So she can certainly perform with the bat. She's accompanied to the wicket by Naomi Datani, and it will be Grace Potts with the ball.
As Potts is in from the New Road end. Lovely slinky action, and that is played by Seren Smale, and there won't be a run off the first ball. Just taps the ground with her bat and walking down the wicket.
Yeah, neat stroke to start with, neat fielding to start with, but it doesn't really tell us much about where this game's going to go.
Potts in again, and that's defended again.
Good fielding in the offside there by Pavley, who's, as you say, batted impressively, didn't she, for that 33?
Yeah, I thought it was quite a mature innings, and she hasn't played many games for Sparks, so I actually thought she was quite a sensible batter, given her inexperience. As Potts comes into the attack again, defended, identical shot for the third time from Smale. A great start by Grace Potts. As we said before, it seems to be favouring the bowlers this wicket. It's quite green, so perhaps this is where we'll see that Sparks maybe play how Thunder did to start with, and vice versa.
Yeah, when it's pitched up, it's difficult, particularly with a new ball like the one that Grace Potts has got in her hand. Captain Eve Jones waiting there at slip.
Potts in again, and that's straight down the ground, but finds Georgia Davis on the offside.
It's the overseas at Gully as well, Erin Burns. They'll be the players trying to get into this game in the early stages, hoping that their bowlers can just find a little bit of nip. Of course, the two openers in the Sparks innings were both out bowled by left arm seamers.
Potts in again to Smale, who clips that into the offside, and that runs to Katie George, who does the fielding, hands it back to Abby Freeborn. Been 4, managed to get off the mark. Thunder with their first run.
Yeah, precious one to get off the mark with that. Now it's the left-handed Datani who comes onto strike. We've got backward point in the form of Burns. We've got cover in Katie George. We've got Ellis up here at mid-off. 3 more in front of square on the leg side at mid-on, mid-wicket and backward square leg.
As Grace Potts continues from the New Road end into Datani, who defends her first ball. Goes to Bethan Ellis, I think that is. And it's the end of the over. Got 1 run from the first over, much like Central Sparks did.
Yeah, so it's it's a little bit action replay, really, isn't it? Although from the Thunder perspective, they will be hoping they don't end up 5 for 2, which was where we were at the end of the 4th over of this innings, and left Sparks some considerable rebuilding to do on their own patch here at New Road. Now it's Katie George who's been given the opportunity to open the bowling by the looks of things from the Diglis end. Still fairly overcast here.
Yeah, interesting decision to go with Katie George, actually. I suppose normally Emily Arlott would take that role, but in the absence, she's stepped up and been given the role.
She'll be gutted to miss a game at New Road, will Emily Arlott. It's very much her stomping ground as a Worcestershire player as well as a Sparks player. Here is George Dent. Left arm over the wicket, doesn't quite find the direction there. It fades down the leg side and takes the score on to 2 without loss. Bit of a gimme from a Sparks point of view there, just giving that one away.
Yeah, that was quite wide and right of the umpire to signal so.
Obviously a very exciting test match going on in the Ashes at the moment that will have a lot of attention, as well as this game here. As George bowls, neatly driven, really neatly driven by Seren Smale, and it gets her underway with a nice shot, single in the previous over and now 4 to the cover boundary. Really good drive, 6 without loss the score, and George has a bit of thinking to do here. She's only bowled 1 ball and it's already cost her 5 of that total that's been defended of 234. 228 more required for victory for Thunder. As Seren Smale waits again. George bowls, leaves. Felt a brave leave at first, but then it did fade down the leg side, so it was well judged. 7 without loss.
Yeah, Katie George did not look happy with that decision by the umpire to call it a wide. Perhaps she felt it wasn't as bad as the umpire thought.
Well, the shape that Smale made was as if she was going to leave it on the offside,
yeah.
but it faded down the leg. In comes Katie George again, pacing in, long run, gets to the crease, bowls, and it's hit through the offside once more, slightly straighter this time, to extra cover, and away for 4 runs. Really lovely shot, that one.
Again, a very, very similar shot to the one she played a few balls before, but just textbook. It was a beautiful drive and just ran away to the boundary. Incredible batting so far from Seren Smale. Hasn't had that many opportunities for the Thunder to build a big innings, but I think opening the batting alongside Naomi Datani, it's a great opportunity for her.
Here comes George again, trying to rescue her first over, really, and gets a dot ball to Davina Perrin, just behind square on the offside. 11 without loss the score. already a little bit eaten off that total. Here's George again. 223 more required by Thunder. Seren Smale looks determined to get a few of them today. George bowls short of a length. Smale onto the pole. Only finds the fielder at mid-wicket. And there is no run on offer. Pavley again with the fielding. Been neat on both the occasions she's been called on.
Yeah, well, Thunder are having a great start here. You compare it to Sparks, who only managed to get their 11 runs in the 6th over, I think, and they were 2 wickets down at that point. So Thunder are looking really strong, and they know this is a chaseable total, so I think they have that kind of going into this innings, and they'll want to secure the win.
Here's George again. Left arm over the wicket, driven back at her, and there'll be no run there. But it's a long old over. Was that a no ball?
That
as
was
well?
a no ball signalled.
So 12 without loss. This will be a free hit for Seren Smale.
Yeah, Kate George looks frustrated. She's not really finding rhythm. Gone for a few boundaries and wides, and now she's got a no ball, so it's not quite going her way at the moment.
There's an opportunity to smash this one somewhere. Smale's not ready. She's just assessing her options, which is perfectly sensible and within her rights to do so at this stage. 12 without loss. What will it become here? 222 more required for victory if you just join us. We've seen this game go one way and the other in the first innings of it. Where will it go here? Smale onto the pull stroke, and that's going to go all the way for 4. First it didn't look like she got much of it, but it went over mid-wicket, and once it was past the mid-wicket fielder, then all Pavley had to do really was go and fetch it from behind the tractor that tugs the covers around. 16 without loss. The short ball in that situation, Polly Starkey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really poor delivery, and considering that, you know, when it's a free hit, the only way you can get them out is running them out. Bowling that ball I don't think was a wise decision. It just gave Smale the opportunity to get the ball and kind of hoik it to the boundary, which is exactly what she did. I think George looks really frustrated. Her body language looks a bit annoyed at how she's doing.
She's not been back bowling that long, has she? She comes in once more to deliver towards Smale again. Creeps down the leg side, but must have been via pad this time. Smale looks a little disgusted that wasn't another wide, but there we go. 16 without loss. A big second over of the innings for Thunder. Well and truly belonged to Seren Smale, who hit 3 boundaries in it and just looked really at home there as the batter who's come into this Thunder side towards the back end of last season, and now seems to be settling into her role. Gives Tani some breathing space too, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, we're going to have Grace Potts from our end, the new road end again. Bit of an expensive over from Katie George, conceding 15, so hopefully Potts can tighten it up for the Sparks as she's in again to Datani, who plays that, but there will be no run. So that is well fielded by Katie George. Slight fumble, but gets it quick enough to prevent scoring. 16 without loss. Score remains.
Australia A, who are playing England A in a women's warm-up game, made 292 in the end in their innings, so the chase will be 293 there. Did really well to accelerate that towards the end.
Potts again to Tani, who defends once again. No run on offer. That's very interesting. Very high score.
81 for Wilson, 51 for Webb, the top scorers in that game.
Yeah, it's interesting. With the T20s, England were dominant and won all 3, but that perhaps is because they were playing more of their senior T20 squad. As Potts back into the attack, and it goes straight through to the keeper. Datani tries to get something on it, but misses and replays her shot. Is trying to find where the ball would have been. but there will again be no run, as it was safely taken by Abby Freeborn.
The test match, that unlikely chase, is down to 80 now with 4 wickets still remaining.
Potts again through to the keeper once again. There's a slight appeal, a slight shout from a couple of the players. I think Eve Jones in the slips, but no one seems to be that interested, and I don't think there was an edge on it. The umpire is certainly not bothered by it.
So some exciting games of cricket being played, including the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy, where Northern Diamonds are 67 for 1 in pursuit of 206 for victory against South East Stars.
Potts, penultimate ball, defended by Datani, just leans over the ball and holds the pose.
Sunrisers set 255 for the Vipers to chase. Of course, Sunrisers beating Vipers on their own patch earlier in the season. Vipers 32 for 1 in the 11th over in pursuit of that. And Blaze, who are top of the table going into this second batch of fixtures, they are 245 all out. Western Storm 34 without loss in reply.
Grace Potts running in, and once again that is just blocked by Datani, who finishes the over with a dot ball. Very, very strong over from Grace Potts. Total, the score staying 16 for 0, so she bowled a maiden over, which is exactly what the Sparks needed after giving away 15 runs in the previous over.
You're with Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast, a podcast all about women's cricket. And myself, Mike Perkins, here at New Road as the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy is resumed for, as I say, its second little batch of fixtures before we go into the 100. And Georgia Davis already on and into the attack here, and they're sort of short on seam options really as Sparks for this one. You've only really got Potts and George, which is probably why George got given the new ball. It didn't work for her. But the likes of Davis, Fackrell, Erin Burns, of course, can all deliver very useful spin indeed. We've seen a bit of Pavley as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, she can bowl a few overs of left arm off spin.
And Perrin's sort of a fairly occasional bowler, but bowls a little bit of medium if she wants, or a little bit of leg spin, so there's sort of options there as well. Georgia Davis then, who has this wonderful action, and is twirling away. It's nicked first ball, past Freeborn. Fine of Eve Jones at slip. Doesn't feel as if it's going particularly Sparks' way at the moment. 2 runs that costs, and after Smale's dominant first over facing the bowling from the Diglis end, her second attempt to face it did not begin particularly well. A little snick between keeper and slip, but if you're going to snick it anyway, you may as well snick it there because it was safe. 18 without loss. Davis again. The score remains there as the ball outside the off stump is left by Seren Smale.
Yeah, it's interesting. Datani's still yet to get off the mark. I mean, Smale looks quite comfortable, so it'd be interesting to see when they swap over if she can.
Davis bowls, and that's defended by Smale back into her crease. Got a whole host of blast fixtures, which of course the Charlotte Edwards Cup was sort of linked to it at the start of that competition. The one Worcestershire fans will probably be interested in as Davis bowls is, this is defended into the offside for no run to short extra cover, is Worcestershire Rapids 28 without loss in the third over against Derbyshire Falcons. Birmingham Bears also playing today 26 for 1 against Durham as Davis bowls, and it's forward in orderly fashion from Seren Smale. No run is again the result. Almost like Davis, Burns and Smale are playing a game of cricket on their own at the moment as Davis sends Potts back to the boundary. She's also got mid-wicket out, and fielders in the ring on the leg side, and a straight mid-wicket, and at mid-on, another flash from Smale has been presented a very different challenge there. Freeborn takes cleanly, 18 without loss. So, it's been a strange sort of innings, mainly because of that Katie George over, I suppose, with the second over of the innings, but 204 gone now, 18 without loss, another 216 for victory. That's the crucial mark, 234 today.
Yeah, very wise of Sparks to swap to Georgie Davis with the spin. Katie George, very expensive, and also when a player has gone for that many runs, it's more for them. You don't necessarily want to put them back on. They might not be in the right headspace, they might be frustrated, so actually giving her a break, giving her time in the field to kind of regather, and then she can come on perhaps later on in the innings as Potts returns from the new road end into Dattani, who plays that towards a fielder.
I was going to say, maybe she's just not particularly fond of bowling with the new ball, but of course she did it for England, so that's possibly not the case. Obviously that was before some pretty horrible back injuries.
Potts in again, building up the speed. And Dattani swipes at that, and there's a huge appeal by Potts and a couple of the other players, but the umpire is not interested and signals a leg bye.
The angles felt against that appeal because Dattani's the left-hander facing right arm over the wicket there. But Sparks were up for it nonetheless, as the brickwork of the cathedral's illuminated by sunshine on the far side. And, imagine it's quite nice in there with the sun coming through the stained glass windows as well.
Potts starting her run up to Smell, who plays that into the onside, but that's a very clean pickup from Karis Pavley.
Smale looks in fantastic touch against the seamers though, doesn't she?
Yeah, she looks very comfortable. She looks like she's been doing this for years, and you always want that with your opening batter. She's still only 18, but she's in very good form as Potts returns. And that's just defended back to Potts by Smelt for no run. The score will stay 19 without loss.
Sparks just looking for a way in. They've not started either innings of this game particularly well.
No, I think the key will be, of course, getting Smell out, but Dattani actually, she's not looking comfortable at the moment as Potts returns, and once again just blocked by Smell. There's plenty of support from Sparks teammates rallying around her, cheering all the dot balls as she prepares to bowl the last ball of this over.
Big sort of puff of breath there from Grace Potts. She's clearly feeling it a bit this over.
Smell taking guard. Potts is in, and that's played straight to Davina Perrin, who quickly throws that back to Ali Freeborn, but there's no threat of anything as finish the over 19 without loss.
Georgie Davis then no doubt to continue. 12 wickets already in this competition, as many as anybody else. Only Katie Levick has matched that so far this year, and she'll be looking to continue to twirl away. Eve Jones up there in the runs column as well with 276, although only added 4 to that today, which was something of a disappointment. Dattani crouches. Off spinner to left-handed batter is always one of those angles that intrigues people. Certainly the off spinners anyway. Will it be the downfall of Dattani, or will this be the start of a match-winning innings? Forward defending to begin with, competently.
Georgie Davis has her game's really moved on, I think, in the last season. Last year she was excellent and very economical, but also a wicket-taking threat, which was really important for Sparks, and the versatility they've got within their bowling attack, I think, has been improved by someone like Davis.
It's a wonderful action she has. I was excited by that flight of delivery that Dattani pushed down the onside of straight. Another dot ball recorded. Wind still fairly strong in its nature. As Davis bowls, and it's out! Right through the defences of Datani, who is bowled without scoring. And as good as Smale has looked against the seamers, Datani looked uncomfortable there against the spinners. And 19 for 1, 215 required. I've got the feeling this is shaping up to potentially be a good game, and one that will really go all the way. It'll really be a sort of a little squeezer at the end.
Yeah, I really think it could be a bit of a thriller. It felt inevitable that Naomi Datani was going to go. She was looking uncomfortable and really struggling. It was difficult to see where she could get a run from. So, it in some ways for Thunder they'll be happy that she's not stuck anymore. But she's a really good batter, and actually she could have brought a lot to the crease. But it does bring Fee Morris out to the crease to join Seren Smale.
Yep, coming out to the middle, Fee Morris, such an experienced cricketer. She's the sort of one, 15-20 overs of Fee Morris, and she could really make a dint in this total and put Thunder in a firm position. But right now it feels right in the balance, as it should just after the halfway point. Sun shining at Worcester now. Wind gusting through. First Sunday of July. Plenty of cricket on. And that's off the outside half of the bat. Played down to third. Davina Perrin will have to do the chasing. There was no fielder there on the boundary. So that was very nicely placed indeed by Fee Morris from her first delivery. Underway. Takes the score to 21 for 1.
Yeah, the sun has come out a little bit, which is nice for both spectators and players.
Davis bowls, defended by Morris this time. Out into the offside. No run. It went fairly square of the wicket, just behind, if anything. Well, that's where Perrin came from, in fact, picked up just in front. Here's Georgia Davis again. Bowls and defended into more or less the same spot. The fielding's again done by Perrin. End of the over, 21 for 1. That feels as if it's got sparks going, and they turn to the competition's equal leading wicket taker to get that breakthrough, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, they'll take that breakthrough and be really confident with that, and they'll be keen for another one, I'm sure. But it feels like they've picked up a little bit in the field. Davina Perrin always feels like she's involved in the game, and having her a little bit more into the game, doing some of the fielding, bringing that energy is exactly what Sparks need.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with her first bowler today, but she's not showing it.
Potts returns from the new road end, and that's played straight back to the bowler. Potts gets a hand on it. Smale not able to get past multiple fielders, and there will be no run. Smale currently 15 from 23 balls. Had an excellent start to her innings, as Potts is back into the attack, and that defended by Smale, just kind of jumps up slightly and raises her bat to defend it.
Yeah, just taps at the pitch there. I think she had to be fairly on her guard, Seren Smale, to stop that one creeping through. The sun is out. It's an Ashes summer as well, which is always extra special. I'm sure we've listeners from all around, or viewers from all around the world as always.
Grace Potts to Seren Smale, and that is played to Karis Pavli. There'll be no run again. Grace Potts remaining economical as usual.
I like Pavli as a cricketer, I have to say. Very sort of busy, was enterprising with the bat. See what she produces with the ball.
Potts returning again, and that's played back to Potts, but she misses it, and Bethan Ellis will be there to pick it up.
Sparks players in the field with those colourful sleeves to their kit. Saying they're almost rainbow sleeves to match rainbow laces. It's a very retro look.
It is. The hexagons are an interesting look as well. Potts back into the attack, and that's swiped up and goes over the head of Eve Jones. There's a massive diving effort. I think that's rear fat crawl down on the boundary, and she's saved the four. Wow, Eve Jones leaped into the air and kind of just collapsed onto the floor. Full commitment by the Sparks captain, but did end up being slightly futile as it did try and run to the boundary.
They say if you're going to flash, flash hard, and that's what Seren Smale did on the cut there, but I think Fee Morris just came and had a word with her and said, look, you're in that good form, just think
calm
about
down.
this.
As Potts runs in, and that is played relatively straight to Bethan Ellis by Fee Morris.
And that's presumably exactly why a player like Fee Morris has been brought into this Thunder. So so much experience, obviously victorious in the KSL, won the county championship when these things were in that guise as well. I mean, just a sort of player who can go, hang on, you're in that good form, just wait for your ball. Don't go trying to manufacture things.
Yeah, she's been playing cricket for a long time, very experienced, and just has played with so many teams, so many players, and actually now she can play a really important role, not only scoring runs, of course, and taking wickets, but being kind of that mature voice, especially when you've got someone like Seren at the crease.
Smale forward defends into the offside, goes out more towards cover this time, where Erin Burns comes in to pick up. Also got Ellis at short extra cover, Campbell, who batted very nicely actually for her 68 up at mid-off. Onto the back foot goes Smale, hits into the leg side, but only finds one of the two sweepers out there. It's George who returns. And 22 for 1 the score moves on to. The chase is underway then in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy with Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey. As this one is bowled up in the air and over the top and away for 4. It bounces once, it bounces a second time before reaching the advertising hoarding, but the result was already determined from the moment it left the bat of Fee Morris. A little pick up over mid-on the drive. 27 for 1. Very, very nice stroke indeed. Thunder, it seems, have decided to be positive here.
Yeah, it was a really interesting shot actually. It didn't look like there was much power on it, but it kind of just carried over rear Fackrun and went to the boundary.
A clip, as that one is defended by Morris. There in orderly fashion once again. 207 more required here then. Diamonds at 86 for 2 in pursuit of 206 to beat the South East Stars. Southern Vipers 60 for 2 in pursuit of 255 against the Sunrisers, as this is defended by Fee Morris. Back to the bowler George Davis. Feel we need to say Fee Morris because we also have Sophie Morris in the Thunder 11 today. Western Storm 53 without loss, as this one is dabbed leg side on this occasion. A readjustment as the ball arrived there from Morris, who'd advanced slightly and had to go back and readjust there. 27 for 1 at the end of the OEF. 53 without loss, chasing 246 against the Blaze. So as so often is the case, at least 3 of those games have ended up with more or less the same sort of chase. I think the end of the power play has been called a little early there, because I think we've only had 8 overs. By my maths, there's 2 more to come.
Yeah, the announcer getting ahead of themselves.
Possibly. Grace Potts, though, will bowl one of them.
Is in again, and that is played quite tentatively by Seren Smale. Once again, finding Karis Pavli. Grace Potts and her consistency is exactly what Sparks need to build that pressure and then from the other end, perhaps they'll keep Georgia Davis on, or maybe bring someone else in to keep that pressure at the other end. As Potts is back into the attack, and that is a lovely shot by Seren Smelt. It's chasing to the boundary, but Davina Perrin is after it. It reaches the boundary despite the efforts of the very fast Davina Perrin and Karis Pavli.
This is the sort of thing you'll know. She did quite a bit of athletics, didn't she, Davina Perrin, from memory? And no surprise to see her covering the ground quickly.
So Potts is back with the ball at the top of her mark, and Smale just prepares, and Potts is running in past the umpire, and that is flicked behind her, and that heads it starts bobbling to the boundary, but goes to Rhea Thackrell safely, who slightly rogue throw over the head of Abby Freeborn, but there isn't a run in it.
That's good from Smale though, isn't it? Because she'd played the cut in the previous over and had nearly been caught at slip, but she's now actually, she gave herself room to play one there and then played the little dab down to third as well.
As Grace Potts returns, and again it's called a wide as Fee Morris looked to try and get something on it, but couldn't quite, and it goes straight through to Abby Freeborn.
Got a few more spectators in. They seem to be round our side of the ground, so we can't see too many of them, but it's nice to see a few more sort of creeping in as the day goes on, which is always nice to have people along in person.
As Potts is running in to Morris, who defends it, and the ball pings up, but will fall safely, and there is no run, keeping the score 33-1.
Though there definitely seemed to be something in it when Thunder had elected to have a bowl first. The ball always seems to have sounded really good off the bat, so there's clearly, you know, a decent sort of zip to the surface.
Potts right arm over, and again it's defended but slightly on an angle, and finds Davina Perrin. There will be no run once again. The score staying 33-1 with Fee Morris with 6 runs from 10 deliveries, and Seren Smale, who's been there from the start, 22 from 32 balls. Potts ready to bowl the last ball of her over into the attack, and it's interesting when Fee Morris is defending, the ball kind of pings up a little bit more, perhaps more than other players I've noticed.
Yeah,
There's
she
no run on offer.
Make sure even when defending, she's using the middle of that bat, isn't she? It's in the right place, but will be eager for a score here. She's only got 6 at the moment. Smale on 22 and looking in fluid form. 201 to win. One thing's for sure: if Smale stays there, then this game will quite quickly head in the direction of Thunder. More of a challenge though it seems with the spinners, and Davis has picked up the wicket to fall so far, bowling Datani without scoring, as that's played down the onside of straight by Smale, propping forward to do so. Dot ball recorded by the scorers to our left. Here's Davis, bowls, turned away into the leg side, off the back foot, or certainly standing up on the back leg on the crease to do so. 34 for 1. Bats change ends. You sort of almost feel that's what Smale's got to do against the spinner. She's going to face a lot of the slower bowling, but she's just got to keep rotating, keep mixing it up with her partner. Davis bowls, turned leg side, but too straight to the mid-wicket fielder. So Potts is there to do the fielding. 34 for 1. Here comes George Davis. Bowls. Morris on the sweep. She likes the sweep and she hits that one well. It's sped across the ground to Katie George. In fact, it was Pavli out there at backward square leg. It returns. She's got one of those big tuba grips around her elbow. I don't know if that's because she hasn't got one on her right, I think it's less protection and more perhaps one of those things she needs just to assist with an injury, as that one is stopped by Eve Jones at extra cover, diving into the footholes of her old used pitch to effect that stop. It's a bit of a dilemma this time of year when the ground is quite hard and abrasive, as this one's bowled by Georgia Davis into the offside. It's Burns round from cover to do the fielding, and we'll have a slight change in the commentary position with Sarah Ginn coming in, and we'll get Sadigan in as well, I think, in a minute to replace myself, Mike Perkins. But we've reached the 10 over mark. 35 for 1 is the score at 10 overs. It was 32 for 3 in the Sparks innings, so going along quite nicely here, Thunder, Sarah Ginn.
Yeah, I think they'll be pleased with the start they've got. Obviously that one wicket has fallen early, but I think wickets in hand is key here at the moment, and that's exactly what Thunder have.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Saren Smale, those 2 off drives were just magnificent, weren't they?
Yeah, she's got lovely hand-eye, and when she pushes both hands through the ball like that, and it just looks effortless, and it's a fantastic shot at the same time. Grace Potts is continuing at the New Road end here to Fee Morris, who is on 7 of 13 balls. Potts, in she comes. It's nicely defended by Fee Morris here. There will be a little bit of a worry after that first over from Katie George for the Sparks as well, because looking at the lineup for the Sparks today, there's not as many pacers.
I was going to ask you exactly this. Are they a bit light on seam options?
Well, you can see Beth Ellis just in front of us warming up here, and you'd fancy her to be the other seamer. Obviously, Emily Arlett, as we discussed earlier, out for injury at the moment. So, yes, plenty of spin options, but not as much seam as Potts in here to Fee Morris, who rocks back and hits that for mid-wicket for no run. I mean, you do fancy that Katie George will probably come back on at some point. Whether she comes on this end after Grace Potts, it will remain to be seen. But Georgia Davis, in the meantime, tying up that other end nicely and picking up the wicket of Naomi Datani. So, other than the wickets in hand, it's a little bit on as even at the moment. As Potts into Fee Morris, comes down the track, uses her feet, so cuts it underneath and not where she intended it to go, but still effective nonetheless as it races away for 1 run there. So it looked like she was going to hit it for all intents and purposes over the top of one of mid-on or mid-off there, but it came off the bottom edge of the bat for just a single to Fee Morris, which brings Saren Smale back on strike, and she's currently 23 of 36 deliveries. Thunder, of course, batting second in this encounter, chasing. They now need 198 to win off, plenty of overs you would have thought, as Potts coming into Smale. Smale back, flick that off her legs for 1 run, down to 3rd.
Neat stroke there from Smale. I will make way and allow Raf Nicholson to come in and join you, Sarah, again.
So Potts going back to her mark for the 5th delivery of this over. It's a nice tidy opening spell from Grace Potts here. So recently back from injury, not showing any signs of uncomfort at the moment. She comes back into Morris. Sure to deliver. It's up in the air as somebody is under. Who's calling it? Katie George has called it, and she's taken it. And that is out. That is Fee Morris out for 8 of 16 deliveries. Bowled Grace Potts, caught Katie George, and she is out. That was almost calamitous there. I thought it was just a... Raf, what were your thoughts there on that sort of catch or near collision?
Well, yeah, it was a little bit nervous, wasn't it? And I have seen bad collisions before. I remember in the first year of the Kia Super League, actually, there was one that involved, I think it was Fee Morris and actually who's just been out, and Charlotte Edwards. Lottie was definitely involved, and they collided kind of head on, and it was quite nasty. And so, yeah, I didn't. I was just coming into my seat. They're all okay.
Everything was okay. I think Katie George must have called it at the last minute.
Yeah.
Bethan Ellis on her left shoulder as she caught it, and they sort of had a little kind of hug. I think they couldn't stop themselves after the ball had gone. But yeah, luckily safe hand. Both of them probably would have had safe hands, but you know, if you collide underneath it, then it's tricky to avoid it really. But yeah, so it's a good wicket, because Fee Morris was going on a decent start there, so a decent wicket, which brings Deandra Dottin to the crease.
Yeah, so the big superstar, as reputation goes, although does sometimes fail to perhaps live up to that big reputation. And it's an interesting one because Dottin is very much a kind of, it feels like she's a sort of big game player. When there's a big occasion, when there's a big crowd, she really plays to that. And sometimes in these slightly lower key situations, we haven't got a huge number of spectators here, although there's a smattering around the ground. Dottin perhaps, fails to kind of get going sometimes.
Yeah, as Potts into Dottin, who leaves that first ball, goes straight through to Abby Freeborn behind the stumps. Yeah, it is tricky sometimes, isn't it? Because especially with the rise in the women's game, I've talked at length about last night's game, where there was 20-odd thousand in Edgbaston all packed in watching them, which some of these girls could easily be involved in games at that level, and then the next minute you're playing to sort of a crowd of maybe 100, 200 here today. I mean, it should be noted that it is a sort of a club Sunday for women's cricket today, so it does mean that a lot of women and girls that could be watching this game are playing today, and such is the sort of setup of women's cricket in England, that most games are played on Sundays. So when these games are on Sundays, it perhaps attracts less of a crowd, but good that those girls are actually out playing cricket at the same time.
Absolutely. And this is Georgia Davis resuming from the Diglis end, and it's Smale on strike, who just defends that out into the leg side, and there's no run there. Smale on to 24 not out off 38 balls, and Davis in again to Smale, again defends that, and there's no run. Yeah, that wicket came at a good time for Sparks, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked like that pair were getting settled at the crease. It was a nice breakthrough to have at a good time in the game.
Exactly, as Davis in again, and again defended and no run there. Yeah, I think what Sparks have got to do is not let Thunder get too settled. It's not a huge total they've got to chase, although it's a decent effort by Sparks in the end. As Davis in again defended, again no run. I thought, given that Sparks lost those kind of cluster of wickets at the back end of the innings on 166, wasn't it? They went from 166 for 3 to 166 for 6. They actually did well to finish where they did. Davis in again to Smale, who just taps that out, sort of just front of square on the offside, and they run through for a gentle single. So Dottin now on strike to face her second ball. She's just taking guard at the New Road end now, and the umpire is just waving at her. He's digging her bat a little bit in. Interesting, isn't it, taking guard? What's your preferred guard to take?
Generally middle.
Okay.
I think left-handers, I tend to take a slightly different guard, but I think it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because so Davis into Dottin first ball.
Yeah.
I think children see it on the TV, don't they? Taking guard, I need to take guard, but you actually have to do something with that guard. It actually has to mean where you want your feet to go, or where you want where you know what your stumps are. And I watched a bit of coverage back of a girls' county age group game, and you could see a lot of the girls taking guard, and then almost seeming to ignore it when they stood at the stumps. And it's good to have these habits and get in these good habits, but it's also nice to know why you're doing it, and what it means to know where your middle stump is, or your off stump or leg stump, or whatever guard that you're taking. And I'm sure, obviously, Dottin, being the calibre of player that she is, would know why she's taking the guard and where. But it's just it's another one of those things like, oh, I'm going round the wicket to a left-hander. Why are you doing that? Oh, because my dad's told me, or something similar to that. But yeah, just knowing why you want to do something is always useful. As Potts coming into Smale, is rocking back into I think that's Erin Burns there for no run. Yeah, and it's different when we've got different spinners. You might take different guards, and just to know where your stumps are and know what your plan is. But I think as young players, just taking different guards just because it sounds better than taking middle, sometimes I feel that might be the reason behind it. But it's just, yeah, actually knowing from a coach why you're doing that.
Yep.
Putts over the wicket, and that's another dot ball there.
And I suppose as the coach, that's perhaps something that that you need to be doing, especially with young girls who maybe haven't had those explanations, and as you say, get into just a kind of habit, or it just becomes a ritual rather than them actually understanding cricket.
Yeah, cricket's a very repetitive sport, isn't it? Both batting and bowling, and being able to be in the same position at the crease every time you bat is quite important. Potts into Smale, who's hit that. Also, a good bit of fielding there. I think that's Davina Perrin there at backward point, just to save some runs, and that's just gone for 1 run to backward point. But yeah, it's the same as when we talk about bowling with beginners that are bowling essentially, you know, why is my ball going wide? Why throw them? Well, are you looking at the same place every time? Are you aiming for the same place? And often they sort of say, I'm aiming for the batsman's feet, for example, and you think, well, a different batsman's going to be standing in a different place at a different size and everything else. But everything is consistent in cricket, and it's a good to, as Potts comes into Dottin, who leaves that. Oh, it's gone. Actually, it's given a wide, just pushed just a bit too far down the offside. But yeah, getting repetitive, and it's good to get children and boys and girls into the game to try new things. You know, you don't have to bowl 6 balls on the stump, but knowing how to bowl 6 balls on the stump if need be is a really good habit to get in.
Absolutely, and I wonder whether there are kind of distinctive challenges in coaching girls compared to coaching boys. Perhaps you can come to that between overs.
Grace Potts into Dottin there, who's just rock back, push that onto the leg side to 1. I mean, you'd hope with the progression of the regional game the way it is, and the number of games that some of these girls are now playing, that divide is kind of closing a little bit. But historically, girls probably played less than boys, watched less than boys, had less opportunity to watch women play. But now, again, looking at last night, looking at these Ashes, looking at these games, there's a lot more opportunity to actually them to see the game in action. As Potts back over the wicket, a tall figure coming into bowl, lovely repeatable action there. Backward, that's a great stop by Davina Perrin at backward point there for no run.
Yeah, she's a good fielder, Perrin, isn't she? Very athletic. I suppose partly that comes with being young, doesn't it? You can fling yourself about without fear. But she's doing well in that backward point position. I think that's kind of one of her regular fielding spots for Sparks.
Yeah, and we discussed earlier, I discussed with Mike about sort of practising as a game-specific element, and her practising balls that are coming at her from the angle of backward point off the bat to those angles is all great, and helps her, progression as sort of a specialist backward point fielder. Potts driven that. That's a dot ball just driven straight to Eve Jones in the covers there to finish the 13th over, and the Thunder are on 41 for 2.
Yeah, and the run rate at the moment is hovering round about 3, and the required rate hovering round about 5. So Thunder just going along a little bit more sedately than they need to, but they've also got Deandra Dottin out there, so the hope would be that she will perhaps unleash some of her Dottin-style magic on the game, and allow them to just go along that little bit more quickly than they are at the moment, as they need to be doing.
And you wonder that obviously Georgia Davis rolls a very tight line. She doesn't give much away, but whether they're just sort of biding their time here a little bit.
Yep, and this is Davis continuing.
Yes, it's Georgia Davis
from the Diglis end. Just bowls at Dottin, who just tapped that back, and there's no run. We're in the 14th over here at New Road, Worcester. Davis in again. Oh, that one kind of snuck past the bat of Dottin, just along the ground out to Eve Jones at slip, who fields that and throws it back to Davis, but was a little bit of uncertainty there from Dottin. Davis in again. Dottin taps that out towards mid-wicket. No run there. So she's just looking a little bit nervous here, Dottin. Interesting.
Yeah, you think that, don't you? And then she'll just go and hit one for a few runs, but yeah, she's just watchful of this, I think, at the moment. I mean, it might not be a matchup that she's seen much of. Obviously, Davis would have probably played in those T20 games, but I don't think Dottin batted for too long against her, and it's somebody that she wouldn't have faced on a regular basis.
That's a good point. Oh, and she just plays that out just backwards of square on the offside and scampers through for one run. Yeah, I think you're right. She's just trying to get the measure of things at the moment. Doesn't need to go off, perhaps feels that she doesn't need to go off at 1,000,000 miles an hour immediately, and probably feels that it's quite important actually for her to stick around for a bit. Although obviously Thunder have got Smale out there unbeaten on 26, who's going along nicely. Davis into Smale now. Oh, and that's a drop. That was a caught and bowled opportunity. Davis kind of dived to her right there, and it would have been a good low catch, and the Sparks looking a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't hit entirely cleanly either, was it? So it probably had, it's the pace didn't do her. I think it may was the height, and it always is a difficult opportunity, isn't it? Caught and bowl coming straight back at you there. But Georgia Davis is a very good fielder, and she will be disappointed that she didn't hold on to that catch.
Yeah, and it would have been, as I was just saying there, that Smale, the established batter, so I almost gave her the commentator's curse there, didn't I? That her innings is an important one for Thunder. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there to get rid of her. But that was the wrapping up of the 14th over, and Thunder 42 for 2, and it looks like we've got a change at the New Road end.
Yeah, as I mentioned previously, Sparks a little bit light on pace bowlers today, and it was interesting to see what might happen. Katie George's first over from the other end did go for a fair few runs, and she didn't quite find that line. So giving Grace Potts her spell there of 7 overs, and now Katie George has come back on at this different end. So George, the left arm over, coming back recently from a spate of injuries and sort of looking to break back through. Although she's dropped the ball on the way in on the run-up there. You don't see that happening very often.
That was a bit
she's,
odd.
Yeah, maybe it's she's drying it on the towel that she's got in the back of her trousers there. And yeah, so George in to Deandra Dottin, left arm over the wicket. And Dottin just played that directly to Georgia Davis at mid-off for no run.
Yeah, as you say, Katie George did have that one over right up top, and it went for 15 runs. She's now being brought back. I suppose, in some ways, Sparks a little bit light on pace bowling. They need George to bowl perhaps her full allocation today, so they're just trying to change it up a little bit and give her another go now, but potentially quite dangerous if Dottin's anything to do with it.
George, that's gone for wide again, and she's struggling with this line today, Katie George. Just dragging that down a little bit, you'd say, and it's kind of across the body of Deandra Dottin. It's a good take from Abby Freeborn behind the stumps, but say once again the umpire's hands are raised, and that's more extras on the board.
It must be tough coming back from injury. If you haven't been, if she's had this really difficult back injury, hasn't she? And now she's trying to get back into bowling in a kind of more sustainable way.
Yeah, and George into Dottin, who's just angled that into the leg side as Grace Potts picks it up just for a single. Yeah, and this will be sort of the biggest test for her, if you like, playing in the T20s and just bowling maybe a couple of overs up top and a couple of overs later on. Whereas today you're hoping that you're going to get 10 overs off her, whether that's obviously not going to be in a row now, but it's a different physical challenge in itself. And coming back from injury, being a fast bowler, you've always got some niggle or another, haven't you? And let's hope it's nothing more than just a little bit of struggling to find her line here, as George into Smale, who's driven that again to Georgia Davis at mid-off, and that's a better delivery from Katie George, and let's hope that wide was just a little blip there, just finding the line.
Yeah, I just think it must be tough mentally when you have been out for so long, and you did obviously have such a kind of long-lasting injury, to then be trying to run in and do the same unnatural thing to your body that you were doing that caused you to get injured must be quite tricky mentally.
Yeah, so George in again to Smale with a no run. This is a better line. Yeah, when players are off with stress fractures or similar injuries, there will always be a reason behind that. Yes, it is kind of volume of bowling, but it also may be sort of a tweak in the action or a change there. And often they have to. It's a lot of work to come back from. Breaking your action down, coming off a couple of paces, making sure you've got everything right. Because the last thing you want to do is have a reoccurrence. Unfortunately, we've seen that with Tash Farrant recently, coming back into the fold and getting injured again. And that's a full toss from Katie George, who's it's been whipped away down to backward third by Seren Smale.
I do think it's difficult, and perhaps this is an issue in men's cricket as well, but it does seem particularly in women's cricket that there's this kind of, this recurring thing of young, quick bowlers getting injured and struggling with that, struggling to maintain fitness. You see the same thing in Australia with Taylor Vlemick, for example, just kind of having to put this enormous strain on their bodies early on.
Yeah, as George comes in to dot him with the bat held high as a shorter ball, and it's gone through for a dot. I mean, the more and more is known about the women's game and the more research that happens, hopefully we can prevent this injury a little bit more. I think it's important, even at a very young age, to look at your potential fast bowlers at under 11, under 13, especially when they start to hit puberty, which we know happens slightly earlier in the women's game, well, for women and girls. But just see what stresses and strains they may well be putting on their body, and kind of, it's not to accept, okay, this girl's got a little bit of a mixed action, she's dragging her arm here, but we'll just work with it because she's effective and because she's good at what she does and she's young and she's taking wickets, because the chances are she'll get to 13, 14 and she will have an injury. So it's looking at them really young and trying to pick these things up.
Davis resumes from the Diglis end, and Smale on strike, plays that just firmly out into the offside, no run. Thunder 45 for 2 in the 16th over. Davis in again to Smale, who just rocks back again, plays that out, but it's fielded by Erin Burns. They're in the covers and there's no run.
So a lot of the research they do on fast bowling, or historical research on fast bowling and injuries, is all on male athletes.
Davis in again to Smale. Oh, who comes down the pitch. Oh, and she's just hit it over the head of the mid-off fielder there, and it's gone for 4 runs. So there was just an element of risk in that. Perhaps if the fielder had leaped up, but as it is, it's gone safely over the boundary to take Thunder to 49 for 2.
Or if it had been the opposition, it was Monica Gore fielding there, and he's sort of a good foot taller than Amy Campbell, then it may well have been a different story.
Absolutely. Davis again into Smale. Rocks back. Oh, and that one has got through. That's nicely pierced the offside field, and again she's going to get another 4 runs. Oh, Smale really looking to up the tempo here in this 16th over here at New Road, Worcester. That takes her on to 35 not out.
Yeah, she's a good player, Smale. I hadn't seen perhaps her full potential in the T20s. I think she looked a little bit panicked, but today she's looking a good prospect with bat in hand.
Absolutely, very solid, and she's just played that one out into the leg side. It's been picked up nicely at mid-wicket, so no run there, but she's showing good intent here.
Plays her junior cricket up in Lancashire as well, and she's a force to be reckoned up there in the age group things, and obviously had her opportunity as she hits that one into the offside for 1 run, taken her opportunity to become professional, and obviously was part of that England under-19 World Cup, and it shows that with the work and dedication and the time they're putting into youngsters, how quickly they can progress through the ranks, and coming out from being an age group cricketer at 15, 16 to now being part of a professional setup.
Yeah, fantastic that's now an option for so many more girls. And yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Just the way in which these new structures kind of sort of filter down as well to the lower age groups. Are you do you think that's happening in a kind of effective way?
I think it is. I think it is tricky because it's more regionalised. It's tricky in some respects for travel and people getting to fixtures and training. As George comes in here to Smale, who's hit that to just in front of point there and scampered through for a single. I think there's an issue an issue, but there's a sort of an element of you now play for Warwickshire, for example, as an age group child, but then you want aspire to play for the Sparks. It's not as clear-cut route, but I think it is becoming to be more well known. And of course, with the Blaze now being part of the Nottinghamshire setup, it's probably a little bit more straightforward. You play for Nottinghamshire all the way up, and still effectively the Nottingham Blaze. I think they're more the Blaze, don't you, as you get older? As George into Dottin on the back foot there and just into mid-wicket for one run.
Yeah, there's not this neat alignment anymore, is there? And that's what we lost when we had this regional structure introduced. And even in the days of the Kia Super League, you had the regional sides, but a lot of them were much more closely aligned with the men's county. So you had the Surrey Stars, now you've got the South East Stars, and that kind of that identity, I guess, does perhaps create some confusion going through the age groups.
As George into Smale, flick that off her legs. It's going to race away. Is it going to get to the boundary? I think that's been fielded really well on the boundary there. I believe that's Amy Campbell, and it's gone for 2 runs. Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe looking at the Blaze and the Nottinghamshire sort of element of it, it's almost going back the opposite way, and it's gone back into the kind of a county name. Obviously, these regions, so the Central Sparks has supported the sort of 5 counties within the West Midlands, so it's not quite as straightforward as just being filtered into one county. And of course we've got the 2 first-class counties in Worcester and Warwickshire that feed into the Sparks. Lancashire have almost taken on that sort of mantle as just being the only county side in that region. It's a short ball from George, and that's hooked away by Smale, and that's going to go race away for 4. That's a great shot by Sarah Smale there to take her on to 43 of 60 deliveries. It was a bit too short, but I think she picked it quite early there, Smale, and managed to get that away for 4.
Yeah, she did. She picked it up well there to take her into the 40s. We saw some nervous 40s earlier during the Sparks innings, didn't we? So let's see how Smale gets on here. But it's funny because Dottin at the other end is on 4 off 12, and Smale is almost playing in the way that you would expect to see Dottin playing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a role reversal as George into Smale here. She hits that nicely through the covers, and that's well fielded by the skipper Eve Jones for no run. She doesn't strike me, Smale, as someone who would be a nervous 40s. I mean, she's scored a lot of runs, even say at this young age, and this beauty of all these structures and extra games is she's had a lot of time in the middle. So being 40-something off 60-something balls, or whilst this is a bigger stage perhaps, isn't something unusual for her.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems that we saw in the Sparks innings was it was almost you got past 50, and then you just you relaxed too much.
George into Smale. She's hit that over the top. It's gone, even though it's tall figure of Grace Potts in mid-wicket, and she's running back for 2 runs. Yeah, it was like 50 was almost a target to reach because they started off so badly, the Sparks, with they losing those early wickets, that once both batters had reached that 50 stage, it just seemed to be that they kind of just gave away their wickets a little bit.
Yeah, switched off mentally somehow after they'd reached that milestone, which was a little bit disappointing because it meant that there was then that kind of late order wobble in the Sparks innings. They did obviously end reasonably well the last few overs. They got up to this decent total. Well, they were ultimately all out for 233 just off the last ball. So, I think the average score in this competition, I believe, is round about 250. So they weren't too far off. But you need to kind of keep your mental focus up, and that's one of the joys, but also the struggles of cricket, isn't it? If you're out there in the middle for a while, how do you keep your mental concentration up?
Yeah, we talked about that when we were talking about what they talk about in the middle. So when you're working between overs and you go into the middle, are you discussing cricket, or are you switching off to try and make sure your brain then can switch back on?
And we've got a change in bowling from the Diglis end. This is Erin Burns into the attack, I think, for the first time. And she comes into Dottin, who plays that out to the leg side for a single. So that takes Thunder on to 65 for 2 in the 18th over here at New Road, Worcester. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I wonder what they're saying to each other. As Burns in again to Smale this time. just taps that out into the offside. No run there. I'm sure that sometimes it's just, I wonder what we're going to have in the tea break or something like that.
Yeah, that ability to sort of switch on and switch off is good to have.
Burns in again to Smale, and that time she just played that slightly further out into the offside, so they do get a single off that ball. So Dottin back on strike, facing up to Erin Burns in the 18th over.
And then we get into the realms of routines and pre-batting routines and what people need to do every shot and how they're, suspicions and all of this sort of stuff. But
and Dottin comes forward to that, and she just knocks that out, and she is going to get 4 runs. That goes out through the covers for 4. That's Dottin's first boundary, I believe. Are we gonna start seeing a few of the old Deandra Dottin fireworks, perhaps? That wasn't very fireworky. That was a relatively safe shot, kind of along the carpet, but still, she placed it well enough for it to go over the boundary rope for 4. So Burns back in again to Dottin, high bat. She hasn't made very clean contact with that, so that just trickles down to mid-on, and she gets a single there.
Yeah, you think it might only be a matter of time before she properly makes contact with the ball. She scored a 4 there 2 deliveries ago that kind of you didn't even think she hit cleanly, but it still managed to get away. So
she's got so much power in her arms, hasn't she? And Burns in again to Smale that time, who rocks back, plays that out through the covers, and they get 2 runs from that one.
Yeah, it's tricky to know if she's doing this on purpose, if she's reading the scoreboard. I mean, the run rate required is only 5 and over. They're already on 4 and over. Has she taken the view of, I don't need to hit it around so much. I don't need to go for these big shots. I'm quite capable of just getting this to tick over. I mean, it's not the Dottin that we're perhaps used to seeing, but there may be another side of her game there as well.
Potentially. I always feel with Deandra Dottin that it's all or nothing. And on some days you get all, and those are the days on which her reputation has been made, her reputation has been built, and it's incredible. But unfortunately, more often these days we see a little bit more of the nothing side. I think there's perhaps a little bit of inconsistency there. So I mean, you never know. Perhaps she is thinking, I need to adapt my game, be a little bit more restrained here. I'll be interested to see how she goes the next couple of overs.
Yeah, so change of bowling from the new road end. So Ria Fackrell is coming on with her off spin. Dottin remarking her crease again, as we talked about earlier. Is she taking a different guard now, perhaps, to the off spin bowler? She says, she definitely asked for a guard again, as Fackrell comes in to Dottin. Just a nice full length, maybe a little bit too full, as Dottin's just got a single there into Davina Perrin as well, and just threw it back into Freeborn for 1 run. Yeah, you just is she playing within herself? I think she is, but is it a ploy? Are we going to see a Dottin that's going to build an innings? I mean, I'd like to think we could. As Fackrell dot ball to Smale there.
Yeah, 11 off 16 she is at the moment, so she is kind of slowly constructing this innings, isn't she? I think there's only been a couple of boundaries in there.
It's Fackrell. Ria Fackrell making her first appearance for the Sparks, I believe, this year, having been in the squad for maybe every single game so far. Did really well in a practice game they played midweek, I believe. Got 4 or 5 wickets there, so coming on for appearance. A bit of a shorter ball there, and Smale has wrapped onto that and put that backward through the covers. I think it's just going to come for 1 run. That was a good shot for 1 run, say that from Smale, but that was nicely round. Is that Pavley out there that's got, I can't see, it's too far to look over the other side.
It is. Smale actually, I think, wanted a second run there. She was back out of her crease at the non-strikers, but Dottin said no. Dottin wanted the strike.
As Dottin's on strike and mid-on goes to long on here as they hit it in the air, but is she going to make it round Bethan Ellis? No, and that's gone for 4 runs. It's a nice shot down the ground by Dottin there for 4. So almost you'd think that might have been the wrong fielder to drop back there. Mid-off stayed in the ring, and we put long on back, and she just, or she's picking the gap there and just went over the right fielder for 4 runs.
I think Dottin was picking the gap there. I think she knew exactly where the fielders were, and she just played that brilliantly.
As Fackrell back into Dottin. Bit of a better length delivery there. Dottin just kept putting back and putting that through backward point for 1 run. Just I think that must be Pavli out there. I'm just trying to see where everybody else is and do it by process of elimination. Can't see the back of her shirt either, which doesn't help when she's all the way.
Can we wave at her, sort of tap on the glass and get her
I
to
mean,
turn
the fact
round?
that she's thrown it in left-handed, I think, the last couple, that makes me think it must be her. But Thunder are now 80 for 2 of 19 overs. Smale now on 49 and Dottin on 16 of 18 deliveries.
Yeah, these two, Smale and Dottin, going along reasonably nicely. I just sat down as Fee Morris was the last wicket to fall. She was out caught, so that left them 37 for 2. They've now moved on to 80 for 2 as Burns resumes from the Diglis end. Oh, and that's gone past the bat of Dottin. She had a bit of a swing at that one. It's just gone past, and Burns slightly got the measure of her there, I think. So, is Dottin trying to come out of her shell a little bit here? Burns into her again. That's full, and she plays that, and she's placed that really well again, and it's gone out through the covers for 4 runs. 4 more runs for Dottin.
Yeah, unfortunately that was a full toss and it's sort of bread and butter for Dottin. Yet again though, you didn't feel that she hit that as cleanly as she could do, but we saw some shots early on in the Sparks innings that weren't hit cleanly, that didn't quite make it across this boundary, but Dottin seems to be able to miss-hit it for 4 at the moment.
That's exactly it. I keep kind of thinking, oh, she's not hit that very well, and then I look over to where the ball's gone and it's just sneaking across the boundary. So you're absolutely right. She's somehow, even though she's not hitting it as cleanly as some of the other batters, she's just got so much power that she can kind of, miss-hit a boundary. Burns having a little bit of a conversation with Eve Jones here, just moving the field. It looks like they're moving the deep extra cover fielder back round a little bit. Perhaps they're thinking that that's where Dottin's been striking it. Anyway, Burns in to Dottin. High bat, taps that onto the leg side, runs through for a single. Little bit of tap and run here from Dottin.
Yeah, she's made that look a little bit easy, didn't she? She's thought, well, you've put these fielders out here on the offside. You know what? There's a gap now on the leg side. I'll just pop it in there instead.
Exactly that. So, Smale back on strike now to Burns. Running in her cap. Oh, and she swings at that. Oh, and it's gone behind the stumps. Sure of how much contact she made with that, but it certainly didn't go where she wanted it to. Anyway, she's got away with it a little bit, so she's here now on 49 actually, and Burns into Smale, taps that out to the leg side, but it goes straight to the mid-wicket fielder. That was a little bit of nervous 40s, wasn't it?
Yeah, but didn't think she would be, but she's taken a little while now to get to this 50 if that's the way that she's going.
And that will be the 50. She struck that nicely out into the offside, and they come back for 2, and that brings up Smale's 50 off 71 balls. That's been a really important innings for the Thunder. Excellent effort from her.
Smale's 50 of 71 balls with 7 balls.
And that's the end of the over. That takes Thunder to 87 for 2 at the end of the 20th over. So run rate's just increased a little bit there, and I'm delighted that I'm being joined again by Polly Starkey. This is fun, isn't it, Polly? Second time today.
This is very good. How we managed to get on together again.
So, I'll say Thunder 87 for 2, and Fackrell is resuming from the New Road end. Oh, and that was a chance there. I think that was driven back hard at her by Dottin, and she's put that down. That was a chance, wasn't it, Polly?
Yeah, it was a slight chance, but these two are going along very nicely indeed.
They are. It's good. Important partnership for Thunder. Fackrell back into Dottin. Oh, and there's a huge appeal, and she's been given out. LBW. Dottin departs for 21, and she doesn't look hugely pleased about it, you must admit, although I think that perhaps that's just Dottin's demeanour when she gets out, Polly.
Yeah, I think that's just her resting face. So, no, she doesn't look too happy, but of course, no reviews in women's regional cricket, so there's nothing she can do about it.
Absolutely not. And it's a really big wicket for the Sparks because Sarah and I have just been speculating about whether we were going to see some Dottin fireworks, and you never quite know what you're going to get with Dottin. We
No.
didn't really see any today. We saw some really well-placed shots, but generally she sort of seemed to be trying to construct a little bit more of an innings, and that has now finished.
Yeah, perhaps she could have gone a little bit harder, but at the same time, I think it's kind of important that she didn't take too many risks and just kind of kept the score ticking along. I think Seren Smell's done amazingly to anchor the innings, opening the batting, has got her 50. I believe her high score is 57, so she'll be wanting to surpass that as Ellie Threlkeld comes to the crease and joins Seren Smell.
Yeah, Threlkeld's had a reasonable season so far, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's been all right. I think she's been going well. I mean, behind the stumps as usual, excellent. Her batting has been improving, which is really positive, especially if she has hopes of England.
And Fackrell just having a quick chat to Eve Jones as Ellie Threlkeld takes guard. So Fackrell has got 4 balls remaining of this 21st over as she's in to Threlkeld, who drives that back towards the bowler, and there's no run, but she's defended that one nicely. So Thunder 87 for 3 here. Fackrell in again to Threlkeld. Oh, she didn't quite get hold of that one.
No, it kind of got a bit stuck in the ground.
Did a little bit. So Sparks very much all over Thunder at the moment. They're clapping, they're making lots of noise in the field. Fackrell in again to Threlkeld. Taps that out into the leg side. There's a huge shout of wait there. I don't think there was ever any chance of a run there, unless they wanted to have a suicidal run out on their hands. Fackrell into Threlkeld again, who is still on naught. And she remains on naught after that one as well. Oh, there's a dive over the ball there from the bowler Fackrell to stop that. So Threlkeld on naught, and Thunder 87 for 3 after 21 overs, and that was a really good over for Sparks to get rid of the potentially dangerous Dottin.
Yeah, I believe that was a wicket maiden. So excellent from Fackrell.
Yeah, Sarah was saying that this is the first game that she's played for Sparks this season.
Yeah, it has. She's played a couple of second 11 games and warm-up games, but yeah, this is her first one, which is, it's good to see her back in the side and getting opportunities.
Fantastic, yeah, and taking a wicket with just her second over of the day.
Now we've got change of bowling. I believe it's Erin Burns who's in, and there's no run, goes through to the keeper. Of course, bowling with her hat on, which I can't say I'm a big fan of. I like sunglasses, but not hats. Burns in again, and just left outside, and that goes through to Abby Freeborn again. There is no run.
There has been a lot of chat about her cap wearing.
From the Diglas end, Burns in. There's a bit of a shout, but nothing comes of it, and they'll run through for a quick single. Smell going to 52.
Yes, there's been various explanations advanced for Erin Burns' cap wearing. I have not yet heard anyone say that maybe she's just a bit cold because she's an Australian, and of course we lose the most body heat through our heads, so it's to keep her warm.
Burns in again into the attack, and that is just defended back down the pitch, and Burns will retrieve the ball. Yeah, well, I did think this, but I'm pretty sure she also does that in Australia. So maybe she just doesn't want to take it off and have messy hair. Burns back in, and Ellie Threlkeld dabs at that, but Perrin picks it up quickly, and there will be no run again.
So you think Erin Burns might be particularly vain and just be concerned about having hat hair?
Yeah, she's scared that she's going to have all her photos with really messy hair.
I've got some empathy with that perspective.
Oh, me too. In again, and just tapped but there will be no run. So that's the end of the over. 88-4-3. Only one run from that over. Very tight bowling from Erin Burns. It's interesting with Erin Burns actually, because when she is playing in Australia for New South Wales or Sydney Sixers, she is very much utilised as a batter. I mean, she'll bowl occasionally, but I think for Sparks she's been most valuable as a bowler. And she took tons of wickets in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and even Rachel Hare-Flint when she first came over, which is it's quite interesting to see actually whether that's a thing to do with the conditions, but I thought it was quite fascinating.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And Fackrell resuming from the New Road End after her successful wicket-taking over last time around. She is bowling to Smale, who is on 52 not out, and Smale just taps that out into the offside. No run. So Fackrell in again. And Smale on the back foot there, just tapping that out to the leg side. Again, no run. And that time she's tapped that out again, but that's gone back with a square on the leg side, so they will get through for a run there. So that puts Threlkeld back on strike, who is still on naught, having faced 7 balls so far for her naught. So will she be feeling some nerves, do you think, Polly?
Definitely. It feels a little bit like the Naomi Tatani situation where she just kind of gets a bit stuck there.
Well, let's see whether she can become unstuck as Fackrell in again. Oh, and she has become unstuck. She's smacked that out. Not made totally clean connection, but enough to get that out past mid-wicket for a single. So Threlkeld is now off strike, and she's kind of leaning nonchalantly on her bat at the non-striker's end now, as if to say, what were you talking about, Raf Nicholson? What absolute nonsense. I'm perfectly relaxed, thank you very much. Fackrell again now to Smale. Oh, and was a little bit of a misfield there by Heath Jones. Anyway, it sort of bounced over her, and they've got through for a single.
Yeah, it was almost... I can't decide whether that was a proper misfield or actually a good stop, but it hit her hand and kind of pinged up in the air over her.
Okay, so Fackrell in again to Threlkeld, who's down on one knee, sweeping, but can't get it through the fielder at backward square. So the over ends with a dot ball, so Thunder move to 91 for 3 after 23 overs.
Yeah, the Sparks are kind of suffocating Thunder a little bit, really restricting that run rate. And I mean, Seren Smale, she's looking good, but she's slowed down as well. So Thunder will need to press on, because actually, at this point in the game, they're a little bit further ahead. Burns in and straight back at her, almost running into the stumps.
Yeah, so the run rate's been hovering around about 4, and the required rate hovering just above 5 at the moment.
Burns in again. That's just chipped into the leg side.
So Thunder a little bit behind where they need to be, but not too far off.
Burns from the Dignas end and has found the gap, but it won't go through to the boundary, as that's Karis Pavli. He was they're ready to give the ball back.
Oh, it is Pavli out there. Sarah and I were debating that earlier. She's got a sort of one arm in a kind of white, what do you call those elastic things?
Burns is in and it's hit by Threlkeld, but it goes straight to the fielder, Bethan Ellis.
I assume they have some scientific purpose. It's tubey grip, that's the word I'm searching for. I assume they have some kind of scientific purpose, but I'm not sure what.
As Burns is back into the attack, Threlkeld gets a trigger ready, but again just finds Ellis. Yeah, I mean, I've only ever seen them when people tend to be at, I suppose, mid-wicket area and the ground's a bit rough and they need to dive, but they tend to have it on both arms in that case.
Right.
So I'm not sure if this is a similar situation or not, as Burns is in again. Threlkeld on the back foot, and hits that. It misses Davina Perrin, but Katie George is there to collect it. And they will run through and get one run from that ball.
The cathedral bells are chiming across the ground, and that is lovely to hear, I must say. I do enjoy Worcester as a ground. So picturesque, and was obviously here on a Sunday a few weeks ago, unexpectedly, for day 2 of Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day, and we had the cathedral bells chiming across the ground then. On a Sunday morning, as Fackrell is resuming from the New Road End with Threlkeld on strike, who's on 2 of 12 balls, yet to really get going in her innings, but that's just tap back for no run. Fackrell again, Threlkeld plays that out into the offside again, goes to Davina Perrin at backward point, and there's no run there. So the bells are still going. I wonder how long they'll keep going, but it's nice to hear. And Fackrell up the top of her mark, running in again, right arm over the wicket. Oh, and Threlkeld hits that out just past mid wicket, and scampers through for a quick single, fairly safe single. Thunder just trying to jog on a little bit. We were saying they just need to up the run rate slightly. Fackrell in again, and Smale plays that nicely out into the offside. Oh, and they've come back for a second run, and there's a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end of Threlkeld, but she just manages to get back in time. There was the throw in. That was the throw in coming from Pavley out there with her tubey grip, and she picked that up nicely. It was a reasonable throw in, but they just had time to get that second run in.
Felt like a very risky second run.
It did a little bit, but perhaps Thunder are feeling a little bit of pressure on the run rate. Oh, as Fackrell in again to Smale, and that just she has somehow kind of gone past Freeborn behind the stumps, and they've snuck a couple of sneaky runs in there, but it certainly wasn't very convincingly played by Smale, although that does take her along to 59 not out, a really important innings in the context of this game. Fackrell in again. And there's a chance of a run out, and Threlkeld was running to the striker's end that time. It was thrown in from kind of backward square, and the wicket-keeper Freeborn took off the bails, but the square leg umpire says no, she got back in time. There's some risky running going on at the moment, isn't there, Polly?
Yeah, I mean, they're both quite fast players, so I suppose they can afford to take these risks, but it does feel like Sparks are putting back the pressure on that. There was some good fielding there. But yeah, it does feel a little bit brave of Thunder. I suppose you've got Severn Smale and the fearlessness of being 18. But then Ellie Threlkeld having to have the captaincy role and realising, okay, actually she does need to be a little bit more sensible and can't afford to cause some run-outs.
Absolutely, as Thunder have moved along to 99 for 3 at the halfway point of their innings. The players are having drinks, and I'm going to hand you over once again to my delightful husband, Sid Egan, who's going to take over the commentary mantle.
Thank you, Raf. My equally delightful wife.
Were you paid to say that?
Thanks for that, Polly. So, where are we at? Well, it's 99 for 3, which means, if my maths is correct, they're going at more or less 4 and over. So, right now, they need to kind of up the run rate a little bit. They're saying they need to be going at 5.4 for the rest of the game in order to get the win. But obviously, that would be a win off the last ball. So, probably want to kind of up it to something around 6 ideally, so that they can have a little bit of breathing room in case they lose more wickets later. So they can't quite afford to carry on going at 4 and over for too long, or that required rate will start to creep up even further, and you get the impression that if that required rate creeps much above 6, then they're really going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Definitely, it's going to just get harder for them, so they will need to up that. Although Central Sparks are having a bit of a lie down at the moment, so whether that signifies that they're all a bit tired and they've been working hard in the field.
Well, we're all a bit tired after last night and that England game.
Yeah, the excitement of that, going down to the last over at Edgbaston with a crowd of over 19,000.
It was a wonderful to look out over Edgbaston and see all those people there. And memories of the Commonwealth Games, which we really enjoyed last summer.
Yeah, it was incredible. It did remind me slightly of the Commonwealth Games, but even then the crowd was far bigger, so that was really positive to see. And of course, yes, England didn't win, but I think especially for people that perhaps were coming to the cricket for the first time, it's a great example of what England women can do. One of the players is getting a bit of treatment on the field.
Not sure who that is. Someone with orange shoes. All we can see is a pair of orange shoes sticking up in the air, and the physio is laying into their neck.
Yeah.
So, getting a bit of a massage.
See who it is.
So, the batters getting ready to pick up their bats again, refit their helmets, and get stuck back into it.
I think
Ellie Threlkeld currently only 3 off 15 balls. We were talking earlier, weren't we, Polly, about how, if she, wants to potentially have a future playing for England, she kind of it's her batting that's lacking there.
Yeah, her wicket keeping's really, really good, and I would say she's kind of the best next wicket keeper below Amy Jones, but her batting is the thing that needs to improve. And if you want to be in that England side, you need to be able to bat in international cricket. Yes, you can come further down the order, but if it's Amy Jones that's going to leave, you're going to have someone that can come in 5, 6 or 7 where she tends to. So I think Ellie Threlkeld's got time, but you kind of want to see her batting push on a little bit if she's going to be a genuine replacement in a few years for Amy Jones. Not that I'm pushing Amy Jones to retire, of course, but you need succession planning. As Burns is in again, and that's played back to her by Seren Smell, who stays on 60. Burns bowling with her cap on. An identical shot back to Burns, and there'll be another dot ball.
Burns is racing through her overs, isn't she?
She really is. Burns from the Diglas end, and they managed to get a quick single, although that was a very weak sort of shot. Just kind of came off the bat slightly and dropped into the ground, but was far enough away from Eve Jones to scramble through for that single.
Yeah, it's just bunted into the offside.
Burns coming through to Ellie Threlkeld, and that's just played out to Bethan Ellis. There'll be no run. Burns to Threlkeld, who pauses and hits slightly behind her, but Davina Perrin does the fielding. They scramble through for a single. That's all they're going to get from that ball. The score moving to 101 for 3.
He just found a little bit of space, just pushing it out.
Burns again to Smell this time, and there's a misfield from Eve Jones. It goes through her legs, and so they can run through for a single. Karis Pavley doing the fielding.
They do say never run on a misfield, but I think that one was reasonably safe.
Yeah.
She ended up about 5 yards behind Eve Jones.
Yeah, the ball was quite slow, so had time to run through. There was no rush. As the end of the over, it's 102 for 3, with Rhea Thackrell returning from the new road end. As Thackrell is in to Smell, who plays it down to us at the commentary box. Bethan Ellis after it, and they'll only get the 1 from that delivery. Smell moving to 63 indeed, apologies. Thackrell back in, and that's hit down to the ground and misses the fielder and heads to Katie George. I think that was Bethan Ellis again with the dive. And it's Grace Potts, in fact. Grace Potts with the dive, but it gets past her, and they manage to get a single from that. Fackrell from the new road end, and it's hit down to Karis Pavli. Again, just the single. They're struggling to find the gaps, struggling to find the boundary, but they're keeping the score ticking along, which is the important thing.
Absolutely, it is important to continue taking those singles even if you can't find the boundaries.
Fackrell to Threlkeld, who hits it to Bethan Ellis again. They do get the single. It's relatively close. There's a decent throw in from Ellis.
Fackrell struggling a little with her lengths here. We've had a couple of full tosses.
Yeah. Just needs to find slight more consistency. Although she's not been particularly expensive.
No, she's not been punished. It's another full toss.
Almost the same shot off the full toss. Bethan Ellis working very hard in the field, and they managed to get back for a second. Rear Fackrell not close enough to the stumps to whip the bails off, and Ellie Threlkeld safely back. As Seren Smale is the batter on strike. Rear Fackrell just looking to perhaps adjust her field, but she's in to Smale, who defends it back to Fackrell, and there is not a run on offer. The end of the over, 108 for 3, with Seren Smale 66 from 91 balls, and Ellie Threlkeld 6 from 19.
Yeah, better delivery off the final ball, and treated with respect by Smale. And it's been a very mature innings. She hasn't allowed herself to get carried away. She's treated the bad balls generally, and tried to play them, and has played positively with those bad balls. But she hasn't gone over the top. When it's been a good ball, she's looked to defend.
As Burns returns from the Diglas end, and that is hit out by Ellie Threlkeld to Davina Perrint, who it's a bit of a roll, loses her cap in the process of fielding, but there will not be a run to take.
I worry about these rolling stops after Alice Capsey.
Burns in again, and Ellie Threlkeld slightly runs down the wicket, but it finds Rear Fackrell, and there will not be a run on offer. Yeah, after Alice Capsey's major collarbone shoulder injury. Burns in, and Threlkeld swipes at it, but again it only finds Perrint.
Yes, she was back rolling in exactly the same way within literally weeks of having her shoulder repaired with metal plates and screws.
Terrifying. Burns comes into the attack and attempted sweep by Threlkeld. There's a big appeal from both keeper and bowler, but the umpire is not interested.
The umpire moved his hand and I thought it might be going up.
Yeah, me too, but he...
Suspect Ellie Threlkeld's heart was in her mouth for a moment.
Definitely. Ellie Threlkeld 6 from 23 as Burns bowls, and that's played again relatively defensively by Threlkeld. Doesn't look like she's going to get a run soon. Really struggling to find that as Burns is back in. Again, a big appeal, and that's given out. Ellie Threlkeld goes LBW.
She looked back at the umpire there with a certain... we can't see her face from here because she's facing the other way, but I suspect there was a questioning expression on her face.
Yeah.
Sounded like batting that to me, but...
Yeah, big celebrations by Erin Burnsley, who takes the wicket. There was a big appeal from many of the fielders, who were very keen to see Threlkeld go. Dismissed for 6 off 25 balls, so really hung around there.
She's certainly frustrated with herself, I think. Or
yeah,
frustrated with something.
Hanging her head back, and does look quite frustrated, whether that's her performance or the umpire's decision. But it brings Danny Collins to the crease.
I don't think anyone will be trying to say anything to her on her way back to the dressing room. I think they'll be just letting her get back up to the dressing room and stew for a few minutes.
Yeah, sometimes silence
Come
is
back
the
down
best
to the bench
option.
when she's ready.
Indeed. I suppose as the captain as well, she takes a bit more of the burden of responsibility, and given they're winless so far in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, she'll probably be quite frustrated with the way this game is going, given their impressive start.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit more of a challenge now, isn't it, as they start to lose wickets, and that required run rate is starting to go up.
Yeah, well,
So
it was
the
a wicket.
required rate now 5.7, so pushing on towards 6.
Yeah, it was a wicket maiden from Erin Burns, which is, I think, the second wicket maiden of the game, and Thunder will not be satisfied with that at all. It's Rhea Fackrell again from the New Road End with her off spin. She bowls to Seren Smell, who chips it up in the air, but it falls safely. And Bethan Ellis will pick it up. They'll run through for a single, which brings Danny Collins, the new batter, on to strike.
Yes, a worrying moment there if Danny Collins slightly got in Fackrell's way, I think. She tried to go for the catch.
As Fackrell is going to come round the wicket to Danny Collins. She's into the attack, and that is defended by Danny Collins. Probably a wise decision for facing her first delivery. Score 109 for 4. Fackrell from the New Road End. Played back, and Fackrell gets a hand on it to stop the run. Lots of cheers and applause from her Sparks teammate. Very satisfied with her bowling. She goes to run but pulls out of her run-up, not quite ready. Fackrell in to Collins, and Collins attempts to kind of cut it and sweep at the same time. She's down on one knee and is holding that pose despite failing to properly get anything on the ball. There was a slight appeal, but
Half-hearted appeal.
yeah, very half-hearted. Fackrell back in, and there's another appeal, much more confident. Umpire not interested. I mean, our angle's slightly skewed. I would say it wasn't going on to hit the stumps, but as I say, we are on slight
Just
bit of
coming
an
round
angle.
the wicket to the left-hander, so I think that was probably sliding
Yeah.
down past the left-hander's leg stump.
Fackrell in again, and that's hit nicely down the ground, but they won't manage to get a run. Well fielded by Georgia Davis, who picks it up cleanly, and that's the end of the over. 109 for 4. Only one run from that over.
That was a better over from Fackrell.
Yeah, much better, much tidier. Perhaps had something to do with the fact that Collins faced most of the deliveries, the new batter. Smale on 67 from 93 balls. Collins yet to get off the mark and has faced 5 deliveries. It's going to be Erin Burns returning from the Diglas end. She's going to be bowling to Seren Smell. She's in, and Smell on the back foot just chops that towards Katie George, who will do the fielding. They'll manage to run through for a single, bringing Danny Collins back onto strike. Just marking
Collins
her
still
guard.
on naught.
Indeed, Collins yet to get off the mark as Burns gets ready past the umpire. And that's slight. I don't know whether she
Well,
got bat on that. It looked like it kind of came off her hip and went over the keeper, Abby Freeborn.
No, they got absolutely nothing on it according to the umpire. It's gone for byes. So everybody missed it.
Yeah,
missed the stumps.
slightly nervy bit of play as Burns is in again, and Seren walks down the pitch a bit but just knocks it to Eve Jones, who does the fielding. No run once again. Burns back in. Seren Smell gets a bit of an edge on it, hits it down. Davina Perrin in pursuit, who manages to reach it just about a metre before the boundary. It's a a good chase from Perrin.
Yeah,
And,
took a bit of a swing at that one, but if you're going
yeah.
to flash, flash hard.
Exactly. They take 2 from that. Perhaps would have been looking for the 4, but they take the 2 as Burns comes in again. And they do run through for a quick single as that is played down by Seren Smale.
I'm going to pull you up on your definition of quick there, Polly. They ran.
Yeah,
They
it
jogged
was
through
quite
for a
slow, to
slow
be fair.
single. That was a real test match single.
Yeah, test match single. Burns, final ball of the over, and it goes past the keeper. It's running down to the boundary. It's slowing up though, and Eve Jones is in pursuit. Eve Jones gets her as the ball just gets a bit stuck in the ground. And
That's been given as leg buys.
yeah, I don't think there was any contact from the bat.
And news on board.
And that's the end of the over, 116 for 4.
So, time for me to update my magic charts off screen and see where we're at, and that run rate continues to push up. 5.9 and over required. They've just kind of slipped back slightly, so they were going at 4 and over, they're now going at 3.9. Doesn't sound hugely significant, but you know, it's the required rate that's going up at the other end. That's the important bit, that gap starting to open up.
There's Fatquo bowling to Smale, who's now on 71 of 97 deliveries. Yeah, you fancy these tight overs from the Sparks, put them back in as favourites at the moment, you'd think. Fatquo to Smale, who uses her feet nicely, but only as far as Bethel Ellis at long on.
Yeah, the issue I think now is that Smale is very much trying to be the backbone of the innings, so she's perhaps slowed down a little bit, and you know, at the other end with Collins still on naught.
Yeah, Collins taking strike again. She's faced 7 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. Fatquo comes round the wicket at the left-handed Collins, who takes a big swipe at it. They look for a run, decide against it. Could have got off the mark there maybe, but decided to go back, send her partner back in the end.
It would have been tight. It was heading for the fielder.
Yeah, and Eve Jones, a very competent fielder it is too there, so I think probably the right decision to go back, but obviously affects that required run rate that's clumped into sixes now as Fatquo bowls that, and it's no run again, straight back into her hands. It's a nice steady spell from Fatquo at the moment. She seems to be keeping this quite tight, so first outing in the competition, but doing a good job for the Sparks.
Yeah, her first couple of overs there were a few loose deliveries, but you know, once she's kind of got into her running, she's done well, and this has been an important couple of overs, as you say, because you know this is where the gap starts to open up and where it starts to, you know, the required rate starts to get to a point where it feels challenging.
Yeah, Collins off the mark there with that delivery scampered as Fatquo comes back over the wicket to Smale, who knocks her into long on for 1. Easily placed single, you'd say, there to finish the over. And that brings the total on to see if the scoreboard ticks over. It always does it just after I've said it. No, 118 for 4. Oh, there we go. 119 for 4 off 31 overs. So 115 to win off the remaining 19 overs.
Yeah, so we're only just over halfway there, aren't we? Yeah.
It's interesting if Smale, as you said, can be the backbone of this innings and really put on a good total here. You'd fancy the Thunder's chances too, but Sparks have got to be thinking just one more wicket. As Burns comes round the wicket to Smale, knocks it into the offside for 1 run.
Smell into the 70s now. It's the point where you start thinking about the big 100.
Yeah, Burns will have other thoughts on that as she comes round the wicket. Smale has just nicked that off her legs down to Davina Perrin, who's on this boundary just for a single. It's a bit of a over exuberant throw there over the keeper's head, over Abby Freeborn's head back into the middle, but got away with it. No extra run, and then Smale is back on strike. Burns, she rocks back, she's hit that down the ground, just for a single. Dare I say it, she seems to be making it look quite easy, Smale, at the moment. She just seems to be knocking it around and taking the runs where she can. Doesn't seem to be too concerned about the run rate just yet. Burns into Collins, who's just let that work off the edge, and it's nipped down for a single. Well fielded there from Grace Potts. The score moves on to 1-2-3 for 4. Burns into her 8th over here. Just placed that nicely, and Smells hit that into the ground for no run.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment of backing yourself and, you know, just feeling your way through it, but at some point.
Burns to Smale, another dot ball. See a little element of frustration creeping in there from Sarah Smale. You can see her sort of almost punching her back with her hand in frustration, but she needs to keep her head here. She must know that she is her side's best chance of winning this game.
Absolutely, but they do need to get a move on.
Yes, it's crept up to 6.2 and over, which, you know, in the realms of T20s and where we've been previously, that you wouldn't think was too much of an ask, but maybe it's a bit harder in this longer form of the game.
Yeah, I always feel it's about that gap between the run rate and the required rate. So we've, what's that gap now? Nearly 2. Over 2, sorry. Nearly 2.5.
Oh, there's a big dive there in the point field. That's gone away for 4. That's a 4 for Collins. It's her first boundary of her innings, and it was you'd say it was a bit fortuitous to go through the outstretched Erin Burns a backward point there, but it did, and it trickled away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yep, needed a little bit of luck. Got a little bit of luck. Now can she capitalise on it?
It's Fackrell not changing her field. Katie George has come back into that deep cover position. She's coming round the wicket, the left-hander, and that's hit hard back at her, but it's gone for no run. Fackrell did well to get something on that, really, because it came back quite a pelt there, didn't it? Looking at whether she'd change her field. The skipper's coming over to have a word with her bowler. Just looking around. I don't know if anybody's moving. She's dropping her long on back here, or long off, because it's a left-hander, isn't it? So Bethan Ellis coming onto the boundary for these deliveries. It's a bit shorter from Fackrell, and it's worked away into the onside for 1 and only 1, even though the throw didn't look like it was going to be accurate. It just ended up over the stumps. Eve Jones throwing nicely off balance there and managing to get it right on top of the stumps. As Fackrell comes back over the wicket to the right-handed Smale. Good shot by Smale there. It's gone through the covers. I think that's going to go away for a 4. That's a great shot from Sarah Smale there. As the umpire signals yet again another 4 for Smale. This has been a bit of a better over from the Thunder.
Yep, we needed to make some progress, and we're making some progress.
And the required rate has crept a little bit back under 6. I'm not sure, 5.9 it's there or thereabouts, isn't it? But Fackrell back into Smale, full delivery. That's worked into the offside. Savina Perrin chases it down for 1 run. And that will note 1-1 left of the over as the field changes again. Saying before, it's quite harsh with these time. They've got only a certain time to do the innings, but the left-hand, right-hand combos and all these field changes do take some time each ball. It's Fackrell round the wicket to Collins. It hits that to Georgia Davis. It's a bit of a wild throw at the stumps to finish the over.
Is that 12 off the over?
Yeah, I think
11 or 12?
Yeah, it's a better
11.
over from the Thunder. As it's 134 for 4 of 33. And who's your money on now, Sid?
I think that you have to think that Sparks have got this under control. I think that at this stage, Sparks have got the situation under control, and I reckon that even 5.9 and over is too many.
I do wonder though if George is going to come back on for a bowl. She's had a few loose overs, or who else is going to be that fifth bowler. We've obviously got Bethan Ellis, who's done quite well in the T20s. As Burns continues, and that's swept away by Collins for 1 run, down to Davina Perrin in the 3rd position here.
Well, my day has just got significantly better because I've just seen that Grace Scrivens is 60 not out for England A against Australia A.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
That's good news for the president of the Grace Scrivens fan club.
As Burns to Smails, not that into the leg side for no run. Is that an official title there?
Some might consider I'm the only member.
And another dot ball, Burns to Smail. It's a tighter over from Burns, making up for maybe some of those runs that went in the last over, as the scoreboard seems to have gone blank for some reason. Luckily the other one is, oh no, it's back up and running. It's a full toss there, but I think she's got away with that a little bit. It's another dot ball. No family members of the fan club then as well, just yourself. She is a very good player, Grace Scrivens, so it's a good fan club to be a member of. And that's a great delivery again from Erin Burns, just patted back from Smail.
I've been following her career for a long time, and even when she was 16, for me it felt very obvious that she was a future England.
Burns dropped that one a bit shorter, and Smail's capitalised on that, but it's picked up well on the boundary just for 1 run.
Yes, Grace Scrivens a future England captain for me, and it's been obvious for a long time that she has just a remarkable temperament, and is a great leader. And we saw that in the Under-19 World Cup, and I think that one day we'll see that for England as well.
Yeah, of course, she's still very young and at early stages of her career, but to be performing at, you'd probably say, 1 off from the highest level that she possibly could do, it is great to see. And it's great for her to have these opportunities and to have this regional competition to hone her skills and then to take them to the next step as well. It's great to see there.
Yeah, and she's had a tough season. She's not done quite as well as she'd have hoped. I'm sure she would agree with that, but it's great to see her making some runs for England A.
Yeah, and that World Cup at some of the games, she just looked like nobody was going to get her out, didn't she? As Georgia Davis is going to resume from the new road end here. She's bowled 7 overs so far, taking that a vital wicket early on, and that's a good dot ball to start her spell. Yeah, you fancy some of those under-19s will make it into the big stage before too long.
They will
Davis
indeed.
dropped it a little bit short, and that's pulled away by Smail just for 1 run.
Davis is another one that's being talked up as a potential future England player. Not selected for the A's this time, but definitely someone that's on the radar of the England selectors.
Yeah, Georgia Davis has been around for a long time on the circuit, if you like to call it that, and I think she's quite underrated. If you look at her figures and how she does, you just kind of think, she should have maybe achieved more in her career, and hopefully this professional contract and doing so well consistently week in, week out will start to get those people looking at her and her performances. That's another dot ball there. It's 34 overs gone and 137 for 4. Davis into Collins, who rocks back, hits that pass backward point. Think that's going to go away from the boundary. It is, and that's 4 runs. It's 4 more from Collins there.
It was in the air for a moment, and there was just a chance, but evaded the dive.
You wouldn't say Collins looked entirely settled at the crease so far, but she's definitely sort of, capitalised on some bad balls and just narrowly missed some fielders, I think, at the moment. But she's gone on to 14 now of 19 deliveries after it took her 10 deliveries to get off the mark. She's gone a lot faster since then. As Georgia Davis moving her field slightly, Grace Potts taking a few steps back in the cover position. Captain Eve Jones helping with that field positions and going back in to mid-wicket. Davis over the wicket to Collins, who defends that straight back at the bowler for no run.
Yeah, Davis, 24 years old now, so she's probably kind of approaching the age where it's kind of make or break in terms of an England future.
She comes in to Collins there. He's flicked that off her legs. It may go away for 2 if they push it. It doesn't. Oh, they are pushing it. Is she in? Umpire's giving it not out. I think she was the quicker one there, Collins, of the partnership. I'm not sure Smale was overly happy about that run there, but she did still. She was running to the non-danger end there, I think, and that is 2 to end the over from Georgia Davis and takes the score to 143 for 4.
Yeah, so Collins has played nicely now after taking a while to get off the mark, 16 off 21 balls, and you know, if they can continue to kind of, as long as they keep this run rate under control, if they wind up needing 12 off the last 2 overs, then perhaps that's doable. Perhaps I'm overly pessimistic, thinking that 6 is too many.
Well, it's hard, isn't it? You don't know whether they are going to the run rate and playing to what is around them, or whether they are struggling to get these balls away. It's pretty tricky to tell which is the way that they're playing it at the moment. I think as Mike Perkins joins us back on the microphone, we were saying it's similar to the Australian innings yesterday, where you weren't quite sure whether they always had it under control or whether it was actually as tense a finish as they made it out to be.
Rests on Smale now, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
I think Smale with maybe a bit of heat to come in next as Burns bowls, beginning her final over. This is the other thing that Sparks are going to have to worry about, as that one goes away towards the wide on long on boundary, just picked up in the nick of time. I was waiting to see whether the white ball appeared from the hand of the fielder or whether there was a curse to the sky for 4 runs, but it was just the 2 there for Smale, on to 84, her highest score so far. She made 57 last year, had 57 in one game and a duck in the other. Was a season in the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy last year. As you've been saying, very young and under 19 player at the World Cup, just turns that leg side for no run. But we've got a game on here. I think Sparks' problem is they're going to have to find overs somewhere, aren't they, really? As in comes Erin Burns, it's short of a length. Smale turns it leg side. There's 1. Chasing in is Pavley. Who bowls left arm orthodox spin, I'm told.
Yeah, so you've
myself.
got Pavley
2
that
more.
can bowl some balls. You've obviously got Davina Perrin, who also can bowl. She can bowl leg spin or pace. I mean, she can do anything, can't she, Davina Perrin? And then you've got Bethan Ellis, who was quite successful at the latter half of the T20s, bowling some sort of medium pace as well. So there's a few options for the Sparks, but it's whether they risk putting Katie George back on.
87 to win, as this one's poked back down the pitch by Smale, who remains on 86.
Because we've seen Katie George as one of their strike bowlers today, and she's only
Yeah,
actually ended
well, this
bowling
is it. She's
3
only bowled
overs.
3, so it's where you kind of make up that shortfall. Oh well, had Perrin concentrated on the ball before the throw there would have been a real opportunity. Smale's had to send her legs 10 to the dozen there to get up and down, because there was some confusion because Smale hadn't set off. Collins was charging at her. There would have been a real problem there. 149 for 4 is the result. 85 more to win. Erin Burns has the ball in hand. Can the overseas player find 1 more to finish her spell? It's again escaped the inner ring, and again they're going to look for 2. They're running really hard, and Smale is back for another 2. It brings up the 150 for Thunder. It takes Smale on to 90 with some very hard running in that over. 151 for 4 then.
Yeah, I think she's calling for a drink, it looks like. I think it's even if you're as fit and as healthy as these young players are, to be batting out there for some time. She's been out there since the start. She's over 36 at the moment, and you just think it's quite a tiring, both mentally and physically. The drinks are coming on, or is they being sent away? She's been sent away again, the 12th man going back out with the drinks, or 12th lady here. And Katie George is coming back on for another the 3rd spell.
This is the point, isn't it? Because it's how many George gets through here, and then how many they have to make up from those bowlers you were mentioning there, who it isn't their strongest suit, essentially. A lot of them are probably more inclined towards batting. Of course, Eve Jones herself has been known to pick up the ball as well.
Yeah, I can see Beth Ellis doing some stretching down here, so perhaps she's coming on from the other end, the Douglas end, for the next over. But in the meantime, Katie George is going to come in over the wicket at the left-handed Collins. And George to Collins, a bit full, but she got away with it there, and it's a dot ball to start her spell. But shame for Katie George if she can't get some decent overs under her belt here. I think she's looking a bit frustrated with herself after those first few overs, and she's struggled to find her line a little bit, but she's a force to be reckoned with when she gets it right, and it'd be good to see her sort of actually really going for it now and trying to take some of these wickets.
Bang on one a ball, 83 off 83.
George into Collins. Fuller delivery. Collins has just driven that, not hit that cleanly. It's gone into the leg side for 1 run. She's looking for 2, and I don't think Smale is very interested, if we're honest, in taking that any further. Smale remarks her guard for the left-handed George, and the field once again is moving. The umpire's moving, everybody's moving.
Probably the nicest sunshine of the day as we've ticked past 4:30 on this Sunday afternoon. You're with the Central Sparks YouTube channel, bringing you coverage of this Rachel Hale Flint Trophy game, 50 overs aside.
George to Smale, left arm round the wicket, back down. It's a quick single, it's a direct hit. Is it given out?
Easily, yes.
No, she's in, but you always fancy the direct hit that the umpires might be swayed, but it was an excellent piece of fielding, but to no avail when the single has been completed.
I think she was past the return crease on that one. She got past both sets there.
You'd say that the club umpire might have got enthusiastic there, but these professional umpires nowadays, he's watching the line, isn't he? And he didn't even flinch.
Yeah, felt a comfy one, that, for Collins.
He's back over the other side, talking to the umpires, going left to right with the left and right hand combination as Katie George, start of her run up into Collins. Nice Fuller delivery, and it's to Bethan Ellis for no run.
Walloped down the ground, but as you say, didn't produce a run.
Seems to be a little bit bottom-handed, Collins. She has swung across it, and it's going to sort of not hitting the full face of the bat as quite as perhaps she'd like, but maybe she's just trying a little bit too much effort maybe into the ball. I'm not sure, but she just seems to, I think she can strike the ball nicely, but we're yet to see a real sort of true hit of the ball from her. As George back into Collins, left arm, she's tapped that one down for no run. This is a better over so far from Katie George. I think she'll be pleased with this.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying earlier when I was on commentary, I almost said to Polly, I was like, maybe it was the fact she didn't like playing with the new ball. And then I remembered, of course, she's done it for England. So it can't be that. But it was such a long layoff, wasn't it, with injury? I mean, this is what I'm curious about with Bethan Ellis, actually, is she's had a very long layoff with injury. Coming back a bit more this season, but will her bowling still be where it was? Obviously, a much slower bowler.
George to Collins. It's a shorter delivery. She's rocked back and she's hit that, and I think that is going to go for 4. That has gone for 4 over mid-wicket's head, and that's a good shot from Collins. So even then, I don't think she hit that entirely cleanly, but it still managed to get away there for 4 runs. And George will be disappointed if that's how that over has finished. It takes the score on to 157 for 4. Smale is on 91, and Collins moves on to 21.
13 left, 77 to win. You're getting down to the action end of this game in the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy between Central Sparks and Thunder. These sides have produced an entertaining game of cricket that looks like going all the way. And of course the little subtext here is Seren Smale on 91, looking to make a century. Looks a real prospect for Thunder and potentially England's future. We're here, Grace Scrivens batting away for England Women A against the Australian A side. Didn't look like it was going particularly well in the early stages of that one, I have to say. They were losing wickets at a rapid rate. There's a lot of discussion here, and rightly so, because Burns is bowled out, so this is the change we were anticipating. Sarah again. It's going to be Bethan Ellis as they they look to make up that slight shortfall in overs. But yes, it's Scrivens who's very much led a recovery from 4 wickets down in that A game. Here comes Ellis, takes the pace off it. It's clapped away into the offside, out to the cover boundary for 1. Smale onto 92. 158 for 4.
Yeah, and as we discussed earlier, that certain players change what their preference of what they're doing. Certain players go from pace to spin, where Bethan Ellis very much a bowler in her younger years, and now you probably consider her more of a batter. So Ria Fatquil, again a pace bowler who was a good strong batter, now is an off-spin bowler. There's an element of people change their ideas and change their roles in teams as they progress through their careers, but it's good to see Bethan with the ball in hand at the moment.
On away now to bowl to Collins, flicked straight on the leg side, another 1 to the total. That's all Thunder need at this stage. They've got it below 1 a ball again. 159 for 4. Yeah, just in that A game, England A finding themselves 30 for 4 in pursuit of 293 for victory. But it's been rebuilt by Scrivens and Adams. Ellis bowling to Seren Smale, down the onside of straight, out to the long on fielder. Nice drive, 160 for 4. Continuing to progress here are Thunder. It still feels like it's going to be close. It's still a lot of runs though.
It's a lot of runs. I think Smale is the key, as we said before. If she can stay around, stay at the crease, and it could be a Thunder game. Is that a wide, or is that just
down the leg side from Bethan Ellis? It was Freeborn across to try and gather, but
something must have happened. The umpire not giving that a wide.
Well, I think Collins is making the point that was down the leg side, but the umpire decides it wasn't a wide delivery. In comes Ellis once again. Diglesan bowling to Collins, has hit it in the air and straight to mid-off, and he's caught comfortably in the end, and is out for 22 runs. I think it might have been the skipper, Eve Jones, up there at mid-off. We'll confirm that in just a moment. 160 for 4 though is the crucial detail at this point, with 74 to win. Libby Heap heading to the middle to join her England under-19 colleague Seren Smale.
Yeah, I mean, Collins was sort of tempted there, I think, and it was perhaps good field placement from the Sparks to have that field to Bethan Ellis, taking the pace off a little bit, and that is where Ellis has taken some wickets in the T20 competition as well. I think people tend to want to go at her bowling because you think, oh, there's a pace off here, but then you actually have to send it and put a little bit more effort behind it, and Collins didn't hit that cleanly, and it went straight into the hands. As we said, we think that was Eve Jones there, but Liberty Heap can bat. You know, she was in that England under-19 side, as we said, with Seren Smale. But you think that Sparks are now thinking we're just 1 wicket away from really getting into the tail here.
Yeah, I mean, Heap can certainly bat. She can hit a clean ball, and she can score quickly. It was opening the batting, of course, in the T20 format. So yeah, she's a very useful operator and can score quickly and get Thunder ahead of the game, and probably help out Smale, who's been out there all afternoon and is on 93 and just needs a little bit of assistance, if you like, with that run rate. However, the bowling changes worked very well from the Sparks' point of view. We were wondering how this over would go. It's gone well for them because they've got a wicket, and Heap is forward, very orderly fashion.
Yeah, and the scoreboard is telling us that that was Campbell that took the catch there. I can see Jones has come back into sort of a mid-wicket area, but sometimes, as I say, it's tricky to tell from these positions. And yeah, it's a good solid catch anyway from Campbell. And yeah, we're going into we've got 12 overs remaining, 74 to win, and the Thunder are 160 for 5.
Yeah, it's ticking along, isn't it? And I don't think Campbell will get too many easier than that. It was just hit straight to her at mid-off by Danny Collins off the bowling of Bethan Ellis, out for 22 of 29 balls in just over half an hour with 3 fours.
And so Katie George continuing what was a better over last over. I think it just got hit for 1-4, so she's hopefully continuing from this new road end, just waiting for the captain Eve Jones to make a few changes to the field, sending over Ria Fackrell, it seems, from one side of the pitch to the other. So this is where this timing is so vital, and we don't want to get to those last innings few overs and be only having 3 outside the ring, but it looks like it might be a similar case with the Sparks.
5:38 feels a long way off. I think the spinners will help them get through, though.
As George come into Smale, left arm over the wicket. Oh, and that's beaten the bat, and it's a no run.
The other thing is as well about the sort of spinners with drips and drabs left, so Fackrell, Davis, and then I suppose Potts is a seamer who's got 3, but those 2 spinners, you kind of probably looking to bowl them maybe before the last 5 overs.
Yeah, and you've got obviously George is only this is her 5th over of the game, and she can of course have 10, so she may have a spell and then a break to bring those spinners on. She comes in to Smale, who rocks back, hits that to Davina Perrin just for a quick single there. Liberty Heap quick between the wickets and running to the danger end. Didn't really see an issue with that, as she's going to take her guard for her first delivery from Katie George, as George comes back to her mark.
Back above 1 a ball again.
George into Heap, and Heap's just knocked that into the offside again for a quick single.
Yeah, good rotation there from Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you do say to the young girls and boys, don't you, if they're running a single to you in the ring, you're too deep, but there's an argument that that's quite nicely placed and weighted off the bat, and actually if she'd have hit that too well, she perhaps wouldn't have got through to a single, but just by sort of a softer hands approach and just knocking it into the offside, she's managed to get through for that single that brings Smale back on strike on 94. Katie George to Smale. She's hit that in the air. Is that going to be caught? And that is out. That must be a key wicket. That's caught Eve Jones at mid-off, or sort of cover mid-off area, and that is a key wicket. That is Smale out for 94 off 124 balls.
Now, that could very, very well have crucially put the game into Central Sparks' favour, because Seren Smale batted so well for that 94. The 100 was beckoning. I don't know if it just maybe stuck in the pitch slightly as she went back. Maybe it was a poor shot selection from being weary from her innings. Norris comes to the wicket now.
I just got the impression she didn't quite go through with that. Maybe if she'd have just hit it a little bit harder and it had cleared the field.
I think
but,
it, as I said, it felt like it stopped on her.
Yeah.
And she subsequently had to stop the stroke, and that was her downfall there.
I think Katie George will be pleased that she's returned at least a wicket now from her overs today, and she's definitely bowling better this next time on, as the Sparks drinks carriers are back off the pitch again, racing each other to the boundary.
So wickets in successive overs, swinging the game towards Sparks. 162 for 6 the score stands at, as we approach the end of the 39th over, where in the first innings it was 180 for 6.
Yeah, it's not too far the difference in the score, is it? But so you do wonder, as Tara Norris is at the crease now with Liberty Heap, what else Thunder have got with the bat to come at the end of their innings. I mean, I personally haven't seen much of Sophie Morris' bat, or we just don't know how she is with the bat. Don't know if you know much more about her there with the.
No, I think it is a bit of an unknown, that one. We will see.
And Katie George into Norris. Just going as a big appeal for RBW. I think it was a little bit of bat there, and it's given not out. Yeah, you can see Laura Jackson as well with her pads on here, and Yeah, these girls all capable of batting. This level they all can bat and bowl, but in this situation, in a pressure game, you wonder if they'll rise to the occasion or whether it will be a little bit too much for those who are just predominantly bowlers in this form of the game.
Yeah, these two have to get it below 50, you think? Maybe down towards the sort of the 20-30 mark if they can.
There's George into Norris. He's left that go, and that's a dot ball to end the 39th over.
Big extravagant stride there, big extravagant raising of the hands from Norris. Survives the ball, but Libby Heap's got some thinking to do. Scored runs at every age group cricket for Lancashire. Now in the Thunder strip, and that all started with a century back when she was just 11 years of age, or playing for the under-11s rather. Took away Emma Lamb's record for the youngest Lancastrian centurion, and looking to do it in senior cricket now. Waits for Ellis, who's going to bowl her second over, and it's hit hard down the ground by Libby Heap. It had a chance of beating the two fielders at long off and long on, but was brought back inside the rope by Amy Campbell, who took the catch from the previous over. 163 for 6, 71 to win.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation stepping up from this junior cricket that they've scored lots and lots of runs onto this sort of senior stage. It's not just that the big stage is there; it's that the bowling is obviously a lot more consistent. There's a lot more concentration to be had. I think obviously the boundaries are a lot bigger. It's not taking it away from anyone who can score 100 at any level of the game, but so it's a whole different real ball game when you get to this sort of level, and it's a good player. She's made it so well from being that under 10, under 11 to stick with it, all the trials and tribulations that go with playing cricket, to still be.
Ellis bowls, Norris swings, misses, no run.
Because they obviously during that time, I think she's 18, 19 now. She's gone through runs, gone through victories, but also you must go through times as batters that you perhaps aren't getting runs, and these more barren spells where you don't score, and it's just how you get through those is the making of some of these young players.
Certainly is, but certainly the run profile's there for Libby Heap to expect she should be able to do it in adult cricket, as that one's played away into the leg side. Pavley is out on the boundary, returns on the bounce to Abby Freeborn. Another one ticks off the total. 164 for 6 is where Libby Heap will have to try and win the game from for Thunder. Feels a big ask. Here comes Ellis again, bowling her medium pace. Takes the pace off it, takes an edge. It's going to run away down to third. There's a chase on all the way to the boundary. Georgia Davis, who has 2 overs left, came into the day as the equal leading wicket taker in the competition. Has only added 1 to her tally so far, but has been economical in her 8 overs so far, going for 29. 2 more to the total. 166 for 6. 68 for victory. Heap faces up. Flicks leg side this time. Going to look for 2 again. Slips and has to send Norris back. So just 1 there. 167 for 6.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate slip there. I think that would have been a 2 had she not fallen over. But had the presence of mind to call her partner back again, and you often see that happening when they both end up at the same end and not realise that one of them's on the ground. But yeah, just called her back for a safe single.
I think in one of the men's World Cup qualifiers, I saw 2 batters racing for each other to the same end at one point. That's clapped away into the offside. 1 more to the total. 168 for 6. We're approaching the final 10 overs of this game. It's been a really interesting one throughout. as the flag continues to flutter atop the cathedral. The trees continue to be blown from right to left as we look. 10 overs remain in this game as Sarah Ginn, one of the few women qualified as a level 4 coach, departs the scene, and back in comes Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child Cricket podcast all about women's cricket. This is Katie George, and she's on her way as George will bowl. There's a big swing outside the off stump from Norris, and again doesn't connect. We've seen a few of those, Polly Starkey, where Norris is swinging at the ball outside the off stump and just not able to lay bat on ball. Could prove costly.
Yeah, I suppose she's in quite a difficult position here, needing to win the game for her side when she's not really a batter, which I was explaining cricket to someone earlier today actually, and I had to explain this in like
never an
terms.
Easy task.
And I was like, they just couldn't understand why non-batters were batting, which is difficult to explain.
Norris faces up, has a swing, hits it into the pitch, straight back to the hands of Katie George, who, bowling at the middle and lower order, has been a lot tidier than she was at the start of this innings. She'll be glad to see the back of Smale, who was out for an excellent 94, caught by Eve Jones off the bowling of Katie George, faced 125 balls in 138 minutes and hit 4 fours, a top innings, but one that Thunder needed to continue. Norris waits, sways side to side, does get bat on this one outside the off stump, will be looking for 2, has to come back for it really. It's a long way out there, down to a wide third position for Campbell, and the 2 is taken. 170 for 6, 64 more the amount required. If they can get it below 50, all of a sudden it becomes on, but that feels a long way off at the moment.
Yeah, it does, and Sparks do seem to have kind of taken the game back into their hands, especially after Smale got out.
Ball is in the hand of George, bowling here at New Road, Worcester, on the Central Sparks YouTube stream and the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy, and that one is hit firmly at Potts, who still has 3 overs left. You imagine they'll be saved for the back end of the innings. No run there.
Yeah, I suppose Sparks have to figure out how they're going to divvy out the last overs. George luckily is bowling much better, because I think if she was going for a lot of runs, then that would be another puzzle for Sparks to solve.
Yeah, they're probably missing less than they originally thought they were. Ellis has come on and got a crucial wicket as well. So that's thrown at the non-strikers by Perrin, but doesn't have any effect on the batters who'd made their ground. 171 for 6. We're ticking up towards 5 to 5 on your Sunday afternoon. Good to have a steady number of you throughout the day. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button to help other people find these streams. And it'll be George once again. Reaches the crease now, bowls, and that was a quick one through outside the off stump, and it's out. Little feather on it, and Liberty Heap goes for 5, caught behind by Abby Freeborn off the bowling of Katie George, who's come back very impressively in this game. 171 for 7, 63 more required from 9, 10 and 11 for Thunder. It'll be Jackson to have a go first, but this feels now as if it's going to push in Sparks' favour.
Yeah, it feels like the momentum is definitely with the Sparks, really getting into the tail of Thunder. It was interesting with that wicket. I mean, I didn't hear anything, but Liberty Heap did not protest in any way, and she walked off. I mean, she was gutted, but I think she knew that she got an edge on it, and yeah, Katie George has come back and bowled really well. I think it was important that Sparks saved her after a couple of dodgy overs, and just gave her that time to kind of regather herself and get in a place to be bowling.
It was a resigned look to the sky, wasn't it, from Liberty Heap, rather than any particular thought that she hadn't hit it. It was just, oh, why have I done that? How have I managed to do that? And yeah, it's left her in trouble. So this game, it feels as if it's one which is going to go in the direction of the Central Sparks now. They've just come good with the ball at the right time, perhaps allowed to get a few too many when they were in trouble at 27 for 3 and then 166 for 6. Those felt the crucial moments where Thunder didn't quite capitalise the way they would have liked. 220 for 6 now, the Western Storm. They look on course for victory against the Blaze, who began this second phase of the competition on top. That one is played away backward a square by Tara Norris off Bethan Ellis for no run on that occasion. Norris again. Taps the bat twice, waits. It's bowled, it's clipped in the air, and away and safe out towards mid-wicket. It will provide another run for Norris, who has a big job on her hands with Jackson. 62 now, 172 for 7. So 2-2-1 in pursuit of 2-4-6 for victory are Western Storm. Big win for them there. We continue to bunch up this congested Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy table. The other scores to tell you about are victory for the Northern Diamonds, as Jackson plays nicely, neatly into the offside on the drive, gets one to Amy Campbell, who comes across from mid-off. 173 for 7. So Northern Diamonds chasing down with 7 wickets to spare, a total of 206. So they'll be very happy with that. Winfield Hill with 116. Chloe Tryon with 57 in that game. Ellis bowls. Full toss, hit hard by Norris, but probably to the longest point on the ground where Perrin is at deep backward square leg. So just the one to the total. 174 for 7. 60 to win. Still a long, long way for Thunder in this situation. And there is also victory today for the Sunrisers, as this one is clipped into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket though, where George does the fielding. 174 for 7 it remains. Sunrisers doing the double over the Southern Vipers, beating them by 28 runs. A depleted Southern Vipers, no Captain Georgia Adams, always a steady hand. Emily Windsor was captaining today, as this one is bowled. Oh, it's come up off the leading edge from Jackson, but it goes to the floor. So reliable in the field, Katie George, but her legs just wouldn't get her there, and she was reaching out in front, got the hands there. 175 for 7 it moves to with a single. 59 more to win, and as well as George's bowled coming back on there, she'll be disappointed to drop that, Polly Starkey.
That was 2 awful pieces of cricket. The shot was not great at all, and you would pretty much count anyone in the Sparks team to catch that, and then disastrous fielding by Katie George to not get that. So yeah, not great cricket all round, but I suppose it balances itself out.
We've seen some quite good ground fielding, but some quite suspect catching today, it has to be said, from both sides.
As Katie George is continuing from the new road end, and she is in to Laura Jackson. And Laura Jackson chips that up in the air, but it falls safely, and they will run through for a quick single. Jackson moving to 3 from 4 balls.
So it looks like today's results, perhaps not this one here, but today's results are really going to open up that Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy table.
Yeah, I think with so many key players missing from most teams, actually, this game is probably the least affected out of all of them. It's been very interesting for the table, actually, to kind of move the standings around. As George starts her run up, she's going round the wicket to Tara Norris, who plays it down to us in the commentary box, and it races away to the boundary. Bethan Ellis attempted to chase after it, but it is speeding past her.
As good a cover drive as you will see, and it's come from the Thunder number 8, Tara Norris, who can play. He's certainly a batter who's got useful runs before for Southern Vipers in often desperate situations. Played a big innings, didn't she, in the final of the Reg Flint Trophy alongside Emily Windsor.
Very memorable innings there. Before she made the move up north to Thunder, as Katie George starts her run up. Past the umpire to Norris, who hits that down into the ground and it pops up. Slight misfield from Katie George herself, but there will be no run, and the score remains 184-7, with Tara Norris on 11 from 14 balls and Laura Jackson still 3 off 4 deliveries.
54 more needed, but those overs remaining are ticking down, just another 7 after this one.
Yeah, the required run rate just has snuck above 7, 7.2 at the moment. A big ask for Thunder, as Katie George back into the attack from the New Road End towards Norris, who plays it up and misses Parent, but will find the fielder in the onside.
A lot of encouragement from the Sparks players. Bit of a chat between the batters. I think if you gave them, say, 28 off 3 at this point, they'd be very happy with something like that. So they've just kind of got to get to that sort of point, but it's becoming very difficult.
Katie George towards Jackson, and she bowls a very short ball, almost a bit of a bouncer, but just goes over the head and towards Abby Freeborn.
Jackson didn't even have to duck there, she just,
just
stood there and it went over her head.
Yeah, it really bounced up. Very green wicket to favour the bowlers.
And George here doing her all for her team.
Katie George with the final ball of her over, as she's in to Jackson, who drives that, but it goes straight to Eve Jones on the offside. Who will go through for a single, which takes the score at the end of the over to 182 for 7.
Brave stop there.
52 to win for the Thunder. Sparks really closing in. 7 overs remaining. Required run rate 7.4, so it's gone up in the last over by a very small margin, but it is going up.
It was interesting, last time I checked the head-to-head, the difference between the sides was 18, and it remains so. 200 for 7 were the Sparks at this stage, so they're basically 18 behind here, the Thunder, and that's 3 pretty big hits. Certainly here at New Road today. The boundary's a good way back. This will be Ellis. Takes the pace right off Yorker length. Really good bit of bowling actually, as Davies comes in from short third, but didn't let go of the ball in the end. Didn't feel the bowler was in a position to stop it. As Abby Freeborn stretches.
Yeah, I think she was struggling a bit earlier. She got some treatment on the field earlier in the innings, so I can imagine as a wicket keeper doing the 50 overs when you haven't played cricket for a while must be quite exhausting. Not great for the back.
6 minutes past 5, right arm over the wicket from Ellis, clipped into the leg side by Tara Norris. No doubt we'll have a few people joining from those games that have been completed. 184 for 7, 50 to win. If you're just joining us, feels a lot. Just the 3 wickets left. But can Thunder show the application they need here? It's up to Norris and Jackson. Here comes Ellis. Drives fluently, but straight at Katie George. 50 still to win then. No run there. So yeah, we'll see Storm go up to 12 points with victory. We'll see Sunrisers go up to 11, so they're not especially in the equation. Sparks here will go on to 15. As this one's bowled, twiddled into the leg side by Jackson on the front foot, doesn't bring a run. 184 for 7. It remains 50 more to win. And the other victors today will be Northern Diamonds, who'll go up to 18, one behind the Blaze who are top. Oh, it's caught at cover. Jackson, who had driven fluently in that direction earlier in the over, is now out. She's just placed the ball straight into the hands of Katie George, who may have made a mistake from the leading edge earlier. A ball that always seemed to be just dipping away from on that occasion. She won't get an easier opportunity to make amends. 184 for 8, 50 to win. And it's down to Gore and Sophie Morris to do it. I think this game is all but done, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, it's a really big task for, of course, Mahika Gore, and then next in is Sophie Morris, who of course hasn't. I don't know if she's batted for Thunder yet in the few games she's played. So it's a big ask, and it seems like it will be going the Sparks' way with that run rate just creeping over 8 at the moment, with only less than 7 overs left.
I wonder what the discussion is here between Norris and Gore. I imagine it's along the lines of let's somehow find 50 runs here, because it's going to be very, very difficult. And yeah, you're right, required rate 8.1 now. It's a big ask. And just with every wicket that ticks by, it feels as if it's stretching away from Thunder here. They were in a great position when they had their opposition 5 for 2 and 27 for 3 earlier in the day. Took 3 wickets when the score was on 166 as well, as Ellis comes in and bowls. But they now need runs. Pushed into the offside. Gore picks up 1. 185 for 8. 49 for victory. Spectators watching on. Rather curved round at our end at the moment.
It looks like it will be Katie George to bowl again from the New Road end. It's good to see her kind of find a bit of rhythm now. She's settled and she's looking quite strong. Just having a bit of a chat with Captain Eve Jones and with Georgia Davis, potentially moving the field around a little bit.
She will feel that she very much had the last say in that contest with Seren Smale. Smacked all over the place in the first over that she bowled to Smale, but prevented Smale getting the 100 and had her out.
So it's Mahika Gore to face George as she runs in, and Gore just misses that and it goes through to Abby Freeborn.
A little bit of excitement behind the stumps, but
yeah. There's a swipe from Gore, but nothing on it.
No contact at all. Reminder, the men's test match finished with an Australia win by 43 runs. 2 wins in this competition, the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy for Northern Diamonds and Sunrisers. Western Storm just 9 away from victory, but with only 2 balls left.
Katie George is into Gore, who's driven that really nicely into the offside, and they go through for a run.
So the Blaze, who were bowled out 49.5 themselves for 245, could actually, what looks a really thrilling finish, hold on for victory here, and could advance their position at the top of the table.
Well, they are unbeaten in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, had their first loss in the Charlotte Edwards Cup final of their entire history, as Katie George returns round the wicket from the New Road end, and that's just chipped into the offside by Tara Norris, who will just get the 1 run from that.
And I can confirm that Western Storm have not managed to chase that. 239 they finish on, short of their target of 246. Blaze win by 6 runs and maintain their unbeaten record. So the Blaze have shown why they're unbeaten there. They've managed to claw that one back.
So it seems to be going one way here at New Road. Katie George is in. Mahika Gore defends into the ground, and she will get a single. Katie George looking frustrated. It was it almost was a bit of a Yorker, and Mahika Gore had to slightly dig it out. So I think George was hoping that it would go on and hit the stumps.
Yeah, it just wasn't to be on that occasion. But this game is the last one standing, as you would perhaps expect, given the slow over 8 in the first innings of it.
As Norris takes guard, George is in and finds the fielder. Potts does some great fielding in the onside and just prevents the boundary.
Just somehow stuck out of hand. Scrivens is out in the England A game for 87. Should be thrilled with the Sunrisers win. Sounds like she's batted well as well. And Georgia Adams is out for 40. So it's now down to Bess Heath and Alice Davidson Richardson to try and find the winning runs needed.
George into the attack to Mahika Gore, who plays that really nicely into the offside, and there will be 1 run.
45 more.
End of the over, 190 for 8. Thunder require 44 to win from the final 5 overs. It is a big task. The required run rate creeping up to almost 9. It's 8.8. So a big task for Mahika Gore and Tara Norris.
If you look at it in what? 4s, so there's kind of... They've got 30 balls to get 44. They probably need 4 4s to get it back under 1 a ball here. Obviously a couple of 6s and a 4 would be the other way. A lot of discussion. Erin Burns being sent back at cover towards the boundary. Bethan Ellis to bowl the next over. Karis Pavley is back on the mid-wicket boundary. Plenty of discussion going on. This is a little bit of a field that's kind of trying to stop Gore scoring a single, but also trying to prevent the boundary. Doesn't prevent the single. Clip to mid-wicket for 1. 191 for 8. 43 more left. No doubt people join us from those wins for Northern Diamonds, the Blaze and the Sunrisers, doing the double over Southern Vipers. The former team of Tara Norris, who's still fighting here for Thunder. Hits it hard, just short of, well, what a stop that is from Davina Perrin, because she was attempting the diving catch, but managed to somehow stick her body behind it once she realised that it had bounced in front of her really crucial bit of fielding. So often you see fielders go for the catch, and in doing so they sacrifice the boundary, but Perrin did well to block the ball's path. It would have hurt because it was struck well by Norris on the sweep down to backward square leg. 192 for 8. Another 1 to the total. That's gone uppishly off the outside edge, and Seymour's stop there from Perrin, diving forward and then smothering the ball with her body. Having done it the previous delivery. She's very brave to do it again. 193 for 8, 41 to win. Singles taken from the last 2 deliveries.
Davina Perrin has some guts to do that. Just fearlessly diving all over the place, but crucially preventing runs.
One of the real prospects for the future is Perrin, as is Smale, who we've seen make runs today. Single taken by Norris, who didn't really time that drive down the offside of straight on that occasion. But it's been a thrilling game here today, been an entertaining one, but it looks like it's one that surely now is going in Sparks' favour. But Smale will take that 94 away. I'll be very happy with it indeed, as this one's bowled by Ellis. It's hit up in the air, lands in between Jones running back from mid-wicket and the fielder coming in from long gone. Neither of them get to it, and a single is taken. 195 for 8.
Yeah, perhaps not the wisest shot from Mahika Gore, but neither Ria Thakral or Eve Jones managed to get that.
Here comes Ellis. Looking for the ramp was Norris. Didn't really get much on it. The bowler, Ellis herself, went charging after it, even though the ball had gone to short third. Freeborn got there first, the wicket keeper. 196 for 8. 196 for 8. 38 to win. 4 overs left. 38 from 24 is a big ask.
It certainly is, and one which does look a little bit too much for the Thunder, given that they are 8 wickets down.
And we've never really seen anyone score at that rate all day.
No, and particularly your tail end, really. Not going to probably manage to do that, but it's testament to Sparks' bowling. They've really bounced back after what was quite an expensive power play. Certainly the first half of the power play anyway. 4 overs remaining with 38 to win, and it will be Katie George, who has 2 overs left to bowl. And George is in to Norris, and it goes straight through to the keeper. Norris doesn't manage to get anything on it. She swipes at it, but does not make contact with the ball.
With the rate creeping towards 10s, though, I think that's got to be the approach now, hasn't it? You've just got to look for the boundary early in the over.
Yeah, Sparks will be very happy with a dot ball, and Thunder will be frustrated that they're not finding the boundary. They need to take probably those slightly risky shots and swipe at the ball like Tara Norris was trying to do there.
Terrific spell this from Bethan Ellis, it has to be said. 5 overs, 22 for 2. Has really put a team in charge of the game.
As it's George again from the New Road End, running past the umpire, and it almost looks like Norris got an edge on that. Just puts her bat up to defend, but it goes past again to Abby Freeborn, the keeper.
I think she did everything but get an edge on that one. In the end, played almost right round it in a circle.
There's sounds of encouragement from Katie George's Sparks teammates.
Kind of a, it's there. Whoa, no, it's not anywhere. Through
As
to the
Norris
keeper.
Taps her bat for pairs as George is in, and that is struck into the onside, and we'll find Erin Burns. They'll get the single, taking the score to 97. Scoreboard taking its time to change.
37 off 22 is the equation. It's past 10s. It's time to go here, really.
Only one conceded from this over so far, as George is in to Mahika Gore, who chips it up, but it will fall safely. Katie George doesn't manage to get there, but they will get the single, rotating the strike, keeping Tara Norris on strike. You'd imagine the more comfortable batter at the moment, certainly the more experienced one.
Feels that way, doesn't it? 36 of 20 now, sorry.
The sun shining across New Road as George into the attack, played out towards Grace Potts. There will be the single, as I say, just rotating the strike. 35 still to win.
But 3 off this over, plus obviously this final ball, doesn't really feel enough. I mean, this kind of has to be a boundary.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure where Gore's going to find one. There's Fields back at long leg and down at third.
George charging into Gore, who tickles that down. It looks like it's heading towards the boundary, but Amy Campbell out there doing the fielding. It was just a slight edge that was trying to get to the boundary, but strong fielding by the Sparks again, and the end of the over. The 200 is up for Thunder. However, they still need 34 to win from the final 3 overs. The run rate above 11 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the way the pitch is played today, and there haven't been too many who've scored at that rate all day. Georgia Davis coming back on as well, leading wicket taker in the competition. Although obviously we have to have a little peek at how Katie Levick's got on today for the Northern Diamonds, because those two went in level. But yeah, it just feels too much now, and the fact it is the last 2 wickets trying to achieve this unlikely feat makes it all the more difficult. 34 to win from 18. Almost 2 a ball now. What can Gore produce though? Can she just find something truly heroic? It's all about boundaries now. Hit by Gore in the air, and this one will be caught at mid-off. A comfortable catch in the end for Amy Campbell, who earlier put on a partnership of 139 with Abby Freeborn. Mahika Gore is out, 200 for 9, 34 still left to win as Sophie Morris walks to the crease, and Thunder's chase, spearheaded by Seren Smale, looks like being an unsuccessful one.
Yeah, Sophie Morris's first time batting in a Thunder shirt. It's only her 2nd game for Thunder. Last time she did not have to bat. I guess she's got nothing to lose at this point, really, because
No, well, I mean, what a time to prove that you can do it.
yeah,
If you go out there and smash 34 to win off 17 deliveries,
well, that would be good.
well, you would certainly make a name for yourself.
Yeah, I think you get promoted up the order as well.
But I don't think it's going to happen. We
No.
will see.
Very
It's
unlikely.
always the prospect, though, isn't there? There's always the prospect. But Georgia Davis just adding another to her tally, adding another to her bag for the season, picks up 2 today. And she'll be quite happy with that. Just quietly goes about her business, doesn't she? Real classical action. Saw when I was out there before, it's quite a pleasant day for watching cricket. There were a few Australians in the crowd to the right hand side. They were very impressed by Georgia Davis's bowling. coming on after the first Katie George over from this Diglis end, and operated well. Produces another dot ball. 34 off 16. Here comes Davis, short of a length. Morris stabbing into the offside. Not really back or forward. Slightly back, if anything. Little chat now with Tara Norris.
It is confusing when they've got two Morrises and a Norris all in one team. But it is Sophie Morris and Tara Norris.
Here comes Georgia Davis to Sophie Morris. And Tara Norris regains the ground at the non-striker's end before the bowler can field on the onside of the pitch.
It's a little bit nervy there actually from Tara Norris, just scrambling around.
34 still to win. Morris will pick one of them up here as the throw goes in. There was a bit of excitement. The umpire found it amusing because they nearly lost their kneecaps. 201 for 9. I think we sort of got our answer in those few balls there about whether this is going to be chaseable for Morris and Norris. I think if Norris is going to do it, she's going to have to do it on her own here.
Yeah. I mean, if those stumps had been hit by Georgia Davis, then I think the game would have been over because...
Yeah, it was
Sophie
hard
Morris
to
did
tell,
look-
wasn't it?
Yeah, it's hard from our angle, but she did look far out. She looked like she was running quite casually, wasn't sliding her bat in, which is the thing they always tell you at kind of junior level cricket. It's always sliding your bat in.
Here's Norris, taps her bat a few times, waits, comes down the track, tries to clobber it, doesn't get much of it. That'll be one up to Ria Fackrell, and that will be 202 for 9. Norris retains the strike, 32 left to win. Reminder that wins for the Blaze, Diamonds and for Sunrisers so far today. It looks as if the Sparks will be adding to those wins.
Indeed, 32 to win. They need 16 in the over. And then 16 from the final over as Katie George coming in from the New Road end towards Norris, who hits that, but it goes straight to Eve Jones. Slight misfield, and they'll get the single. But powerful shot from Tara Norris.
That's the thing now, though. Sparks can just sort of almost go back to the edge of the ring and kind of defend, if you like. Eve Jones was just making sure she got something on that, and she knew it would be enough.
Yeah, if they can let Thunder go for singles, but they just want to stay tight in the field and try and restrict them as much as possible.
What's her option here then? Is it down towards us at wide long on?
I mean, you would say so, or perhaps behind her. As
Hit her on the
Katie
pads.
George peels. The umpire's not interested. Katie George was very interested in that. And that would have been game over. but
Sorry, I forgot where I was
not
then. I went into spectator mode.
203 for 9. 31 to win. And it's Sophie Morris on strike, who has one run from 5 deliveries. Katie George, arms pumping, running in. As Sophie Morris just clips that into the offside. And they'll get through for 1 run.
So Morris has done the job in the sense of getting Norris on strike. Norris really now needs to just try and hit this as far as she possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a way they can win from here unless they get consecutive 6s and 4s.
Yeah, it looks done, but we'll see.
Katie George round the wicket to Norris, who hits that, and what a catch by Davina Perrin. Diving catch by Davina Perrin. It finally pays off for her, and Katie George takes the final wicket to bowl Thunder out for 204, falling short by 30 runs. Sparks wrap up with a win over the Thunder here at New Road, Worcester.
And what a display that is from Katie George to claw that back, getting the final wicket of Norris, caught at backward point by Davina Perrin off her bowling, her third wicket, and given how badly she started, being clattered around by Seren Smale, who made 94. That was a great way for George to come back and finish the innings off. We thought Sparks were going to be short of overs because George wasn't going to complete hers. Well, she's proved it wrong, and she's given her side a win by 29 runs. So the Central Sparks beat Thunder by 29 runs. I know people will be heading off at the time, but do make sure that you tune in for more Rachel Heo Flint Trophy cricket from both the Central Sparks and Thunder as we go on. A final thought, Polly Starkey, on that game.
Yeah, it was a really good contest. I suppose the result perhaps doesn't reflect actually how well I think Thunder did. I thought particularly from their power play they batted really well. I thought Seren Smale was excellent. She'll be gutted to have fallen short of that century, but it was a standout performance and she surpassed her best score by a really long way. So very exciting prospect in Seren Smale. But the Sparks were victorious. I thought they improved as the game went on. I thought Katie George's slight redemption really with the ball was really, really important. Bethan Ellis having an impact despite not being, I suppose she didn't bowl quite early on, but they realised they needed to utilise her. So a great victory for the Sparks, but Thunder are still winless in the Rachel Heo Flint Trophy. They will have to look for their first win when they play their next game.
Well, thanks to Polly Starkey. The mainstay of that innings, as we say, Seren Smale's 94, trying to chase down the total of 233 for victory. It was a partnership of 139 between Abby Freeborn and Amy Campbell that was built on. And other than Smale, nobody really getting past 30 for Thunder. 3 wickets for Katie George for 57 runs was the highlight from their point of view. Do join us again for more cricket in the Rachel Heo Flint Trophy. A few more rounds of fixtures before the 100 and then some more in September. So I do hope you've enjoyed your Sunday watching along on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Central Sparks winning